but this is mine. It's not a matter of chance, just a matter of time. Never look back. If something's standing in my way, I always push back. If something seemed impossible, I never took that. Nah, cause now I know better. Can't stop, won't stop, I won't quit ever.
The waters won't take me, the highest fall won't break me. The blood and sweat is what made me.
I'ma get mine, just a matter of time.
The deepest waters won't take me, the highest fall won't break me. The blood and sweat is what made me.
I'ma get mine, just a matter of time.
I'm taking it to the sky. I'm never taking a break, I'm only taking what's mine. You say it's taking too long, I'm taking that as a sign. It's not a matter of faith, just a matter of time. Never look back. If something's standing in my way, I always push back. When something seemed impossible, I never took that. Nah, cause now I know better. Can't stop, won't stop, I won't quit ever.
The waters won't take me, the highest fall won't break me. Blood and sweat is what made me.
I'ma get mine, just a matter of time.
The deepest waters won't take me, the highest fall won't break me. The blood and sweat is what made me.
I'ma get mine, just a matter of time. I'ma get mine, just a matter of time.
colors in your mind. Kicks and stones will never change. I'll be so straight and blind. The more we learn, the less we lose. We can run to the streets, defeat the enemies, or we can drown the sea with freedom voices. If
to the SCCA Runoffs presented by Sim Lab here at Virginia International Raceway. It is going to be the first race of 8 hours of racing today with the Formula V here at Alton, Virginia. This is going to be fantastic, and I cannot wait for it. I'm Joe Peak, and here is Larry McLeod with us as well today, getting ready to present this fantastic first start. Larry, I cannot wait to watch what we have in store, because as you and I were talking just before we came live, some of the lesser powered cars here on iRacing put on some of the best racing on the circuit.
Oh, they really do. They're certainly some of my favorites. A lot of wheel-to-wheel, a lot of drafting, and I think the track is just fantastic. It's obviously where the real-world runoffs were held, but, you know, it's also considered heaven on earth. As was quoted many years ago, it is an absolutely beautiful place to race, and I think we're going to see some of the best racing on the sim today.
No doubt about that. And as we get ready to head down there to see these cars, we're going to check out the schedule for today. And up first, as we mentioned, the Formula Vs. Then we've got the Spec Racer 4s. We've got Miatas. We've got GT1 cars. That's going to be something to witness, because those things have a lot of grunt underneath them. USF 2000s, GT4s, the FR 500, if you're not familiar, that is a Mustang that's going to be racing, and then touring cars, some of the most elbows out racing that you can witness on pavements. So should be a lot of fun out here today. Virginia International Raceway, though, provides a huge challenge for the drivers. Larry, why don't you talk us through what they are up against?
Yeah, this track, absolutely beautiful through the woods here near the Carolina-Virginia border. And drivers will become roaring down that front straight into a very tight hairpin turn one complex. As the braking goes downhill, it's always exciting. They'll come around that and head toward the famous NASCAR bend turn 3, and then have to hopefully get things straightened out by the time they get to the left hook turn 4. That'll get them through the famous snake or the lower S's, through that short chute under the bridge, and then through the climbing S's, and then around the famous, very treacherous South Bend turn 10. Hopefully they still have 4 wheels on the track when they get through there, and head to the famous Oak Tree Bend, where unfortunately the oak tree's not there, but here in the sim world, the oak tree still stands in all of its glory. They'll then make the turn down Madison Avenue, that long back straight, all the passing opportunities as they get to the top of the hill, known as the roller coaster, and they'll go flying down the roller coaster, and hopefully keep it on the track there at the famous Hog Pen Bend at turn 17 and get them down that front straight again. And it's just so much fantastic racing, plenty of spots to pass. This is going to be a lot of fun.
Indeed, you can see some of the facts here about the car. Now, 80 horsepower, that's not going to sound like a lot, but these things are incredibly light and nimble, Larry. So with a track that is so twisty, I got to think that we're going to see some impressive side-by-side racing in spots where we don't usually see it.
I've run a couple of races. In fact, I ran one of the qualifying races this week here for this series, and I can tell you, it's a lot of side-by-side. That first corner, turn 1, all the way through, probably even into the lower snake, is going to be 2 or 3 wide on the first lap, and probably most laps, especially when we get to the end, it's going to be a lot of wide. Multi tiers of racing going left and right across the entire track. Because these things, if you get a run, you want to take it, and you don't get them too often with only about 80 horsepower. But it's going to be great racing all the way to the end.
You can see just over 1,000 pounds here, and love the shots that we're getting as well here of the car. Just the incredible detail. We often talk about the fact, Larry, that they laser scan these tracks, but not as much about how they laser scan the cars and go to such intense detail visually as well as physically to make these things as much like the real thing as possible.
Absolutely. This car is so real world behaving in the way that the swing axle rear suspension works, just like in real world cars, the way that the thing sounds, the way that it dynamically moves, the way that you can wheel interlock it, because they're open wheel cars and racing, all of that is just so realistic. It really creates the true feeling that you are in fact immersed in these cars at the real world track. It's pretty amazing, lifelike, and the racing will be the same. Real world Formula V racing is some of the most fantastic side-by-side racing you'll see anywhere. It does not disappoint here on the sim.
Yeah, I don't think today is going to disappoint in any stretch of the imagination, because we've got, of course, the iRacing Super Session here, Larry, which means this is some of the best coming out to compete in this car. Some of these guys and gals are specialists in this vehicle, I guess we should say, that has spent a lot of time and I'm looking out there, names like Xavier Sanchez in here, and well, a familiar face, Greg West, is going to be joining us to try and compete.
Yeah, in fact, when it was released a couple of years ago, some folks thought, wow, April 1st, an interesting day to release the car, but it turned out to be one of the best decisions that they've done. There are specialist folks that spend a lot of time, which is very much like the real world of Formula V. A lot of folks stay in these cars for lifetimes. They become specialists, so it's really awesome to see that piece cross over from real world and sim and back and forth. And great that those who have become specialists are able to participate and to be a part of this SCCA iRacing Runoffs, because it really should be demonstrating and displaying some of the best talent we have in the world, not just within SCCA, but it's really awesome how that crossover is there and the talent's all coming out.
Now, while it is a very basic car, it is an open setup, as you can see here, for our race analysis. They have a little bit of a warm-up, and right now they're in qualifying, so this is a solo session for qualifying, so they're not going to be able to use that slipstream to try and gain an advantage there. The race itself, 35 minutes, and there's not going to be any pit stops scheduled for the cars. Now, obviously, they can come in to try and take repairs, and they do have a spare car if they do get any sort of damage, but that's going to be such a huge setback, especially because it's quite a long pit lane out here, Larry, so they really don't want to be visiting that.
You definitely don't want to do that. You don't want to go off the track. You don't want to lose much time, because these are so much the epitome of a momentum car. You lose that momentum and you're done. In fact, they're not just a momentum car. They're a draft car. If you get out of the pack, you're done. Because of the multiple passing spots that these cars can utilize, the straightaway drafting. In fact, you can see you're coming off an Oak Tree onto that back straight. This is one of those spots. When you're by yourself, your lap times might be a 2:21 or so, but in a draft, 2:19s, low 2:20s, it's worth a second or more a lap in the draft. So if you get out of the pack and suddenly you find yourself at the breakaway 4 or 5 go and you're 6th or 7th, you're done. It's going to be really hard to make that back up, because you can't do the leapfrog drafting and work with your competition to improve your lap time. And that's such a big deal in these cars. You lose that and your race may as well be over.
Right now, watching Alex Witt here on the screen. Nobody set a lap time because it takes quite a while to get around VIR in this car. So we're talking 2+ minutes just to get a lap on the board, which actually will mean that you can't dilly-dally, and pretty much everybody took off to the qualifying immediately. First times are coming in. Nicholas Short with the provisional pole currently. Dortolo is right now sitting in second, but about 0.3 of a second off. So a decent gap there on the front row in these first times, but we're still waiting for a number of drivers to cross.
Yeah, I think it's going to be tight. The qualifying race that I ran, I think the top 5 were all in the same second. But at the end of the day, qualifying isn't super important here unless there's any kind of a turn 1 or turn 4 incident and suddenly creates a breakaway. You want to be on the front of that breakaway, not the back. So it is important to get a good, clean lap in here, get yourself into 2:20s, as Nick Short and these guys are doing, and hopefully make that front break and not get caught behind any sort of mayhem.
Simon Ball now up into the front row, and it's a lot closer, 18 thousandths of a second that are between them. Greg West, we mentioned earlier, he is an iRacing staff member. He's actually one of the reasons that we got the Formula V on here. He's such a big fan. He races them in real life, Larry, and I'm not too shocked to see that he made it into the Super Session.
Yeah, I've run against Greg in some of the Spec Ford races. I know that he's always quick, and as you said, very enthusiastic about this car and this platform. It's going to be awesome to see. Love to see folks, from anywhere jumping into these things, and even if he is on staff, there's no advantage to him. He still has to go out and drive it. It's really cool to see.
Yeah, exactly. He's got to run fast, just like everybody else. There's no bias in there. And now we'll try to make sure that there's no bias in our coverage, but I've known Greg for quite a few years here on the iRacing service, and quite the personality. Currently with a 22.5, and that puts him, if I'm seeing correctly, 21st. No, he's the number 21. He's got to try and produce here, and double checking. He is actually, he's 28th. That's he's not showing well. Yeah, so we'll see if the second lap is any better. It's actually a rather cool 71 Fahrenheit on the track surface itself. Larry, are these cars that tend to get a little better with the laps? Is the second lap going to be the money lap?
Yeah, they do a little. You get a little bit of heat in them, though. Sometimes if the engine starts to overheat, you might lose a little bit of straightaway speed. I found that you can get a pretty good lap on your out, but you can see right there, just dropping a tire coming off of the hog pen is not going to help him. That's going to not only ruin that lap, it's going to ruin anything else. If that was his second lap, it's qualifying's over and he's going to have work to do. You definitely don't want to be dragging tires coming down around hog pen. In fact, the real life race this year, with a little bit of damp conditions, there were a lot of drivers who threw their race away because they went off at hog pen, and it looks like here in the sim it's no different.
Well, the top two have changed. Simon Ball now our pole sitter, and Caleb Patry is in second. There's about a tenth between them, but both have completed their laps. So now we wait for everybody else to try and come across, but we've only got about 5 seconds left. So if you haven't finished that lap, looks like day is over here in Q. Well, that means that our grid is now set, and up at the top of it, Simon Ball is your pole sitter. Caleb Patry will be in second. You've got Nicholas Short, P3, and Alexander Hill, fourth. Megan Overstreet, P5, and Tortella sitting in that sixth position. That's your top six, though. But from there on back, Ronenberg will be flanked by Delgado. You've got White and Witt on the next row. Keegan Scott there in the sixth row, aside James Barrington, Larry. And behind them, things continue to show a lot of talent here.
Yeah, definitely. As you get down to Cade McKee and Kevin Parrish and Xavier Sanchez, David Presley, Jim Brewster ran against him in a race earlier this week, Corey Heffron, and that's just getting you to the first half of the field. This is a big group, and it's going to be a lot of names down the order. Just kind of scanning here for a couple of them. Steve Ray does a lot of the SCCA races on the iRacing platform, so he'll be jumping here. I'm sure we'll see him again in later races like the Spec Ford. So great to see some of these names coming up. All the way down in our 40-car field. There's Greg West all the way down there and on row 18, 35th spot. He's got work to do.
Yeah, and as we get down to the back of the field, 40 cars, as you just heard, going to be competing today. I'm glad that you highlighted Steve Ray. I've talked to him a lot over the years, and as you mentioned, he does a lot to organize the community with a couple of the cars. Here, the Spec Racer Ford, also with the Formula V here, the Spec Racer Ford is another one he's heavily involved in. So definitely need to highlight that name just because of all that he's done in the community himself, and clearly quite fast in these cars as they now take off behind the pace car for the warm-up lap. 35 minutes. You talked about the strategy of trying to stay with the lead group, Larry. What is the best way to go about that? Because I got to think, if you are at the back, you got to try and make up those positions quick, because it's going to be easy to lose that slipstream there early on.
Yeah, if you're outside of the top 10, outside of the front 5 rows, on that first lap, it's important to not get caught up in mayhem. Get through clean. Don't put a tire off. Very easy to do. If you're over-aggressive, it can pay off to be a bit aggressive, to make up a couple of spots. But if you're too aggressive, you're going to get caught in a bad spot, and what's going to happen is you're going to lose your momentum, and you're going to lose the pack in front. So it's a very delicate balance between aggression and that safety feeling to not throw it away on the first lap. If you're in the front 5 rows, you just need to get single file and get as clean as you can as early as you can. Certainly coming off Oak Tree on the first lap, it's going to be single file, and then they'll do a couple of leapfrogging, but you got to play a little bit conservative, because a 35-minute race is not short race in these cars. We're talking probably about a 15, 16 lap race. It's there's a lot of opportunity to throw things away. Let the race come to you. Just be there in position to take it at the end.
Now, in most cars, a lap that's looking at times of 2 minutes, 20 seconds, you're talking about quite a few gear shifts. This is such a unique car, and that it's only got 4 gears, and even the gearing on it really doesn't send you through that gearbox a whole lot. How many gear shifts are we talking per lap in this car?
It's a whole lot of 3rd and 4th gear pretty much everywhere. If I recall, you might try and grab 2nd at like left hook or something, but honestly, you can carry 3rd and then to 4th and back to 3rd pretty much everywhere around this place. This little stump pulling Volkswagen air-cooled motor doesn't rev a lot, so you don't need to be screaming the motor out. Certainly no 1st gear in this thing. Even 2nd, like I said, it's a little bit treacherous. You start grabbing that gear down, so it's not a lot of gear changes out here for sure.
And this is one of those spots where hopefully they will be going up through the gears as they come down Madison Avenue with the longest stretch here on the track. and a large 40-car field will keep everybody busy out there today. Some of the best in the Formula V racing here at VIR. Coming up to one of the trickiest corners in racing, if you ask me, the roller coaster. One of the toughest places to pass, but one of the more popular places to get a pass in. Hopefully a little easier with that slipstream, Larry, but what's it like going side by side here up over this blind crest?
Oh, you pretty much have to get it sorted out. You can try staying side by side, but basically the driver who's going to be at the inside at the crest of the hill down the roller coaster is going to have the advantage even on the last lap. So the critical piece will be to maybe not be on the last lap in the lead coming out of Oak Tree, but to do a leapfrog or two and get to the inside, coming down the right-hand side of the track to enter this section of the roller coaster. That's your best chance. You might even have a chance to try and make a pass coming off a hog pen, but you better be super clean to do it. It could even be 3 wide coming in there on the last lap. So it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. You can see the realism of these cars. Little puffs of smoke coming out the back. That's what Vs do. That's the real deal.
Just a little bit of oil burning in there in those engines. And looks like the pace car is in. Simon Ball will have control of the field waiting for the green flag. And there we go. It is the first race of 8 today. Simon Ball with an excellent start. We immediately go 3 wide coming down into the first turn for second place. It looks like that is going to be Short, managing to get to the inside. In fact, he has sights set on first place as he goes inside of Simon Ball down into the horseshoe. And it looks like he is going to be able to take that place, Larry.
He did. I'm still watching lots of 3 wide going on back in the pack as they start to settle things out just a bit heading through turn 3 of that NASCAR bend. But you can see just 2 by 2 all the way through here. Anywhere back, the top 3 are sorted, but the next 3 rows are still waiting it out and still even through left hook. They're still side by side using the curb on the left. They need to get it straightened out here or they're going to lose momentum. And you can see Delgado now on the inside trying to hold his momentum. And he's trying to keep that spot and make sure that they don't lose the draft going down the short chute here.
That's Ronenberg just in front of him. This is for 6th position. They've got, oh my goodness, look at behind them. Are they going to go 2 wide coming up through the snake here, through the climbing S's rather? And some of them are indeed. Most are going to get sorted out. But as they start to go wheel to wheel, it is flat out up here. It's flat out up through South Bend, but certainly not into Oak Tree. It is Patry who is now leading ahead of Short. Ball has fallen all the way down into 3rd position and almost 3 wide in the mid-pack here into this double apexer.
Oh, that's really treacherous. There's not a lot of room out there with the old scan here of VAR to do anything more than about single wide. I'm surprised this 2 wide is working. You just don't want to lose the draft here. You can see little gaps start to show up as they grab that 4th gear shift now, starting to head up this hill. But the draft is worth several miles an hour. Even out in front, you can see they're starting to pair up and try to make these push passes. If you're super careful, yes, you can bump draft in these cars, but the lead car better not turn a wheel. Look at them 3 wide down the back straight as they approach the roller coaster.
Alex Ho is going to try and get in and amongst them, and he's going to outbreak them into the roller coaster, still going wheel to wheel amongst Overstreet and Ball, almost banging wheels actually there as Megan has to back out of it as they now come around Hogpen. Is everybody going to be able to keep the wheels on the track here? And it looks like the top runners are able to keep it in the paved stuff. So as they complete lap 1, your order across the line going to be Ho, Short, and Patry, but I don't think it's going to be that way into the first corner.
It may not. They're dicing earlier. These guys are not looking to work together at all. You see a little bit of that here with, some of these guys maybe pairing up, but they're going to have to try and settle things down to long race, and you'd like to, if you can, in the front 3, get a breakaway. Look at this 3 wide now in the middle of the pack here.
Yeah, this is the 17 of Presley, who is in amongst them. McKee on his outside. He gets a better run coming up the NASCAR bend. That's going to give him the inside into this left-hander curve braking zone into here. But McKee's got a little problem with his connection, it appears, as they now finally get single file once again into the left hook.
Yeah, they're finally single file. This is what you need to be doing. The problem is the draft is intoxicating. You'll come off of these runs here through the lower snake, and you'll start to get a run, and you'll think you can go side by side to the upper S's, but sometimes you just have to lift back off and not take it. Or if you do get a great run, the car in front's got to recognize that. They got to let you by, and you can see right here, they're trying to figure it out, but they're going to go 2 wide through the climbing S's.
Oh, and Short's going to come out ahead as they head towards South Bend. And we look at 5th place in the meantime. This is Delgado once again picking places off. Remember, he was 7th a little bit earlier when we were watching on board with him. That's our pole sitter. Just in front of him, Simon Ball. Let's see who gets the run. Coming along Madison Avenue. Once again, the slipstream battles are going to erupt all over again.
I don't see any breakaway happening yet as these guys are continuing to fight, even at the front, not working together, which means you have a train all the way back. At this point, you could be in 15th place and have a chance in this race because there are no gaps. As long as you continue to be clean on your braking zones and get good drafts, you're going to be in this mix right up to the end. But at some point, someone's day is going to turn to tears with all of this 2 and 3 wide.
That's Petrie in the red car. I almost think it was bump drafting there, which is inadvisable in these cars. They do not have the makeup on the nose and the gearbox for that sort of thing. I've seen drivers try it before, and like you said, it tends to end in tears. So let's hope that they have a lot of care there during this race if they're going to attempt moves like that. Meanwhile, it goes once again along the front stretch with everybody fanning out, trying to find a position. Ho leads. Nicholas Short going to be in second, but not for long as Petrie is able to get to the outside. And here we go, 3 wide once again down to the first corner.
Look at that. He could not turn down the draft. Had to take it. Was able to get on by, and he'll lead now. Ball will lead into 1 on this lap, but won't last long the way this draft works.
Ooh, thought somebody maybe made a little contact there. I think for around 4th place. That was Short having to take big evasive action. And Ronenberg's going to come out ahead amongst them. We're only 5 minutes into this race. This has been incredible. There you see the battle for 13th. A little farther down, McKee in and amongst them. Everybody just is an absolute mix-up back here. Looks like Keegan Scott mixed in amongst there as Albert is going to be able to get ahead of him into 10th place in that battle for the 13th spot. But up at the front, Simon Ball once again is going to be battling with Petrie, and the 3 car has the momentum this time. Simon Ball now sees the likes of Alexander Ho try to follow that slipstream, but can't quite use it up through the climbing S's. Then you've got Ronenberg in and amongst these top 4.
Yeah, this front 4 is just relentless. They are not even trying to work together. Everyone wants to lead every corner. This is just crazy, and still even taking multiple lines through Oak Tree to try and get that great exit onto that Madison Avenue back straight. But at this point, you look at that. The top 10 are essentially nose to tail. Can't put a piece of paper between any of them. Everyone wants to lead the entire way. Right now it's Petrie, but here comes Ball on the outside. Maybe with a little bit of a draft push coming from Ronenberg.
Talked about the specialist aspect. I got to think all these drivers probably familiar with how this racing goes, trying to leave that little margin for error in there just so that they can get through with it, splitting the middle. Alex Ho up to the lead, and as they break it, finally erupts. We've got 2 cars, 3 cars, 4 of them off the road. Petrie is able to keep it finally back onto the black stuff, but it looks like Ronenberg was the biggest victim as he falls backwards.
Oh, that was just a little bit too close quarters there with too many cars, too many times. Ho was able to get on through, now with a gap of over a second and a half. But as you mentioned, Ronenberg and the others, not so well. Petrie was able to, for a moment, recover. Looks like he's in 7th, so he's still 3.5 seconds back. Not totally out of this, but the rest of those guys look like they are back pretty far. Nick Short managed to only lose a little bit of a gap. He's still alive. Hopefully no damage on his cars. There was some contact, but that certainly puts now separation between Ho and the pack of Short and Tulla, Albert, and Overstreet behind him.
Well, unfortunately, you could only have the monkeys jumping on the bed so long before somebody bumps that proverbial head, and it seems a few have fallen victim. We do still have everyone running currently since the start of this race, so all 40 are still out there. I think Jacob Klein started from pit lane, but that's it. Nobody else has visited quite yet to take that spare car, and they're all still circulating. But now Ho with that 1.2, 1.3 second gap. Is that enough, Larry, to break away?
It's really not. The draft goes about 1 second back, and with the pack behind him, all with drafting buddies. All they have to do is do the leapfrog. You can leapfrog 3 times easily around here. 2 is super easy. Essentially, the Madison Avenue straight, you do a leapfrog, do it again on the front straight. And if you do it a 3rd time on the short straight under the bridge, you can gain more than a second a lap. So it should be not very long before Short, Albert, Tulla, Overstreet are able to maybe work their way back up and make this a multi-car pack.
I can see them. Oh, and I can hear them chat on the radio. They are talking about leapfrog.
Ho ran wide, a little bit of dirt there coming off the exit. Remember, this doesn't have the new Scan extra wide pavement out there. This is the classic one, so you can't run that wide. And look at that gap, already down under a second to short Albert and Toa.
Double whammy, going off track at a critical corner of the track, and then everybody behind already communicating about working together, leapfrogging to try and work their way forward. Albert and Short side by side. They're going to have to get this sorted out soon. Who's going to give up the ghost? Looks like it's going to be Short, maybe. No, he's going to carry on wheel to wheel. This is not what they need in the moment, as you see the number 2 just cling desperately.
Yeah, to be honest, I think the inside driver should have been given the chance there. Unfortunately for Nick Short, Alex Albert wanted that spot a little bit more, but now they're going to try and pass on the front straight. They have got to work together. These guys were 6/10 behind Alex Ho going into the top of the roller coaster. They've lost a couple of tenths. They've got to do a little better job of coordinating to make sure that Alex doesn't lose it. Otherwise, it's possible they could have another mayhem like we just saw on the last lap. They've got to be super careful to keep it together.
McKee, Scott, Carrington, unfortunately, all 3 tangled in roller coaster as well this last lap, so they found themselves sent backwards from that one. Meanwhile, look at this mess. This is still the fight between Albert, Short, Overstreet, Tullo, White. This is all for essentially second place. They've cut it down to half a second behind Ho as they come through NASCAR Bend.
Yep, they've now closed the gap enough. They sorted things out in turn 1, and you can see how powerful the draft is. Just between 1 and 4, they've taken a couple of tenths out, and by the time they get to Oak Tree, this is going to be nose to tail again.
As they pick up the pace now here on lap 5, and it looks like we got a replay. I think this might be the incident farther back. Yep, that's McKee just getting checked up, and then everyone's racing so close. It almost reminds me of super speedway racing in NASCAR here, Larry, that it's a chain reaction. You're a victim of something else in front of you.
Yeah, there's nowhere to go, and if somebody does check up just a little bit, the third and fourth car can't see it. Next thing you know, you've got all sorts of bump drafting in the wrong place, and it doesn't turn out very well as it did there. And look at this. Like I told you, by the time they get to Oak Tree, it's going to be back to a side-by-side race, and it is, as Alex Albert and Nick Short are on the heels of Alex Ho once again.
So your lead group goes all the way back to 8th position with Kevin Parrish at the tail of the train. So will they calm down at this point now that they've had things slim down a little bit? Not for the lead, apparently, as Albert is going to go around Ho. So the 12 car, now your new leader. And is he going to lose 2 positions as Nicholas Short sizes him up? Ooh, but almost a blocking move there from Alex Albert as they came into the roller coaster.
It's getting awfully heated out there. A lot of blocking, a lot of people really pushing it. They want to lead every corner. To be honest, I've seen enough of this out here. You could be in 8th right now in this this breakaway of 8 cars and still have plenty of opportunity to win this race. We aren't even halfway yet.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, it's still a long ways to go. And switching right back, Ho's going to try and see if he can re-overtake Albert. He's got the momentum, but don't look now. This is going to be Patry up the outside in the red number 3 wide down coming into the horseshoe. Is this going to end in tears as well as he goes the long way around in that bright red Formula V and high, wide, and handsome? He might actually have it. Look at that. Brilliant stuff from the 3 machine.
And remember, he was in that front pack that got caught in a bit of that wreck. He had dropped about 4 seconds back. That's all now gone as he's got the lead going through the NASCAR left. But looks like the 12 Albert just catch a little bit of grass there around NASCAR Bend, but he recovers.
Another spot where in real life they've added a little bit of paved runoff, but it's not there. Albert holding it pointed forward. Lost some time to Patry and is going to have to try and gather that back up. Should be able to get it, I got to think, because Ho has a little bit of a lift through the snake. He's not interested in trying to make it too wide coming through the Climate S's. Nope, never mind. I spoke too soon. Oh, and he actually gets a little bit shoved off into the grass.
Oh, they are still fighting every single corner. They don't want to give up that little bit of momentum. They're just afraid to. And honestly, this is, again, we may be seeing opportunities down the race here of somebody taking themselves out or taking somebody with them, and it's going to leave this down to a whittled down pack. This 8 right now needs to be careful not to get caught in someone else's mayhem.
Out of Oak Tree now. 60 miles an hour up to about 90 to 100. Doesn't sound like a lot, but this is what I was talking about earlier about some of the most exciting racing. I can't fathom, Larry, the nerves that it takes, especially at this level, as we see a dodge to the outside by Alex Ho once again, to be able to keep your composure in this situation.
Yeah, it really does. And for this long, remember, we're not talking about a little 8-lap sprint race. This is a long, almost endurance race out here. And to keep this intensity up is so difficult.
Go! Oh, a little bit of a
There
hit
he
from
goes.
behind, and Patry gets spun around. Can he get it going in time? No, he's going to lose that slipstream. He is at least going to get the car rolling, but that was a critical moment in the race of Caleb.
Yeah, that's what happens. At close quarters, things are bound to happen. So now we're down to a top 6 breakaway, but I wouldn't totally count Patry out of this. He's about 2 seconds back up this pack behind Overstreet. Megan holding up the 7th spot here at the tail end of this train. Patry, though, now has Witt next to him. They could work together to close that gap and make this back into a 9-car battle if they choose.
Look at this. We go side by side now between White and Short. This is for 3rd position. Short on the outside. White going to send it in deep into the corner. That'll give him 3rd place. Short's able to slot back into line before Parrish is able to overtake him. 20 minutes left to go here as we head into NASCAR Bend. You can see how much momentum the cars have to carry through some of these corners compared to quicker cars that are looking at the brakes instead. Here is the replay. Just the tiniest of touches. They're so on edge in this corner, Larry.
It does not take much, and you can see right there, that didn't take much at all. Just that little bit of movement back and forth, and the car in front slowing a little more than the car behind expected. Doesn't take much rub to send him on his spinning. But again, luckily for Patry, he's not out of this yet. Just about 2 seconds back from this pack. You can see him there working with Witt to try and close it up. And the way the front pack has been misbehaving, I think the opportunity is certainly there for Witt and Patry, for Alex Witt and Caleb Patry to get back into this.
And can we give some credit to all the field behind him in that spin? It so easily could have been a much bigger accident, taking out multiple people, but everybody avoided Caleb in that situation. So a huge pat on the back to all the drivers that managed to dodge that. As once again, we hit the back stretch along Madison Avenue. And so are they going to misbehave, as you put it, Larry, or are they going to work together?
We'll see whether or not they're able to work together here as Megan Overstreet trying to just hang on to the back of the draft. She's just going to stay in contention here for this race. Just lurking, just hanging around. She's being the smart one, if you ask me. This is the strategy I would like to do. Just play cool, avoid those wrecks, avoid the spinning Caleb Patrys, for example, and stay in the race and see what happens. These guys up in this middle of this pack, the Albert, Short, and Ho, and these guys are just continue to push, and they keep finding themselves in these sort of gaps where Ho's got a 1.2 second lead, and now Short and Albert and White have to work together to catch back up again. Never easy, but they've got to figure this out. Oh, there goes another bit of contact.
Sam White off the course in the number 20. He's got his foot in it, and he's going to try and stay up with them, but it looks like he's going to fall back to Caleb and Alex Witt. So now it's become a bit of a 3-car tandem there in that second group. That actually might help them indeed here as they try to catch up to the front of the field, breaking single file for the first time probably the entire race. The front group now leads them into lap 8.
That definitely should help Patry and Witt now to have White in there. To have 3 fast drivers working together can be super fast. You can easily be turning 219s around this place with 3 drivers together. And right now the front pack is only turning mid-220, so they should be right back in this in no time. Now less than 2 seconds behind the front 6.
You can see this. This is the group behind Caleb, Sam, and Alex there. So this is being led by Turnbull in the 32. We had a bit of a mix-up here, and I think this is what we're watching into the first turn. And, whoa, big moment, and he gets tipped back forward. Somebody on the outside has to really hold it together. 2 wheels into the grass, and somehow in all that, nobody actually goes fully around.
That's amazing save there. A little bit of help on the recovery there, but pretty awesome save to see these guys just able to hang on. And that's the way these cars are. You go a little bit of drop throttle oversteer. If you don't get back to the gas fast enough, the back end will come around and more contact.
Massive incident. Multiple cars are finding themselves getting spun. In fact, Michael Berg went airborne, and he's still in it. Look at, he managed to get back on track, and the 27 carries on like nothing happened.
Oh, these cars are durable. They're just built like tanks, which is true in real life. These things are absolutely just rolling bricks down the road. They do take pretty good incident. You can see the suspension members are very solid in these things, so glad to see he's able to recover. But you can see the pack of 3 chasing the pack of 5 up in the front, or the pack of 6 here. They're still trying to work things out. They're not helping each other.
I hope we get a replay of the 27. I'm pretty sure he was 4 wheels in the air there, the way they touched rubber to rubber. But
somebody was definitely looking at the underside of his car.
We just had an incident for Keegan Scott as well, unfortunately, and he gets tipped back forward, but definitely got a pretty big hit here as we come up the front stretch once again back to the main pack, and we're going to take a look at the replay in the meantime of what might be the biggest accident that we've had here in this race.
Oh, yeah, that on the inside. I was trying to see what that's Eric Ronenberg, in fact, who's the one that may have tapped into him. He was on a charge to try and recover in this race, and unfortunately that contact there with Berg is going to send him further back, but looks like both of them are still driving.
Yeah, 2 cars actually getting sent up into the air, and just about 4 wheels completely off the ground. They're not really meant quite for that. These are not rallycross cars, although I'm sure they're fun on those tracks here on iRacing.
It would be a lot of fun. Hey, you know what? It's just a Volkswagen under there, and the Beetles were great little rally cars.
Indeed, exactly. I like your thinking. Meanwhile, at the front, Alex Ho in the number 15 leads the way with Parrish behind him and Short sitting in third. Down to 15 minutes left. We are past the halfway point in this race. Tullo sits in the 4th spot. The top group has been whittled down to 6 now. They're still being chased by the second group of 3 cars, but it's about a 3-second gap currently.
Just got to keep my eye on that other pack that's trailing out there of Witt, Patry, and White, just to kind of see what kind of lap times. They're not yet working together very well. This front group is able to open the lead, but we're just going to keep an eye on them and see if there is going to be enough time left to make this a 9-car train.
As they come off of Oak Tree once again, there was a little bit of defense from Alex O there in the 15, and maybe just covering himself off. I didn't think Parrish looked like he was making super aggressive moves. Let's see if that changes here in the slipstream instead. Indeed, the 28 going to pull out to the side, and they're going to pull along 2 behind them. So they're going to go Noah's Ark coming up into the roller coaster. Parrish able to pull Short along with him, but Short lifting a little bit early. He concedes and stays in 3rd place.
That's how you're supposed to coordinate, but this is not. You're not supposed to then repass over-under moves going down roller coaster. That's where you start to slow down, as Parrish now thinks he wants to lead going in down here to the lead, and he looks like he's going to have the lead going into Hog Pen.
So there's your leaders on the top, and then that second group that I mentioned earlier between Caleb Patry, Alex Witt, and Sam White. 3 cars battling for 7th position back there, but maybe perhaps not an actual battle. Too wide. This is a battle for the lead here between Ho and Parrish. Once again, Parrish to the inside, down into the horseshoe. And we've seen it pass around the outside before, but not this time. In fact, he's going to lose 2 positions as the 15, maybe even 3 here.
A little bit of a misbraking there for Alex Ho, kind of giving up a couple of spots there to Short. The Tullo looks like he's able to keep Tullo now behind him, but not the cleanest braking zone down there. A little bit of trouble, but in pack racing, all you got to do is stay in it and be ready for the finish. The last lap is going to be bonkers. We'll see if it's going to be 6 cars, 9 cars, or who knows, 2 cars by the time we get there. But this is building to something pretty special.
You talk about the skill of these drivers, and I got to say, some of the iRatings definitely show it. We're talking 5K for Nick Short here in that realm. However, Kevin Parrish, who's just going to lose the lead here, is rated number 28. He's only got just above 20K iRating, but sometimes that can be misleading. It isn't everything, and he's holding his own.
These are definitely some experienced drivers in this car. A lot of them build their iRating by being specialists. Others kind of bounce around, but they're still fast. And you can see some of that here. Some of these guys are absolute specialists. You just watch the way they're working in close quarters, how well they know when the draft works and when not. And the fact that we've only had 2 or 3 little contacts just says how much experience these guys must have in doing this kind of racing every day on the iRacing platform.
And then, of course, we've got more battling here. Back for 18th. Now 3 wide for the lead on the top of your screen as well as Alex Ho split in the middle, and he's going to try and overtake on Parrish. Parrish kind of hanging tough, but he breaks early, finds a slot to get back in 2nd place for now.
Now they're at least getting smart. That's what they need to do, is to just get it sorted out by the time you get to the braking zone and everything's fine and everyone's fast. Because I'm still looking at that 3-car pack there with Patry, Witt, and White. Now just about 2 seconds behind this group. They were 3, so they picked up a little bit, but his time running out And these front leaders, are they going to play nice and maybe put a pause on their antics until we get down to the last 2 laps? Let's kind of see. Looks like they're kind of playing nicer now going into one than they have been.
Yeah, I got to wonder, how do you place your car when it gets down to it? As on the bottom, this is the battle for 13th. That's Molitor having to hold off Hinkle here. Xavier Sanchez, Heikki 360 back once again and putting himself in and amongst some of the best fights that we've had here. Haven't been able to cover the mid-pack nearly as much, but it has been frantic, I can tell you, as they go Noah's Ark down into the horseshoe. Molitor will be able to retain that top spot.
Yeah, and anywhere in this field, there's great racing going on. You can see it's still 3 wide coming around turn 2, heading toward NASCAR Bend. And NASCAR Bend looks like it does at every NASCAR event, and somebody's going off there at the back of the shot.
That was Keegan Scott. Oh, actually, unfortunately had an incident there, it looks like, with another car. Looks like Jim Brewster, unfortunately, involved in that one. Wheel to wheel, up through the climbing S's between Parrish and Ho. And it looks like Ho gets the advantage this time. Parrish falls back into second. Tulla watching. I think Thor in that number 10, that's going to be a dark horse right there. We haven't mentioned his name at the top of the group all that much here, Larry.
Yeah, I think he's got a pretty good chance here. He's just sort of biding his time because it looks like Ho and Parrish are doing a lot of the dicing, but Thor Tulla seems to be just kind of waiting for his opportunity. And what the drivers are doing is they're learning. They're almost taking mental notes. Who knows? Maybe even there's so much time they've got the pen and paper out too. But they're taking notes on the tendencies of each driver, where they can get side by side with someone, where they can't. And there's a bit of a contact there.
Molitor, that was our leader in that group that we were watching, and unfortunately that was all his own doing. Just put the wheels in the dirt and the car would not grip. Around he goes. But the front of that group is Sanchez now at this point, leading in 13th. Meanwhile, the battle for the lead is, actually for second place, really. Albert and Parrish going 2 wide down through the roller coaster. They're going to start yet another lap. Again, 2 minutes 20 just to get around here. So we're talking 4 or 5 laps. Oh, going wide. Parrish on the inside, and that was Albert who dipped his wheels in the grass this time.
Just a little bit, and it's given a little bit of breathing room to Alex Ho out in the lead. I don't know if that's going to be lived very long, but look at him, 3 wide, trying to sort this out with Tulla kind of leading down the inside in the prime position to make a good, clean braking here. But let's see if anybody gets daring and dives underneath. Not yet.
Tulla's going to hold on to that second place, trying to keep up with Alex Ho. Thor's got to drop the hammer now and see if he can gather him back up and drop these other guys. Parrish in behind him, slots into third, Short into fourth. Albert, they've got Megan Overstreet in there, and I think we can say that this second group has officially caught them.
They are in the game, 7/10 back from Overstreet to Witt, and now we have 9 cars within 3 seconds of the lead. Oh, it is game on, and I'm watching for Patrick Witt and White to see who makes the first move of those 3 to give up on their teamwork of 3 and start playing in the middle of the 9.
Oh, man, this just got all the more frantic here at the very end. And those drivers have got to be pumping their fists knowing that, yes, we are back in it. It is possible to try and snag this win. If you are in that front group, you have a shot at the victory here for this first race of today in the iRacing SCCA Runoffs presented by SimLab as they come into the Oak Tree corner and off that double right-hander. Your order is Ho, Tulla, Parrish, Short, Albert, Overstreet, Witt, Patry, and White.
Let's keep our eyes on Tulla. Like we talked about, Tulla being son of a little bit more of the conservative one of this group. Now has his shot here to be the lead car catching Alex Ho on this straightaway. He's going to have a chance to get alongside him. We'll see what he does, and does Alex respond to try and keep Tulla behind him. And then you got to see Parrish, who's getting the double draft. Does he make it 3 wide going to the top of the roller coaster, or does he start to become conservative? He's going to lay back and sit in third.
No.
Finally.
Oh, wait, sorry. Nicholas Short and Overstreet Albert came together coming into the roller coaster. So there is 3 of our drivers. We just got 3, and now we lost 3 up at the front.
Oh, and that's it. Overstreet, she was just hanging back the whole time playing the conservative. Now she gets caught up in the Albert and Short contact. So those 3 drop back. Now we're back to 6. But Witt, Patry, and White are still now part of that 6.
Just like that, it can change at the drop of a hat. And apologies for breaking in there, but the battle for the lead just changing every
I think we've
moment.
got a replay here queued
Yeah.
up of it. You can see the middle of this pack right here coming under braking to the top of the roller coaster, and it's just a brake checkup point, and all three of them just get tangled, and they are not done. They're just a little bit too far back with not enough time to make it up, as this top six now is a breakaway.
Down to 6 minutes left to go. Ho ahead of Parrish. Thortella has been slotted back into third. I do think this 10 car has been biding his time and setting this up. What is he going to do on the last lap? Because I think he's the one that you need to watch out for. There you see him on screen in the dark colored car with the pinstriping. If he gets it set up where he can time that slipstream on the last lap, he could have himself the victory snatched away from all these fast runners we've watched all race long as they climb through the S's once again. At the very back of it, Sam White looking like he's barely clinging, but I think he should be within range.
He's close. He wants to maintain range. Again, if you want to win this thing, you've got to be close. Now, my theory is on the last lap, when you start the last lap, you need to be in the top four. I think when you come off Oak Tree on the last lap, probably in third, maybe second. If you're in the lead, you're pretty much a sitting duck on the last lap. Then this is where an opportunity where we see that. Now you've got this fourth place passing third, second will start to go next to second. See who actually leads going down roller coaster. Is it going to be Tulla? Is it going to be Parrish? Who's going to have that lead? Because this will be an indication of what's going to happen when we're through this thing on the next time by.
So Caleb is going to get a little bit of a pull, but he's going to be wheel to wheel. Oh, and here's the problem. He's got a car to his right-hand side, and they went off to the right-hand side, those leaders, so he lost the slipstream briefly, and he's going to have to fight once again as Thor to his inside through the roller coaster eventually does not manage to get the throttle down. Alex Witt going to take advantage. He goes by Thor as well, and once again, if you don't like the order, wait a second, and it'll change.
It definitely will. Patry, though, knows he's worked so hard to get back up into this. This guy started doing some real-life racing. He's been really strong on the iRacing platform, does a lot of the SCCA racing there, a lot of Spec Ford stuff. I'm sure we'll see him again later. But here he's showing he wants this race. He's worked so hard to come back from about 5 seconds down. Now he might even have the lead going into one with 2 laps to go.
Once again, 2 by 2 as they fly into the horseshoe. Looks like Parrish with the inside has the advantage. And coming up to NASCAR Bend, it switches back. Caleb now on the inside into this left-hander. Ooh, car looks a little unsteady, though, as he tries to keep it on the black stuff. He will get the spot. Parrish shuts the door on Ho.
He is, and I'm still keeping our eyes on Tulla, who's been a little bit more the conservative one in this group. See what he can do now in that 4th spot. Again, I like the 3rd and 4th on this lap. I like 2nd or 3rd in the next lap. So let's watch for Ho and Tulla. Ho has led most of this race. If you recall, he's rarely been out of the top 2. Now down to 3rd. What's he going to do to respond? Does he feel the pressure to get the spot back? It looks like he's starting to be the aggressor here going through the climbing S's.
Parrish with a bit of a Pruitt fade there coming across, and that had Alex Ho having to lift off the throttle coming into the climbing S's. So watch out for that. Wonder if drivers are going to start to get more aggressive here, making moves like that, just kind of covering off their rivals. And again, should be the one to go signaled this time by. So this could be critical here, trying to position yourself on this run up Madison Avenue.
Yeah, this is where, again, I'm watching Tulla and Ho sitting in the 3rd and 4th spot. How far can they get? This is the indicator of what they'll be able to do in the next lap. Everybody wants to know, can you go from 3rd to 1st or even 4th to 1st? There's the 3rd. Can he get up there? It's going to be 3 wide. They're testing waters.
Yeah, and they had to give him space in the end. I thought maybe they were going to try and pinch him, but Alex manages to get through. Does he actually want to lead here, though? Will he be the sitting duck in the end as they come down through the roller coaster? Your order is Ho, Patry, Parrish, Tulla, Witt, and White.
I've seen this before in V races like this. What you may find is the leader may at some point do an early check, deliberately give up the lead. He would be happy right now if Patry, Parrish, and Tulla were to go right by him, because it looks like 3rd spot, white flag flying, but it looks like 3rd spot's where you want to be at Oak Tree. But we've got about 2 miles before we get there. What spots do you want to be in now? And when is somebody has to lead coming out of Oak Tree, right? So who is it going to be?
Ho leads. He wasn't lifting, but the others aren't really making that big of moves around the outside. I don't think they actually want it, but it looks like Patry is going to almost be forced to take it. He's now your new leader. And Parrish looking around the outside. He sits in third position. Is he in the catbird seat?
He might be. I'm telling you, right now, fourth would be great. You can get by third, perhaps, going through this short straight after you start the lower snake here. Maybe make a move. And let's watch. Ho wants to be patient. He'd love to be sitting here. He doesn't want the lead. Parrish loves his spot. But Patry's saying, come on, somebody make a run. He's going to let him go. Look at that. He's got no contest for this. Would love to let Ho have the lead. Parrish is going to get a run now with two in the front drafting. It looks like they've broken away a little bit from Witt behind them.
Just an update. Sam White, unfortunately, got spun as they were trying to bump draft a little bit behind, so it whittles down once again. It is now only 5 of them. Alex Witt, though, might be a little bit too far back. It seems he may have lost out. Parrish is now your leader. Ho lets him through, and who is going to lead at the end of this straight?
Well, Ho looked like he gave the point by there. Did not want this at all. Parrish had no choice to step in. Patry's in third. Did he get a good enough run, or does Tulla have enough to go from fourth? Guaranteed we'll see a 3 wide here because everybody wants the lead at the end of the straightaway.
Alex O moves himself around the outside. Parrish can do nothing about it. Patry is going to try and overtake him as well. Does he have enough? Are we looking at maybe 4 wide? No, there's just not enough track as they now look for the brakes. Coming into the roller coaster, Patry has the nose ahead. He has the inside, but he's going to make contact, and he gets spun off for the second time in this race. It is going to be Parrish who gets the lead back in the end anyways. As they come down through the hog pen, he may have been in the undesired spot, but he kept it safer than everybody else. As they fly to the line, it's not done yet. Alex Witt has come from the very back, and he's got a little bit of a slipstream. As they come to the line, it's going to be just shy, or is it? It's going to be right at the line. Does he have it? Who is it going to be? It's going to be Parrish.
Wow, he did not want the lead going to Oak Tree, but with all the other circumstances, able to pull that off, be in the right place, the right time to take that lead. Unbelievable finish, side by side, for Parrish and Witt and Tulla being on that podium. What a race.
16 thousandths of a second at the line. Alex Witt was so close to pulling the upset of the century for our first race of the day in the iRacing SCCA Runoffs presented by SimLab. Wow. Oh my goodness, Kevin Parrish took the win. Tulla managed third, as we're going to take a little bit of look, I think, at the replay of the finish. Look at this. Inches at the line.
Inches. Oh, yeah. That is just not much at all. That finish stripe was another 3 car lengths up, we might have had a different finish. That's how close it was. Unbelievable.
Wow. Okay, I got to catch my breath on that one. So, hopefully we'll be handing off here soon as we take a look at the results. Tulla with an excellent podium. Nick Short, unfortunately, winding up fourth. He was one of those involved in that little incident there at the end. Patry, twice in the same corner, gets spun around. Unfortunate for him. I'm sure he'll be a little bit miffed about that one, as there is the rest of our top 10. Megan Overstreet coming back with a 7th place. Presley sneaking into that top 10. Didn't really get to cover him, but nice run for him to wind up there in that position. And from there, we see the remainder of the fields. And this is just a taste, as we got more cars that are going to be racing like that, Larry, as I am so looking forward to today's events.
Oh, I'm out of breath, too. That's just unbelievable. I'm going to need more coffee here at some point because that might be draining, but we got 7 more races. This is one heck of a day just starting out. What a way to kick it off with the Vs. That is, like we said at the top, some of the best racing, some of the most strategic. It's a chess match, but it's a test of survival, and those top 5 survived up until the end. The top 3 survived and won that chess match. Unbelievable race.
Well, we have the Spec Racer Fords coming up next, another one of my favorites, and I do believe that we are going to be handing off here to a couple of our hosts in a moment. Jake Sperry and Taylor Burris going to be taking over for us, but there you see the lovely sights of the Spec Racer Ford. Going to be kicking off at 12 Eastern U.S. time, 1600 GMT, so 4 p.m. over in Europe if you are watching from across the pond. But thank you, of course, for joining us. Definitely stick around because we have lots more to come. One of the nicest looking cars, if you ask me, here on the iRacing service, that Spec Racer Ford, and just a ton of fun with recent updates as well, having recently been given the Gen 3 here on to iRacing to give us lots of fun. I do believe that we have Jake ready to take over for us here. Jake, I cannot wait for all that we have to come.
Oh, absolutely. And we've seen so much amazing racing in just that first race in its entirety. The Formula V was a tactical masterpiece out there, where it was a case of everyone who and their second guessing what position do you want to be going on to Madison Avenue. That is absolutely fantastic. Jake Sperry, Taylor Burris here, taking you through a little bit of half time before we run ourselves over towards our second race in the Spec Racer Ford. Taylor, just to recap on that last race, that was absolutely incredible, and it all came down to Kevin Parrish taking the lead coming into the Oak Tree corner, because he looked like he absolutely didn't want that lead, but was effectively given it, because that's the worst place to be going on to Madison Avenue, the lead.
It certainly is. I mean, with these Formula V cars, we heard it time and time again. These cars are so very draft dependent in order to really make some much needed passing. So you do not want to be that leader. And of course, to be able to come away with 16 to 1,000ths of a second with that race win that we just saw Parrish been able to hold on after a chaotic run to the finish, it just shows how very crazy and how very difficult sometimes these Formula Vs are. I mean, for us, it's great to see this. And of course, a lot different conditions than what we saw in the 2022 edition of the real-life SCCA Runoffs, where it was a lot more wet and more rainy conditions. So seeing these drivers being able to race so hard all the way to the finish, providing an exciting action, and it was still several more races to go throughout the rest of the day, just showcases what we could expect all throughout the day.
Absolutely, 7 more races to come along throughout the entirety of the day. So if you're just waking up, or you've managed to have your lunch, or you're looking at dinner and you're going over towards going to bed, you've got races all throughout to make sure that you are up to date with your SCCA playoffs or runoffs here for 2022. But let's talk about that Spec Racer Ford for a moment, because we're moving into a slightly different type of car, which is going to have the same sort of, I would say, basis of racing that the Formula V has, but it's got a little bit more power, it's a little bit more aerodynamic, and you've got that opportunity to really get an understanding as that run-in basically to what sports car racing is all about.
It is. Consider this the stepping stone for those who want to get into prototype racing per se. Of course, yes, there is other forms of prototype racing even in the SCCA, but when it comes to both iRacing and for those who compete in the SCCA, Spec Racer Ford is a very amazing car to drive. I mean, it's so fun to learn to drive this car, and of course now it's going to be important to see how this will be able to work out for these competitors here in the virtual world.
Well, if race 1 is anything to go by today of our 8, that was absolutely fantastic. Let's take a look then at just some of what went down in our Formula V race to start things off.
And take a look at some of here. We're seeing how important the draft is, especially when it comes to racing with these Formula V cars. Some major contacts and incidents, but of course we saw throughout the race a little topsy-turvy, a little up in the air for action we see from some of our front runners. But of course it just showcases the hard racing that these drivers will be able to have to deal with and negotiate, not just in the Formula V race, but also throughout the entire 7 races that we have up ahead.
And it's the number 3 of Caleb Patry that I thought was interesting throughout the entirety of that race, Taylor. He was here, there, and everywhere. You can see he had that spin as well and was able to get back up to the front. And there's a massive off there that just shows you just how fine the margins are. I think every lap there was a bit of 2 and 3 wide, and look at that. I saved your life. A little bit of a tap there just to bring it back, and just everywhere you look, you had to be head on a swivel with this sort of racing.
And of course, for a lot of these drivers who are racing this race and possibly going to be racing in other races today, they've been actually racing and running qualifying races all throughout the week so far with these cars, and some of them have even picked up a couple of podium positions and even some wins in their respective classes. So they're looking to see if they can be able to work their way through.
Yeah, and working your way through was the key to winning this race, and especially in the final stages. That is a big moment there. Xavier Sanchez got caught up in the melee of that, and this is the final lap. That was where gloves were effectively off at that point, and that tap is the moment that decided the race. Patch on the wrong side of it, but these two drivers found themselves pretty much close. Those two drivers, first and second in that race, though, started 10th and 13th respectively. It just shows you can make moves here at VIR.
You certainly can, and especially with how these cars are, as long as you can survive the chaos of which is Formula V racing on iRacing, as well as also making sure you can find your right drafting partner to be able to work your way up through, you can be, in a sense, come out with the victory in these cars and, of course, get the chance maybe to win the iRacing SCCA Runoffs at VIR.
Yeah, you absolutely can, and I tell you what, this is going to be some great racing coming up, but there's also some great racing coming up on Tuesday because it is the championship race coming up into view, and that's going to be so important. The top four will be making their way forward, but we've got Phoenix to think about first, and this is a really crucial race. It's a short track oval, Taylor, and one which time and time again has proven to be really interesting in terms of how races always look to bring themselves out, because you just need to be on your marks.
Well, not only that, it's going to be so critical with racing here at Phoenix with these next-gen cars, but also history being made with, of course, this special championship event, because those four drivers who are going to be competing in this championship on Tuesday, they're actually going to be competing live and in person down at the NASCAR Hall of Fame in Charlotte to go have a chance to try and take home the series title and the $100,000. It's going to be exciting to see those four drivers all lined up next to each other.
I'll tell you what else will be interesting. We'll have Dale Earnhardt Jr. down there presenting the Champions Trophy out there for what is an incredible final round of the season. So make sure you check that out. But there's amazing racing coming along all throughout the week. But let's think about what's coming up next, because we're going to be jumping over towards Spec Racer Fords with Greg Ginsberg and Peter Mackay, and we absolutely cannot wait.
Well, welcome back, race fans, to the iRacing SCCA Runoffs presented by SimLab. What a fantastic opening we had there with the Formula Bs, and the action is coming thick and fast here. It's time for race 2 of the day, and it's the Spec Racer Fords. My name is Peter Mackay, and I'll be taking you through all the action over the next hour alongside SCCA's very own Greg Ginsberg. Greg, a warm welcome to the programme.
Thank you very much. Very good to be here, Peter.
Well, what have we got in store here today? Spec Racer Fords, the Formula Vs gave us a great show. What's going to be different with these cars?
They did. Now, the Spec Racer Fords, they are a longtime staple of the Sports Car Club of America. They started off, actually, the evolution started back in the mid-'80s as Spec Renault. But when Renault left the United States and those engines started to dry up, Ford stepped in, provided a drivetrain, and we've been driving Ford engine and transmissions cars since 1995. And about a year ago, we moved to both an iRacing and in real life, the new Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 with a double overhead cam motor. And believe it or not, iRacing beating the real world to the punch with a 6-speed sequential SADEP transmission, which was just made part of the spec for this year. But it always brings out, much like the Formula Vs, very close racing with the draft. I'm looking forward to it.
Likewise. Well, we have a packed day of action for you here in the Sports Car Club of America Runoffs here on iRacing. We're about to go racing with the Spec Racer Fords. In an hour's time, we'll be getting the global MX-5 Miatas. Then a race I'm particularly looking forward to, the Corvette and the Aston Martins in GT1 as well. And we go all the way through the day with racing for you here as well. Greg, this was the venue for the real-life SCCA Runoffs. Tell us a little bit about Virginia International Raceway.
Absolutely. A little bit more dry today than it was just a few weeks ago when we were here for the 2022 edition of the Real Runoffs. When you take the green flag, you come down the front straight to the horseshoe turns 1 and 2, a hairpin somewhat to the right-hand turn, then you come up to what is called NASCAR, turn number 3, a left-hand turn, which will then bring you down to left hook. Turn number 4 here at Virginia International Raceway, a very tight left-hander, and then you start opening up the wheel a little bit. It goes off camber a little bit through turn 5, through the snake section, a very small bit of S's that you try to straighten out, but then up through the uphill S's, which will then bring you to what should be a gut check corner here at Virginia International Raceway for our Spec Racer Fords to South Bend. A very high-speed left-hand sweeper brings you down through a big compression into the Oak Tree corner. Oak Tree, of course, not still standing in real life. The son of Oak Tree planted just to the outside of that turn, turn number 12 now, but that will bring you onto the very long straightaway here at 3.27 mile Virginia International Raceway, known as Madison Avenue. That is where the draft is really going to come into play here with the Spec Racer Fords as they run up to the top of that straightaway, to the top of the roller coaster, correctly named. They'll run down the hill, multiple switchbacks to the left, to the right, finally a right-hand downhill off-camber turn known as Hog Pen, which will bring you onto the front straight, a longish front straight, to complete a lap here at Virginia International Raceway.
So this is the car we'll be racing, the Spec Racer Ford, debuted back in 1984, and 1.6 litre, not a lot of power, just 135 horsepower, but weighing just over 700 kilograms, about 1,500 pounds. So super maneuverable, super equal, and the drivers are already underway in their qualifying sessions. Of course, a long way around here at Virginia International Raceway, so drivers have got one warm-up lap and then on to 2 flying laps as well. So we should get times coming in soon, Greg. I mean, this is the pressure is on, like in the outdoor SCCA runoffs.
Yes.
It all comes down to this one race.
It certainly does, Peter. And this race, I think, the story is going to be the story of the Spec Racer Ford specialists on the iRacing platform. We've got folks like David Gaspers running here this weekend with almost a 10,000 I rating. We've got Wanshi Lin, also a specialist in Spec Racer Ford, as well as Daniel Sadra. We even have this guy, his name is Larry McLeod, who is running in this race today. He went out and qualified this week. We'll have to see how he runs. But we also have a number of Sports Car Club of America racers like Larry, also like Beans Forster driving the number 20 machine, John Wilson, John Vogel, a Spec Racer Ford driver in real life, joining us, and even a youngster who normally drives Spec Miata, Dean Dibdahl, will be racing with us here this weekend as well. But again, I think what you need to look for today are going to be these drivers that do nothing more or less except race Spec Racer Ford.
Yeah, the definitely the era of the specialist, I think, on this platform for sure. One thing we can notice here on our timing screens, the I ratings of the drivers in this session significantly higher on average than we had in the opening session for the Formula V's. Interestingly, as you mentioned, David Gaspers 9,900 I rating. That's one of the highest rankings on the service here. If you're new to the iRacing world, first of all, welcome. The iRacing or iRating here on the iRacing platform is brought basically on your results. So the better your results are, the more your iRating climbs, or if you have a bad result, it falls. So it takes a long time and lots of races to get up to that sort of level. But Greg, this Spec Racer Ford, it requires quite a different driving technique. It's quite a unique style that you need, and specializing is very important in this style of vehicle.
It is certainly with that Ford motor all the way out the back. Now, when they moved to the smaller 1.6 liter double overhead cam motor, a lot of weight was was removed from the back of the car. The Spec Racer Fords in real life, what were known as the Gen 2 cars, had a very big tendency for one liftoff oversteer, and it also made trail braking in the corners very difficult. Here with the Gen 3 car, the version that we are racing here today, it is not as much of a challenge, but you still have to be very careful. You can have that pendulum effect and have the rear end really walk around on you. The other thing here, much like we saw earlier in our first race with the Formula Vs, is that Spec Racer Ford relies very heavily on the draft. If you look at the body style, if you look at that fiberglass body and how it is constructed, laid over the tube frame, the nose of the car will almost perfectly drop in underneath the ducktail towards the gearbox of the car ahead, and you can suck right up to the back. Also, you know, these cars actually did have some wind tunnel time back in the mid 80s. The body styles haven't changed very much since the Spec Renault days, but they're not necessarily the sleekest machines going, and you'll find drivers able to get up into the back, into the draft. The key, I think, here for today's race certainly is going to be being able to break away from the field, to not necessarily battle things out early on in the race and save that fight until the very end.
Well, if you're watching this and fancy a go and joining us here in the iRacing community, you can log on to iRacing.com today to find out more information of how to subscribe, and we have 40% discount for new members as well. Come and join us, where every day is race day. The qualifying section is now complete, and this is how they will roll off for the second race of the day here in the SCCA Runoffs. Jörg Manni will start on pole position alongside Gerardo Babio Ramos, with Yangtze Lin and David Gaspers on row 2. Robert Nash and Sergio Dorelli will make up the third row of the grid. Michael Dobek and Dudu Castro start on row 4, with Jason Green and Pat Labros on row 5. Then it's Benjamin Forster and Alex Witt on row 6. Row 7 will be Daniel Sadro and Caleb Patry, with Ryan Walker and Mihail Vasilescu on row 8. Row 9 will be Kuzma Lesnoy and Jeff Fritzscher. Row 10 will see Luca Leone and Chris Murakami roll off, in front of row 11, Megan Overstreet and Bobby West. Then it's Charles Vacacro and Flavio Andalo on row 12. Tom Gradwell and Jim Brewster are your 13th row, with Larry McLeod, John Wilson, Alex Schmertz and Daniel Wood rounding out the top 30. Then it's John Vogel, Cade McKee, Johan Butenga, Kurt Nunez, Alexander Ho, and our last few drivers. 40 car grid here in the Spec Racer Ford. We saw quite a high rate of attrition, Greg, in the Formula V race. Can we expect the same here?
Well, you know, one of the things that came out of the Formula V race, even with that attrition, even with the small, very light touches that you had in the Formula V, which has the tendency to send the car flying off into the netherworld, the Spec Racer Fords are a much more resilient chassis. They are not tanks, but they're pretty close to it. You can see some very tight racing, but they can take some small bumps in the side, in the rear. They may get upset a little bit, but I think that most of these drivers should be able to take those kind of bumps in stride. That said, I think we're going to see some incredibly tight, close racing, especially here on the very first laps, going down into turns 1 and 2 into that horseshoe. Virginia International Raceway, not the widest circuit around, and it's going to get very, very tight, especially on that outside lane where things drop off. And as you know, Peter, at Virginia International Raceway, if you leave the track surface, in most cases, when you go off the grass, it is a downhill run off the track. It's a pretty big challenge to be able to rejoin and get back on the surface.
It's a very good point. It's a wide, beautiful, wide, open, expansive space, but with a very narrow strip of tarmac working its way through it. It's an excellent point, Greg. For me, this is one of the most beautiful racing venues anywhere in the world. Opened up in 1957 by the Strickland brothers, who actually drove around in their Mercedes 300 SL and threw sandbags out the window, and that made the layout of Virginia International Raceway. That's why it's got such a natural flow to it, going through the natural curvature of the landscape as well, and under the guidance of Connie Nineholm and Harvey Siegel, they have turned this facility into really one of the most state-of-the-art places to go racing anywhere in the world. And of course, that hosted the 2022 SCCA Runoffs this year for the second time, and will head back next year as well. And I would think, Greg, for the competitors, I bet you they don't mind coming here. The facilities are as good as they get.
They are. It really is a country club for racers, as you know. As Paul Newman called it, it's heaven on earth. It really is. It is a beautiful facility. It's well maintained. They're always adding to the what is on the property. We've got hotels that are trackside. We've got garages that are trackside for the drivers, and it's a beautiful piece of property. Should mention that there was a period of time where Virginia International Raceway was closed. It ran until the mid 70s and then was shut down until, as you mentioned, Harvey Siegel and Connie Nineholm reopened it around 2000. It stood as a dairy farm for that interim period of time. But we have the exact same layout as the track was originally imagined there back in the late 50s. And it is, as somebody who has raced there in real life numerous times, it is a track that I love to go back to.
I'm very jealous, that's all I can say. I'm very jealous. Hopefully I'll make it there one time. Well, we're nearly at the start of this 35-minute race here in the iRacing SCCA Runoffs presented by SimLab. Who is going to be the king in the Spec Racer Fords? Well, we saw Franklin Futrell win the 2022 SCCA Runoff 4 Spec Racer Fords just a few weeks ago. Who will be the virtual champion? We will find out over the next 35 minutes of racing, and it will be Jörg Manni who leads us away from pole position. The drivers in a very neat 2x2 formation, ready to pick up the gas. The pace car will pull away. 2x2 formation they go. Green flag in the air. We are racing in Virginia in the Spec Racer Fords. Down towards turn 1 they go, but there's a big wreck in the background.
Indeed, Peter, already, and it is a long run to the start-finish line that many racers at the back of the field typically will just jump on the gas early, and obviously now we've got a big melee that happened at the back of the pack as our leaders now still 2x2 coming out of the horseshoe.
Yeah, that's the good thing about these Spec Racer Fords. They're very, very small in stature, so you can get 2 and 3 wide in a lot of places on the circuit, but it's a perfect getaway from Jörg Manni. Oh, touch from the number 1 of David Gaspers to Yaksai Lin, and Lin is off the circuit. Controversy early on here in the Spec Racer Fords.
And of course, with Lynn starting off at the top of the field there, over on the front row, big surprise there. He's going to have a lot of work to do in order to get back up through the field, as I believe he has now fallen out of the top 10.
Yeah, that's going to be a huge ask. Although 35 minutes of racing, you never know what's going to happen. We saw incidents peppered through the whole Formula V race, but we'll see who can make their way forward. But Jörg Manni, none of the problem for him. He can see it all going on in his mirror. He holds a very slender advantage over Gerardo Babio Ramos. They come through Oak Tree for the first time, and then down the long back straightaway. But here comes Ramos. He's got a great toe there on Jörg Manni. Now the question is here, Greg, does he make a move straight away, or does he sit in there and let Manni set the pace early?
I was just going to say, as he moves to the inside now, heading up towards the left-hander at 13 and manages to draft by there, I would have thought that the number 5 machine may have stayed in line a little bit and worked together with Jörg Manni to try and separate out from Gaspers and Nash. But the more times they do that, as long as they don't contest those passes, they may still have that opportunity to stretch things out from these, again, iRacing and Spec Racer Ford experts.
Yeah, I think that's definitely, as you say, not contested is the problem, but this is definitely contesting. There's only one car on an ideal line here as they go side to side down into turn 1. It's a mistake. Big mistake then for Manni. Our pole sitter is off. Our pole sitter has been grabbed by the magnetic grass off the outside of turn 1, and that is a huge problem there for Manni, our pole sitter. He's down outside the top 15 just like that.
Yeah, and as you can see there, Peter, as you go off into the grass here at Virginia International Raceway, one, it does drop off, but there is a long way to go before you hit anything, as our pole sitter almost ended up in the Dan River here, now moving as we've got Ramos and Gaspers now your top two. But we should be watching here a little bit further back as we've got Nash, Dorelli, Castro, all still locked nose to tail. And as they go through the uphill S's here, you'll find that as they get into that compression, going down into turns 11 and 12, 11 being the left-hander that sets you up for the Oak Tree turn, they should be able to draft right back up to our leaders. The key is going to be who carries speed out of Oak Tree.
Yeah, it's such a critical corner, Oak Tree as well. Do you take the curb? Do you not? It's all three of our leaders. They are taking the curb. Ramos, Gaspers, and Nash, and of course the number 17 of Robert Nash. He's running for Virginia's club, so a local driver. He'll be wanting to score a victory at his local circuit. But here comes the number 1 of Gaspers. Great run there on Ramos, and he quickly snips in to the lead and closes off the gap as they come up towards the roller coaster. So they all just get back into line straight away. But big controversy earlier on here, Greg. Our pole sitter,
Indeed.
Manny going off as well, Lynn going off too. Not what we expected.
No, not at all. And so we have some folks now that perhaps that also have quite a bit of experience, maybe not the iRating, maybe not the long time experience and specificity at Spec Racer Ford, starting to move up to the field. And these are the folks that are running right now, looking in that battle for 7th between LaBrosse, who we saw a little while ago in Formula V, Caleb Patry, Jason Green, Beans Forster, who I just had the liberty of watching in an SCCA related league earlier on in the week, was running in the top 2 at Summit Point all week. Again, very close to Virginia International Raceway here, but I would not put those folks now sitting in the top 10 out of the possible battle for the lead in this very long 35-minute race.
So Jason Green there in the bright lime green machine, the number 12 car. A little bit of a cork in the bottle, it seems here. There's just over 1.2 seconds of a gap up the road to the number 36 of Dudu Castro. So right behind Green, we've got the number 9 of Caleb Petrie there in the white, black and red machine. He's trying to make a move here as well, because that gap is getting bigger, not smaller, from Group 2 to the leading group. And whoa, big moment there for the number 20 of Forster. Whoa, he's off.
And there go my prognostications there, Peter, as Beans Forster goes for the wild ride up through the S's. They're getting together with another machine. Now that's also now going to open things up considerably in that pack, right back behind Green and Patry and LaBrosse. And I think the person to watch for there perhaps is Sadros. I think we're going to go back and watch a replay.
Well, let's see what happened there, because I think Alex Witt might have been involved, because he's got big damage on the front of that 15 car. I think that's where it came. Contact with the number 20 of Forster. Yes, there it goes. So if you look on the front of the number 15 car of Alex Witt, there is a lot of damage. In fact, the whole front bodywork has come off. You can see the kind of tube frame of the car. But yeah, back at the front, it's just raging on here as well. 4 very tightly packed in this leading group. Ramos, Gaspers, Nash and Dorelli.
Yeah, and we were talking about, for example, Gaspers with that almost 10,000 iRating, but we then have Robert Nash, who's down at a 4,000, and even right now sitting down in 6th, Dudu Castro with only a 2,400 iRating here, as we're now side by side pod to side pod coming out of the horseshoe and going into turn 3. That certainly isn't going to give our 3rd and 4th place runners, Nash and Dorelli, anywhere to go, as they now are going to come into that very tight left hook where there really isn't. It tightens up there, but you'll notice now that Dobrik and Castro have how much ground that they have picked up just in the last 3 turns due to our 2 leaders going side by side and battling for the lead in perhaps the tightest portion of the course.
Yeah, it just shows you if you're absolutely not on the perfect line, then you will be caught by the cars coming behind. And this is a superb lap from the number 6 of Dobik there in 5th position in the dark coloured car. And as you said, Petrie there in the number 9, the pink, white and black machine. Whoa, got another one adding. coming in for the fun as well. That's now, is that the number 13?
That was Patry with a
okay.
late jump, a late lunge going into South Bend, and you saw how Dobrik had to adjust his line and stay to the outside, give that room to Patry. Otherwise, it could have really ended in tears for both of them. But also notice as Ramos and Gaspers were bumping and banging, going up through the S's, and we saw Gaspers get very loose for a moment there. I'm sure if Gaspers can get by going down into 13 and up to the top of the roller coaster, as he's going to attempt now, it will be much better for him, I think, leading rather than trailing the number 5.
It seems that the number 12 of Jason Green was a bit of the cork in the bottle, because several cars have got by and they really have made forward progress. Castro, Dobrik, Patry all getting by and getting into this leading group, but it's Gaspers who leads the way for now, looking very comfortable, it must be said. Also number 5, Gerardo Ramos in there too. The 17 of Robert Nash are your top 3 as it stands. 26 minutes to go. It's a long old way around here, Greg, to not make any mistakes over that long a distance.
It is, without a doubt, Peter, as we now have our leaders bumping and tapping bodywork once again in the horseshoe. And, you know, we keep seeing the number 17 machine. He hasn't really made any moves to jump to the lead. We saw him get a good draft on the back straight a little while ago. But the thing here is that our top 3 cars, Gaspers, Ramos, and Nash, they seem to get a much better run than Dorelli, Dobrik, and Patry out of Hogpen onto the front straight, and I think that's what makes the difference as we jump back to this replay.
So this is what happened to. No, is that Jason Green?
That was I don't believe that was. I'll have to get. I didn't get the number of the leading car there. I believe it was Green, or I don't believe it was Green.
No, Green's in an all green car not with the black flashes down the side. Okay. So back at the front, there's the heavily damaged car of Alex Witt, number 15. That's going to slow him down a lot. And right behind him is our pole sitter, Jörg Manni. Now, he's back up into 13th. He dropped down to the back end of the top 20, but he is making progress, is Jörg Manni. What was his last time by?
That last time by, I believe, a 2:04.9. So almost 0.2 of a second faster than Witt. So you can see what the difference in having bodywork versus not having bodywork at the front of those cars will do. But Jeff Fritcher sitting 10th right now, just 2 cars ahead of Monty, considerably faster at a 2:04.4.
Interestingly, Jörg Manni sitting in the 2:04, whereas Gerardo Ramos are 2:07.1, and he's in the leading group. So looks like it's really going to Constantine back together. It just shows you the importance of that clean lap, and that's no wonder the leading group have been caught by several other protagonists. And we're going to go 3 wide here, so we head down into turn 1. What could possibly go wrong? Someone's going to have to back out. None of them back out.
No, they don't.
3 wide, just about. Oh, is there any tarmac left? I don't think there is, but here comes Nash in the 17 car. Into that kind of maroon red machine. He's going to take the lead now as they come up to NASCAR Bend. Does he? Say it carefully. Yes, gets it done. Gaspers tucks in behind, but here comes Ramos in the number 5 yellow machine there as well. Fantastic racing here in the Spec Racer Fords.
Yeah, so we had Nash, who waited for the first 3 laps or so before he decided to even consider making moves. And now on lap 6, he sees that opening going down into turn number 3, gets the move done. And with that, he has now opened up a pretty big advantage over Ramos and Dorelli. Gaspers had fallen back. Now, interesting to note, for the last 2 laps or so, Caleb Patry sitting back in 5th position, that orange, blue, and white number 9 machine had been our fastest racer on track. He made up a ton of ground as the bridge from that second pack of Dobrik, Castro, and Green up to our leaders, and you can see now he is right on the back of the number 1 machine of David Gaspers.
Caleb Patry, our biggest mover at the front of the field, anyway, 9 places gained. Also, 6 places gained for, now 5, for the number 16 of Brian Walker. Great run from the young man from Grangemouth. Loves the Spec Racer Ford, qualified into the Super Session. He's up there fighting to get into the top 10. So this is your battle at the front, and Nash just made a little bit of a breakaway, just that little exchange behind him. He managed to get about a 0.6 of a second gap, of which he holds as they come out of this final corner. But as we know, Greg, 0.6 of a second, that's not enough of a gap to avoid that dastardly slipstream.
No, it certainly is not. But if he can get a good run out of Hogpen, it certainly will be advantageous for him as we watch this battle a little bit further back in the pack right now. The battle for ninth between Fritcher, Sadro, Mani, our pulsator, and Walker. And we can see that number 3 machine trying to find his way back up to the front of the field. And here's a big surprise.
Oh dear. Now that is the number 5 of Gerardo Ramos. He was right up there fighting for that overall victory, and he's now fell right back into the clutches of Alex Witt there in the damaged number 15 car. So that's not what Ramos needed. We'll get a replay for you if we can to see what happened there, but huge number of positions lost there for Ramos in the number 5 machine, and that changes the order just a little bit. Let's take a look then. So we're coming up towards turn 1, hard on the brakes, and just misses his braking point, Greg.
Yeah, and that's the second time we've seen somebody from the outside lane just get on the brakes a little bit too late and go for that long run through the grass. And you can see as he tries to rejoin on the outside of the horseshoe coming out of turn number 2, came in right into that pitched battle for 8th position.
So now we have a big gap now between the last car in this leading group there, the number 12 of Jason Green, back to Jeff Fritcher. There's 3.5 seconds is the gap. Now, that might seem, with 20 minutes to go, that might seem a little bit insurmountable, but we've seen such a variance in lap times, Greg, depending on what the conduct is like in terms of the racing. That gap could come down if Fritcher and Co can get a clean run of things.
Indeed, and we see here as Dorelli, who was probably our 9th highest qualifier during the week, now right in the middle of this battle here in the blue and white number 4 machine. He's going to unfortunately have to give up the position to Gaspers there as they come down through turn 15. That's going to impact both of their speeds just a little bit, as we have again Patry locked onto the gearbox of the number 4 machine. He's going to step to the outside now. Now Patry just ran his very first real life SCCA race 2 weeks ago at Blackhawk Farms in an Acura RSX. We'll see how much of that translates to the Spec Racer Fords, as you can see here once again getting very loose on that outside lane.
Yeah, car tried to get away with him, but Caleb was on top of it there. But yeah, just lost the position there to Raleigh. If you're just joining us, we hope you're enjoying the coverage here of the 2022 iRacing SCCA Runoffs presented by SimLabs. This is race number 2 of 8 we have for you. A full day, a full festival of motorsport for you to enjoy across the day here on the iRacing platform. It's the number 1 of David Gaspers who leads the way then from the 17 of Robert Nash. Then it's Sergio Dorelli there in the white number 4 car with Caleb Patry in 9th position. Caleb, 10 positions gained, Greg. Quite impressive.
Yeah, very, very impressive. And obviously he's looking for a little bit of redemption after that Formula V race where he had been your leader at various times, had been leading on the very last lap, had found himself getting tapped and going around at the top of the roller coaster. I'm sure he's going to think about that as we now have... Dorelli goes around.
Oh, so Dorelli's off. Now, did he fall or was he pushed there? It was very, very close battles, and we've actually got a little bit of a 2-car breakaway here now with Gaspers and Nash with a big gap, about 1.5 seconds back to Patry. But what happened to Dorelli there at Oak Tree? Really tricky corner, you having to brake and turn at the same time, but was he given a helping hand? Let's have a look. So here we go. It's Caleb Patry behind the number 4, and there goes the rear. Nope, he did it all on his own, and Patry,
yeah, had to do quite a lot. Yeah, to see Patry have to adjust his line to be able to come underneath the number 4 car. That number 4 car, you could see as he came to the crest there to turn in for Oak Tree, it goes off camber. And, we talked about it, the lead into this race, how trail braking is very difficult, and weight transition and very smooth weight transition is key in these cars. We saw that opposite lock get dialed in very quickly from the number 4 car. Didn't have enough time to save it, however.
Well, David Gaspers and Robert Nash, they've got a great opportunity here. They've got a gap of just over 1.5 seconds back to the 36 of Castro. And if they're clever about this, they can maybe try and put some time into the group behind, and the group behind are going to be quite careful as well. Now, there's a name you might recognise, Larry McLeod from iRacing, running in the 22 car, fighting up there in the top 20.
Yeah, and Larry, a multi-time SCCA national champion autocrosser, was named this year the SCCA's driver of eminence. So I always refer to Larry as His Eminence. Larry and I have called quite a number of races together, both in real life and in iRacing over the years. He, for many years, ran in the Weekend Warrior Spec Racer Ford League, as a number of racers here running today are. So we'll see if he can make his way up through the field. I'm sure that that start for him and that qualifying for him a little bit further back, not exactly what he wanted, as we have some more issues at Oak Tree.
Oh, it's Castro. It's the number 36 of Castro, who is off at Oak Tree again. So Oak Tree again causing big problems for our drivers, and he tumbles down the Arder, does Dudu Castro. So we've got a new leader again. Robert Nash has taken the lead from Gaspers, and they've got a gap of 3 seconds back. Don't waste it, guys.
No, definitely not. And is Caleb Patry now also? Well, he's got. It looks like he now has Jason Green picked in behind him. You know, really, in order to get up to that lead pair of Nash and Gaspers, Patry and Dobek are going to need to work together and act as a bridge, maybe, to some of those cars behind. But then again, you have Nash and Gaspers go side by side into turn one, where we know some drivers have had some issues with grip. They may be able to find their way back up to the lead.
Well, as we have our two leaders, Gaspers and Nash, battling away. Let's go iRacing full throttle. Well, welcome back to the 2022 iRacing SCCA Runoffs presented by SimLab. Our two leaders here, David Gaspers and Robert Nash, playing this one very, very smart, not holding each other unnecessarily. They've got about a 3 second gap back to the number 9 of Caleb Petrie and Michael Dobek in the number 6. Also the 12 of Jason Green in that group as well. And with 13 and a half minutes to go, Greg, this is critical time now for Gaspers and Nash. They've got to use their head here.
Indeed they do. We can't see any of what we saw through the Formula V race, where the leaders were constantly finding ways to rub tires and of course have it all turned for naught. It was interesting to listen to that full throttle section, Peter, because you could hear the differences on when David Gaspers would pick up the throttle coming through Oak Tree, when Robert Nash would pick up the throttle coming through Oak Tree, and the differences from them back to our second pack of Patry and Dobek, and how much quicker, and we'll see it again here as both of these drivers nose to gearbox come through that critical corner at VIR, how quickly they get back onto the throttle and can carry speed onto this back straight, as we see for the most part, Gaspers and Nash maybe not extending their lead, but at least managing the gap back to Patry, Dobek, and Green as well.
Yeah, the gap changed by just a tenth of a second. Caleb Patry about a tenth of a second quicker than our two leaders. But there's a moment for Gaspers. That will lose them both time there for Robert Nash and David Gaspers. But Nash goes into the lead. Of course, when we went full throttle as well there, we saw our pole sitter, the number 3 of York Manny, his day going from bad to worse. He lost 3 seconds on that lap with what looked like a mistake or tangle with another driver. But nonetheless, it lost him a lot of time. He's still back in 9th. But critically 9.3 seconds back from the lead, and that's going to be hard to overcome over the next 12 minutes as they're going to go side by side into turn 1, or Gaspers and Nash. They've got just over 3.5 seconds back to Dobek, but they've got to be careful with that gap. But even with all that fighting though, Greg, they are at a hot pace. Nash was still 0.4 of a second quicker than Dobek.
Yeah. I mean, and you saw there how Gaspers got very loose up at the top of the roller coaster under threshold braking, was able to gather back up, and how much the draft on the front straight helps. But this is a great battle to watch right now, the battle for 6th, as we have so many of our drivers that had early issues, that had early strife. Our pole sitter driving the number 3 machine there, York Mani. We've got the number 5 of Ramos who went off. We've got the number 2 machine, that orange and white machine of Wan Chi Lin, who had that early off of turn 3 on the first lap, and it looks like he's got some more issues coming through turn 5 and going through the section known as Snake. He's going to drop off that pack now.
Yeah, another problem there for Yangtze Lane, and it just shows you how much momentum is important and rhythm is important in these cars. Yes. Not just on a one-lap dash, though, Greg. It's if you get your rhythm interrupted in the race, it's so hard to mentally get back in the frame of mind you need to be to fight back without making any more mistakes.
And this track very much is, Peter, a rhythm track. That area coming out of turn 5, that left hand off camber into the Snake area, and then especially through the uphill S's, where when I race here, I'm almost counting in my head when I give a little flip to the left, a little flip to the right for each section there. And then Oak Tree, although it's a very different now in real life with the tree there, it's very much the same thing, because it's really a blind entry onto that back straight, as we watch here now. Alex Witt still without the nose of his Spec Racer Ford, I think doing a yeoman's job right now. That number 15 car still keeping, using the draft to stay up with some of our other machines here, like Chris Mercani in the battle for 12.
Yeah, I think Alex Witt's doing a great job fighting on with, of course, all the damage here simulated so accurately here on the iRacing.com simulator as well. You can see how every millimeter of the car is laser scanned. So if you took the shell off a real life Spec Racer Ford, that's exactly what it would look like.
That's right. And if anything, I'll tell you, I think Alex Witt, with the damage that he took on earlier on in this race, might have it a little bit better than a Spec Racer Ford driver in real life. Probably the most fragile portion of a Spec Racer Ford is at the very nose of the car. There is almost a wafer thin envelope slot. Think of almost like a mailbox for the air intake. And if you go and you hit the car too hard ahead of you, or if you tap a wall, or even if you go into the grass here at Virginia International Raceway, that mailbox slot will close up and you'll very quickly overheat that 1.6 liter motor. Although Alex here has some definite aero disadvantages, he's able to at least keep that car running and still in contention here.
Yeah, see, Alex is definitely relying on the cars in front, battling away, and they are doing that for now. Back towards the front, Gaspers and Nash have actually extended their gap quite significantly. The gap nearly 5 seconds from our leading two, so it looks like it's a two-horse race at the moment. But the battle for the last spot in the podium is as hot as ever. Patry, Dobek and Jason Green in there as well. Speaking of Green, that number 6 car of Dobek, it looks like an old Andretti Green Acura, yes, if you're a fan of the ELMS in the late 2000s. But it makes a great move there. Does Dobek goes into the podium spot.
There we go, as he gets the move done on Patry going up to the top of the roller coaster. And again, I don't think Patry was in a position to challenge too much for that. As long as these drivers can halt halt the battling up there and can continue to carry speed down through the roller coaster when our leaders, Nash and Gaspers, go side by side as they are into turn one, that will give an advantage to Patry, Dobek, and Green to make up a little bit of time. But it's certainly now, Peter, with only 3 laps to go, with about less than 8 minutes, I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Well, the lap times are getting hotter and hotter at the front here. Last lap by, Fraser Nash did a 2:04.0. So as the fuel load's coming down, it's really helping. And there you go. Nash gets the job done on Gaspers. Now with 7 minutes to go, 4.5 seconds back. Is this now where they pull the pin off the grenade and start getting the gloves off and all other associated cliches? It's this is game on, really, for Nash and Gaspers. They've done a great job of building up that advantage to those behind them, but I just wonder if it's now no more Mr. Nice Guys here.
Yeah, with 4.5 seconds back to Caleb Patry in that second pack now, I definitely think the battle is on. We saw that not only going through turns 1 and 2, but into 3 as well. We saw Gaspers take a little bit of a peek going into Snake as they came up the hill, but they have to be careful to really, there's certain places where they definitely don't want to be side by side. They don't want to be side by side going 110 miles an hour plus through the uphill S's. But certainly to battle it out here, to get hard on the binders going into 14 is certainly the way to go. I wouldn't be surprised to see Nash maybe jump back to the inside and try a counter move on Gaspers. He doesn't do it this time, however.
Well, these drivers have gone through qualifying, and it all comes down to this. There's no retakes here as well. This is what SCCA Runoffs is all about. It comes down to this final. Who is it going to be? Is it going to be Gaspers? Is it going to be Nash? Or is there another twist in the tail here? We shall see. Great recovery from the number 5 of Ramos, Gerardo Ramos. Super job. Likewise for Georg Mani, a story of what could have been for both of those cars. They were in that leading pack, but various mistakes and incidents just brought them back into the order, and they're going to have their own little battle for pride here, it seems.
Indeed, at this point, there's no reason not to do it here again in this battle right now for the battle for 6th position here. They're already off the podium. I think it's going to be a question of whether or not the 10 machine of Jeff Fritcher is going to insert himself in this battle. No reason why he shouldn't at this point, as we now have again a little bit over 5 minutes remaining, and I don't want to say an insurmountable gap up to the next pack, but we're still looking at about 4, almost 5 seconds up to them.
So just under 5 minutes to go here in this race for the Spec Racer Fords. One thing that's really standing out to me here, Greg, is the sheer quality of the racing. There's zero over aggression. There's some brilliant decisive passes, but there's no clattering into the side of anyone. This is really, really respectful, but close racing too.
Indeed. And we started off the broadcast trying to compare and contrast how the Formula V's versus the Spec Racer Fords race, and what would happen if these cars started to bang fiberglass, and that has not been an issue. It hasn't been a problem. We've had a couple of issues where drivers have unassisted gone around, and we've had to see some evasive maneuvers, but for the most part it has been very respectful racing here at VIR.
Yeah, hugely so. Oh, we've got our first display of bump crafting on camera anyway. Fritcher in the blue number 10 giving the number 3 of Jörg Mani a big old push there as they come into the roller coaster. But it's Jörg Mani who gets the benefit there, and he pushes up into 6th position, a long way up to the fight for the podium, 5 seconds up the road to Jason Green. But with 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go, Gaspers holds it from Nash at the moment, but that's going to come down to the final corner, surely.
Surely, and just as we saw, thousands of a second separate the winner from second place in Formula V just a little while ago, I have seen more than my share of Spec Racer Ford races in real life to end in a photo finish. I actually look back to the June sprints at Road America back in 2017, where the margin of victory from 1st to 3rd place was less than 8 thousandths of a second. So, I mean, it is certainly within the realm of possibility here at Virginia International Raceway today as we continue to watch this battle right now with Monty, Ramos, and Fritcher. And I was going to mention, Peter, that when we saw Fritcher push the number 3 machine, Monty, up to the top of the roller coaster, it was a great move by Monty to be able to get that car low down to get on the brakes, because I thought that push was very, very late in the game there, but you can see how much control these drivers have over these vehicles.
Yeah, they're definitely experts. All those miles in these cars definitely pays off, knowing what they can and cannot do. Now, question as we head towards the final lap, Greg, do you want to be leading out that final corner? Because it's a long drag up that hill. Yeah, that's the short answer. No, you don't. Okay.
That's an easy answer, Peter. I mean, and we've seen so far multiple times where Nash has led out of Oak Tree and Gaspers has been able to draft past long before they get to the left-hander at 13, much like we see Fritcher now coming up, and then you have the number 3 machine putting out the defensive move by moving over to driver's left. We've seen Nash pass Gaspers. When they go around.
Oh, and it's clipped, and it's the number 5 of Ramos who comes off worst there. They were so tight, and just quarter panel to quarter panel there. So Manny and Castro clash. Castro goes off the road, and Manny off the road now as well. Oh, be careful! It nearly comes back into
it's a very difficult
traffic.
Place to rejoin because drivers, if they let out of the throttle, they could join you off in the grass, but certainly not affecting our lead 2 drivers. Gaspers and Nash were on the last lap, Peter.
Yeah, so I think we are on to the last lap now. As when the clock goes 0, that will be, we will be on the last lap. It's Gaspers who leads from Robert Nash in the number 17 car. They've been in a world of their own. They've got 5 seconds back to the number 6 of Michael Dobek as they come the long run through the S's as well. Greg, who's your money on here?
Well, my money is on whoever is not the lead car going up to 13, going back to that conversation that we had here. And you can see that Nash is very, very content to just sit behind Gaspers, stay in the draft, to pace him as they come out of South Bend here and then make their way down to Oak Tree. If you can stay right on the gearbox coming out of Oak Tree, you should be able to make the pass maybe 3/4 of the way down Madison Avenue here, as we see Gaspers opening up that corner as much as possible to try to get the run. But you can see already the 17, he's going to pop out. The question is, does he make the pass too early, and can he defend against the other car, as they're going to go side by side, Peter, up to 13.
Well, it all comes down to this then for the Spec Racer Fords here in the SCCA Runoffs presented by SimLab, and they go side by side into the roller coaster. Gaspers in the number 1. Oh, Nash comes and shoulder checks him as well. They touch. Nash is going to carry on. So the number 17 of Robert Nash, in controversial circumstances, comes round the final corner and points the nose up towards the checkered flag. It's going to be Robert Nash who wins here at Virginia International Raceway. He is your SCCA runoff champion in the Spec Racer Fords, and I would think that David Gaspers will not be pleased about that. The last spot on the podium goes to Caleb Petrie.
Yeah, I would imagine if this was a real life SCCA race, that this would go to the stewards possibly, as there was a little bit of contact there up at the top of the roller coaster. They had run clean all race long, and Peter, as they came out of Oak Tree, we had the 17 of Nash. He pulled out very early, hit that big wall of air for the first time, wasn't able to get past David Gaspers, and I thought they were going to be side by side all the way down to the checkered flag, but it just wasn't meant to be.
So confirming then your winner, the number 17, Robert Nash, in his home race. He is your winner then from David Gaspers, with Caleb Petrie in 3rd, Michael Dobek 4th, Jason Green in 5th, Jeff Fritcher in 6th, Bobby West in 7th, Daniel Sadro got home in 8th. A great finish from Ryan Walker, 9th overall, and 10th for Alex Witt. Tell you what, with that damaged car, Greg, 10th place, fantastic
finish by Alex Witt there, and some other drivers. We'll talk about Larry McLeod. I think made up 17 positions here today, so a great run for him, finishing in 13th after having started 27th.
Yeah, we had several stories there. Yang Sai Lin going out there as well. Jörg Manni not getting the result that he wanted from pole position. huge excitement. And guess what? We've got more coming up for you very, very shortly. Our third race of the day will be Spec Miata, starting at 5 o'clock GMT, 1 p.m. Eastern. And our halftime hosts, Jake Sperry and Taylor Burris, are going to give you all the analysis of the races we've seen so far and what we can come to expect. We've got a great day of racing for you here in the 2022 iRacing SCCA Runoffs, presented by SimLab. We've seen a few drivers actually who have taken part in both races so far. Will we see them in race across the rest of the day? We shall see. But we should be about ready to hand over to our halftime hosts, Jake Sperry and Taylor Burris.
Thank you, Peter, and what an incredible second race that was. It was very, very different in terms of what we saw from the Formula V's, the opening race here, Taylor, but David Gaspers is one of the iRacing greats when it comes to the Spec Racer Ford. He races everything he can get his hands on when it comes to this car, but Robert Nash, as he came to the line, said over the radio, "I'm not going to let you have that one this time. That small hip check, enough for the victory."
Hard racing action, and of course what we saw in Nash, not really one of the top drivers in the business when it comes to the Spec Racer Fords, or at least on the road racing side, but he was able to go up against one of the top guns, and that's one of the great things when it comes to both iRacing as well as the SCCA National Runoffs. You get those storylines where you get some of the biggest names in SCCA racing, and then those young up-and-coming stars coming up and going head-to-head. And who knows, the underdog usually does sometimes get the chance to come out on top and be a national championship winner, as well as also here on iRacing. We just saw that, as well as what we saw during the SCCA runoffs.
Absolutely, and just going through that race early on, it was very much a more aggressive showcase of drivers just trying to find that positioning. It was a 40-car field, already had drivers at the back. Yuanji Lin was one of the drivers who was expected to make a real showcase today. That tap at turn 4 pretty much put an end to that at the left hook, but it just goes to show you that you really do need to be looking out and around, and turn 1 really does prove to be one of the tough corners to get it all slowed down. And just watch, this is the most delayed issue out there on track that I've seen in a very long time, Taylor.
It really was. We just saw, just of how they were able to work their way through, and then how long it took till the actual incident was able to, in a sense, implode on it. And there you see some more issues for Gasper, who really had a tough time. We were expecting him to be one of the top cars in this race, but he had many challenges to overcome before the hip check he had in the last couple of corners on the final lap.
And it was a group of 6 for the longest time in this race that found themselves there, and 2 wide, 3 wide even as they went through on the brakes. You could see 3 wide into the opening corner. It just shows you how much respect they have for everyone else, the fact they are leaving that amount of room. And Caleb Patry, who was up in the top of the Formula V, was up in the top of this race, the Spec races as well. He had a really interesting race at the Oak Tree, Taylor. He had 2 cars spin in front of him in 2 straight laps.
That's one of the things you have to try to worry about, as we see right there. One of the first ones to go around, and then a little bit later on, we'll see the second one to work his way through. And it's just crazy to see that action.
Absolutely, and speaking of great action, Apex Racing and SimRC.de found themselves with the opening forays of action, but the question is going to be asked of these drivers in the IMSA Esports Michelin Global Championship. The second round of the championship will be tomorrow at 11:45 Eastern Time as they head to the WeatherTech Raceway at Laguna Seca. Coverage brought to you on iRacing Switch by RaceSpot TV. Incredible action in this championship. It was a 3-hour great showcase, and it will look to continue again with multi-class action, Taylor.
And of course, a very fun style of multi-class racing. GT3s and TCRs. We're going to be seeing some touring car action later on this afternoon for our SCCA runoffs that we'll have here on iRacing at the virtual Virginia International Raceway. But to see him racing up against GT3 cars is another great way to see the intermingling of class mixtures to represent 2 very important classes in IMSA.
And truly a global field as well, with the best of the best finding themselves out there looking to race and get themselves the first ever championship crown, and that of course at a very traditional and incredible circuit at the WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. So that all to look forward to coming up. But in terms of our next races that'll be here, it will be Spec Miatas that'll be jumping into an MX-5, and really it's the most I would say, accessible car out there, which will be coming to Taylor when it comes to the iRacing service.
Well, yes, it is. I mean, in fact, that's one of the first cars you get the chance to drive when you get on the iRacing service. But of course, another thing to think about is the Spec Miata class, as far as the national championship is concerned, dates all the way only back to 2006. And of course, in the real-life SCCA run-up, we usually see early to late 90s to early 2000s Spec Miata cars. We really don't see the global MX-5 Cup cars racing in this particular class, but it's one of the most exciting, it's one of the most aggressive forms of racing that we have for the SCCA runoffs, and of course some big names compete in. I mean, Preston Pardis, who is the two-time SCCA national championship from 21 and 22, just showcases the talent pool that goes out there and competes in this class.
And it's an incredible class, and we're looking forward to it. And we're looking forward to the next 6 races that are coming up here today with your SCCA playoffs. So make sure you stay with us here with our racing action on iRacing, and we'll be back with more racing in just a couple moments.
Drivers, start your engine!
For the race win at Daytona, 3 wide underneath the photo finish.
Go up the middle, 3 wide, and they're gonna crash, scramble, and hard into the wall.
5 wide, 6 cars wide. Oh, there's the bobble. Zelensky looks low. Wilson throws the block.
Irwin goes down to the bottom. They touch once, twice. Bobby Zelensky is headed to Phoenix.
They're still beating and banging. And to the line, it's Casey Kerwin. Graham Bolin wins at Worldwide Technology Raceway. And Wilson will fight for the eNASCAR title in 2022.
Dirt Racing is available now.
Welcome back once again to the iRacing SCCA Runoffs presented by SimLab. We are here at VIR now with the Spec Miatas. Virginia International Raceway has given us plenty of action, even with the first 2, but the Miatas are known for being one of the most competitive cars in all of iRacing, with pretty much everybody getting their start around here, Larry. And after having a bit of a stint in the car, welcome back to the booth, Larry. But now we switch gears into essentially what are street cars.
They are. In fact, I happen to own one of these ND Miatas. Pretty familiar with them. Mine isn't exactly decked out like a Global MX-5 Cup car, but what these are spec racing at its finest. These things are all the same thing. Little setup tweaks help you make your handling how you want it, but these things race side by side very well. They do a little bit of drafting. Maybe not quite as much as the Vs and the Spec Fords, but there's definitely a draft in these cars. And again, like the last two races, it's pack racing at its finest, and with some of the best drivers on the platform too. This is going to be fantastic.
Absolutely. And as we take a look at the schedule as well for today, you already saw the Formula Vs and the Spec Racer Fords, as we mentioned, the Miatas, aka the MX-5s, and then things really start to pick up. GT1s, we head over to open wheelers with the USF 2000, and then hopping into the GT4s, the FR500S, which is a Mustang, and then, of course, wrapping it up with touring cars later today. 8 hours total worth of racing here on iRacing for the SCCA Runoffs presented by SimLab. But just in case we have somebody tuning in for the first time of these races today, talk us a little bit about how the MX-5s are going to handle here at VIR, Lefty.
Sure, as they go down that front straight, I expect a full 3 wide into the very narrow turn 1 downhill braking complex. There'll be 2, maybe 3 wide through NASCAR's turn 3 left-hander, and then maybe sorted out by the time they get to the left hook, a little bumpy left-hander that then leads them onto a couple of S's. You've got the lower S's known as the snake, a little short straight, then they go through the climbing S's. That'll take them to the south end of the course and the very famous South Bend Turn 10. Very fast, just on the verge of full loss of control. We'll see who's able to keep it on track there. Then they get down to probably the most critical corner on the course, known as Oak Tree. In real life, the Oak Tree is no longer there. Son of Oak Tree is just off to the outside of the track now, but it's here in the sim, and then they get to go down the long straightaway known as Madison Avenue, where it's going to be jostling for position, and whoever leads then coming down the roller coaster at the top of the hill is probably going to be taking the green flag for the next lap. They'll come down a roller coaster, but they still have to deal with Hog Pen, and that's a treacherous right-hander at the bottom of that hill. We'll see who's got the skills to hang on.
We see a little bit about the MX-5 as well. Now, the big thing I think that maybe fans who aren't as familiar with SCCA style racing, Larry, is how popular the Miata is, and what is it about the makeup of this car? We see, hear the stats on the screen. What is it that has turned it into the worldwide phenomenon that it is?
Well, now you're looking at 30 years of Miata history. Every generation has been better than the last, but they're all still great. They're cheap, they're fun, they are a true sports car, and as they say, M-I-A-T-A, Miata is always the answer. Is definitely true. It reigns supreme in the real world and here in the platform, is I believe probably the most popular of the road racing cars. It's just so simple, it's easy, it's fun, the racing is great. They're keeping the car here, the Global MX-5 car, up to date with the real world car, now with the sequential gearbox they added a few years ago. And it's just easy to drive. You get in, everybody knows it, everybody loves it. And whether you're just starting out as a rookie league or you're running some competitive private league, with a bunch of guys and 8,000 I ratings, it's still fantastic racing.
Yeah, if you want to get into sports car racing on iRacing, this is pretty much the car that you kick it off with. A lot of drivers cut their teeth in this machine as we are in the midst of qualifying currently, which to me says, and I mentioned a little bit earlier, Larry, the fact that so many started and have countless hours in this. I feel like this is one of the hardest cars to find an edge in.
It kind of is, and so you've just got to be super consistent and you really work on that setup. Setup does become critical, not only to make the car feel how you want it to feel, but also to be fast. And sometimes, as they say, loose is fast. To be able to control that looseness is critical, but finding that proper edge. You can do ride height changes, you can do shock changes, you can do front and rear bar things, and to find the right balance to get you what you want for that day's conditions becomes critical. But at the front of the pack, just like we saw in Spec Fords, just like we saw in the Formula Vs, it's going to come down to that chess match on that last straightaway in the last corner on the last lap. It's really going to decide who wins this and who doesn't. And as you can see, we got some folks that have been out here already in this series in various races. Today, Michael Dobeck, we're on board with here, has already been out there, of course, in the Spec Ford. I see Wan Shi Lin is going to be out there. He was out there in the Spec Ford, so you got a lot of folks who are getting a lot of seat time today, and that maybe will help them a little bit as we go throughout the day.
Very first series I ever covered here on iRacing when I got into broadcasting was in the MX-5s. This is definitely like an old shoe for me, getting to call these guys out here racing today. And right now, Dave Chapman has the provisional pole by about 0.07 of a second over Christoph Sanchez. Elvin Wolf just on the inside of that second row, but they've got time for that second lap. Yeah, a couple of those names back out here once again. Molitor is out there. Patry is out here once again. But then there's some names that we haven't seen yet that definitely you'll have to watch out for. Zabelski is very much a hot shoe in these MX-5. So keep an eye on him. Uno Ferreira as well in the number 39 tends to be pretty darn quick. So we could see those specialists once again back as we watch that number 29 cycle around the track. Thing about these cars is, boy, do they love to gobble up those curbs, though.
They do, and you could just clobber them, and you could recover from them. They do suck up the bumps a whole lot better than maybe the Spec Ford or some of the cars later in the day aren't going to appreciate them so much. But here with the MX-5s, yeah, you need to be all over these things. Definitely at turn 3 entry as well as on the exit. Turn 4, they're going to essentially center punch that curbing there. This car just loves all of it. It doesn't seem to really slow down throughout the race. It's pretty durable, but it's just so much fun, and it just entices you to want to be in the lead at all the time in whatever battle you're in.
And as you can see at the bottom of the screen, if you want to get started on your iRacing career, log on to iRacing.com today. And I say this because if you're looking at this and saying, wow, this car looks fun, as soon as you sign up for iRacing, you can get in this car and race it and be competing against some of these names. So definitely, if this is something that has really caught your eye, if you think this looks like fun, I highly encourage everybody watching to go and sign up for iRacing and get involved and become a part of this beautiful community. Looks like Chapman's not going to be able to take his second lap. For some reason, he's in pit lane, so he will not be able to respond. Elvin Wolf, however, was not able to go quicker, so he will stay in P3. Cotto in the number 5, I see coming across the line now himself. He could be someone who could try and fight this. No, he is going to be off the best time. And it looks like there's not going to be many who are able to try and challenge Dave Chapman's very first lap, which put him on the pole.
It's a quick time, and it may stand up. But again, as this race is going to unfold, I would expect maybe about a 3 or 4 car breakaway. So as long as you're in those front couple of rows, you're pretty well safe and sound. The middle of the pack, though, is going to get pretty dicey on this opening lap.
Yeah, I think compared to the first 2 cars, this is a car that certainly lends itself a lot more to very hard elbows out racing. And you can see they've got 35 minutes that they're going to be out here, just like they've had for the other classes. The qualifying of 8 minutes is up right this second and is done. But as before, there are no planned pit stops. So if you do get a little bit too aggressive out there, well, you're just going to have to make an unscheduled stop in pit lane and lose time. Do believe we should be good for the grid here, and Chapman on the pole will be flanked by Sanchez. You've got Wolf there with Goebel next to him, Kato sitting in the 3rd row. From there on down, you've got guys like Odisse Adams Jr. He tends to be very quick in this car. Watch out for Jianzi Lin, also a name that I'm going to be watching out for. Caleb has a full plate. He's already going to be starting here from 12th position. And Larry, some of these guys certainly seem to be gluttons for punishment.
Yeah, Dibdall back there, keep an eye on him, does some real-world racing in a Miata, as a lot of these guys tend to do. So you've definitely got some names as we get on the list that sort of jump out and say, hey, these guys cross over. But as you said, if you want to get started in the platform, this is a great car to do it. You learn a lot of that racing skill, but it also does translate over to the real world as well. So you see a lot of guys either from the real world come here to practice and play, and guys who do well here that get their abilities and get their opportunities in the real world and tend to do pretty well. So should be a fantastic race.
We saw Molitor back again as well. And there was the last of our 40-car field here, already lined up and ready to go behind the pace car. Rolling starts as usual here in the SCCA, and then they'll be on their way. So they get a pace lap to try and prepare the car and get going. One thing we also do like the SCCA is it's been progressing throughout the day in terms of time within the sim here, Larry, which means the track has been getting hotter and slicker. And this is a car known to be kind of loosey-goosey. So with the temperatures coming up, it's not super hot. It's only 83 Fahrenheit. What's this going to do to the racing between them?
Well, you got to really keep an eye on those tire temps. The car gets a little bit loose. It's loose in general. A couple of seasons ago, they did another update to the car, which just added a little bit of tail happiness to it. You could dial some of that back out with setup changes, but still, throughout a 35-minute race, which these guys do quite a bit of, they should have a handle of what setup that they need to be able to last that 35 minutes, but a car that's fast at the green flag may not necessarily be the fastest car at the checkered flag. So who can come up with a setup that's good for the full 35 may likely do pretty well here in this race. Now keep in mind that one of the public race series, the Advanced Miata Cup, they do long races just like this. So some of these guys should be familiar with what it takes, but if you don't practice that and you think you're going to do well in here, it might be a bit of a disadvantage.
Indeed. And the other thing that strikes me as different about this car compared to what we just saw with the V and the Spec Racer is that those two communities, yes, they do expand pretty big. There's a lot of people competing, but they also have a very small, kind of closer knit sort of group that does stay in contact with one another. We talked about Steve Ray being involved, of course, in the SRS. MX5, my goodness, I don't think you could say that it is one tiny community. It is massive.
It is, but if you join those races like the Advanced Miata Cups on a regular basis, you'll see some of the same names and they kind of recognize each other at the front of the field, but it's not that same tight-knit community, which means you don't have those bonds and those cooperations and those abilities to maybe side by side and work with somebody to get the best outcome for both of you. You're going to a lot more one-on-one, a lot more folks looking out for themselves in this race, which makes it a lot of fun to watch.
Absolutely it does. And as they come up through the climbing S's, we'll see who can be able to adapt to maybe a few different faces that they haven't raced against before.
Real World VIR, in fact, has a pace car safety car that is one of these ND Miatas Global MS5 Cup cars. So it's pretty cool to see that in Real World at the SCCA's Runoffs there a couple weeks back. That was one of the cars working the field. It's pretty cool.
So far, we've had Kevin Parrish and Robert Nash win our first two races. We'll see who can take the third one. Neither of them in this race, though, so we are going to get our third different winner no matter what here today. And keep your eyes on a few of those that we've already mentioned that have been out here before, looking for their third attempt at trying to get that W in the column in what has been such a hotly contested day of racing in the iRacing SCCA Runoffs presented by Sin Labs. And they come up Madison Avenue, and I've seen these cars race here so many times before, but who has taken the lessons, who has figured out how to be fast around here in perhaps the most familiar car in all of iRacing?
And who can get a little bit of heat in those tires to make turn 1, 2, 3, and 4 just a little bit easier for them on the opening lap, and who's going to try and just go it cold. Could make a difference of a few positions, as well as could make a clean race into a dirty race very quickly.
Through the roller coaster, and that iRacing pace car is going to be pulling off to the side here in just a moment, allowing Chapman to have control. Coming in at over 5,000 iRacing. In fact, pretty much you don't have anybody below 4,000 iRating until you get down to 8th place here on the grid. That is just how stacked it is here today. The pace car now peels off. Chapman, does he wait or does he go early? Ooh, somebody trying to jump the field a little bit in the back. I wonder if he's going to get a penalty for that one. Green flag is out as he now backs off. We'll see if that car in the background is unfortunately given an automatic penalty by iRacing, but Chapman had a great jump. It's a battle for second instead between Wolf and Sanchez down into the horseshoe. Sanchez around the outside. Wolf going to be able to take it 3 wide behind them in the middle of the pack. I don't see anybody off yet amongst them. It looks clean, and we're through the horseshoe.
Yeah, they're starting to work these out. In the middle of the pack, they're trying to fight for 3 wide. Not the best move here, but even 2 wide for these front runners here through the NASCAR bend. Left hook is a dangerous corner to try it. They're going to give it a shot. Usually that outside line's not so good, but it does put you on the inside. Now they're all single file as we head down the stake for the first time.
That was Pena Beran in the number 11 MX5 that got the black flag, unfortunately, for jumping this start just a little too ambitious, and that is going to set him well down. Oh, we got a big accident here. Looks like Lombardi.
Coming out of the snake, looked like maybe trying to get aggressive there, going multi-cars wide. It's not going to work out real well. But look at this, we've already got a bit of a breakaway at the front with Chapman, Wolf, and Sanchez.
Yeah, this is what they are probably hoping for early on. Top 3 cars trying to get away from the rest of the field so that it is not a huge train fighting in the slipstream. A little bit of side-by-side between Messenger and Fisher. But it looks like they managed to get out of that as we watch the 8 car of Wolf being chased by Sanchez's number 2.
Sanchez, unless either has a little bit of a rear brake bias or really cold rear tires. He really hit the back end sliding coming into Oak Tree. Look at him now going side by side into the top of the roller coaster.
And he's going to give it up, so Sanchez will get second. And here's the replay of the incident. Somebody else involved, trying to see who that was that pulled a full 360 there.
Ray Lombardi in the 25 looks like may have gotten loose all by himself and took a few others out there with him. Unfortunately, that's the end of Ray's day here. With the front three still tight now with looks like a fourth car entering the pack.
Yeah, that's the three. That's Nicholas Goebel, who has suddenly became a factor in things. As, ooh, look at this, a little bit farther behind. Things spreading out. Odise Adams Jr. behind Lynn. And then it looks like, I think that is Caleb Patry as well. They're going to go all three into the horseshoe once again. Yaunzi Lynn has the advantage at the front and the inside. He's going to be able to hold on to the spot, almost banging doors between Odise and Caleb. Looks like advantage to Adams Jr. Oh, but breaking deep around the outside of NASCAR bend. Patry not going to be denied.
That's a tough line to take. He makes it work. He's one of those guys with a lot of experience already this morning now in his third race. But he's kind of chased down Wanshu Lin, who we know just had his race there at the Spec Fords. Not the greatest race for him, as he had worked his way from the middle of the pack there. He would love redemption here. But Patry now also another one that wants to have another strong finish here in these cars. But showing the speed and the grip and will hold the outside of three to take that position. Now trying to make a run up in front of Atlanta. We've got a couple cars off.
Yeah, it was the same situation as before, just copy-paste, where cars tried to go too wide through the snake, and it went south. Coates and Cofford involved in that one, both having to take a tow into pit lane. Back up to the front, Chapman leads Sanchez, leads Wolf, leads Goebel. Cotto is now in there. You could honestly say that they might have the 11 and 6th place catch up to them, so that three-car breakaway has not come into effect.
It definitely has not. It was a good job there by Goebel and Cotto to try and catch up, to make that a 5-car train as we catch the replay here. Again through the snake, and again cars getting loose. A little bit of a checkup, and that's the end of the day for those two.
Yeah, you could see it just clipped the tire, and unfortunately that took out the suspension. From there, he was a passenger, and it's sad for everybody around who got caught up and maybe broken up because of that, but at least it wound up only being a 2-car incident for the most part, having
somebody in the middle of the pack did a great job avoiding that. I don't know if it was the 21, maybe a Schwartz, but somebody did a great job of diving to the right to avoid the spinning cars and to keep their race alive.
Wolf's going to drop another position here. Looks like it's going to be Goebel who overtakes him as they come down into the braking of the horseshoe. Now we're starting to once again get that breakaway. Looks like the 5 of Cotto is getting himself out of reach. And we do have a number of drivers from the homeland here of the Miata that are looking to try and compete today.
Yeah, great to see. This really is a global opportunity for these guys to get involved. Of course, if that's the land of the rising sun, it's all of about 3:30 in the morning over there right now. So staying up, pulling the all-nighter here on a Saturday night, early Sunday morning, but showing that it doesn't matter what time of day it is, it's always sunny, and Miata's always the answer.
Now, we might have an interesting object lesson coming in here, Larry. Pedro Peña-Barón has not pitted for his black flag. He does still have time. I believe you get 3 laps before you are absolutely disqualified. I hope he pays heed to that sooner rather than later, because otherwise he's going to be forced off the track by the sim.
Yeah, he will be plucked out of there, out of the sky, if he doesn't serve that penalty. But if he does serve it, we know it's going to be probably about a 20 or 30-second penalty, because drive-throughs are not fast. And right now he's going to have to give up that 6th spot and leave the pack behind of a messenger, Fisher and Lynn, to the next spot up.
Now, we have an interesting replay of Alex Albert, who's in the battle right now, and certainly tussling with Sudik there, well down in the 19th position. Here is the replay of his avoidance of that accident, and quick hands saves the day.
Yes, that was Albert. I caught that in the earlier shot. The onboard's even scarier as you see him just shut his eyes, turn to the right, aim for the smoke, and hope to make it through. It looks like he was able to, just barely.
Well, he's going to get his spot back right now up at the top of the screen. You just saw him overtaking on Sudik. And, he's going to go off, though. And he's got a car going off behind him as well. That is Molitor. who is not finding success here in the MX-5s compared to the SRF. So multiple cars now finding themselves in all sorts of trouble, as I thought I saw somebody off through Hogpen as well there for a brief moment, but look at them all shuffled together.
4 wide.
Bad news for Pena Berta, and he's going to come out, I think, close to this group. Looks like he'll be behind them because he just took his penalty as they fly down into the horseshoe. Parisian is going to be at the front of this, but he's going to be attacked by Farr, who gets down to the inside. In fact, almost goes 3 wide and bangs doors a little bit.
Whew, there's a whole lot of bang going on. He had gotten pushed off under the starter stand down the front straight. Somehow makes it to get back on the track there for Farr. I don't know how he is still on this, but he's doing it. And you got the 33 of Parisian, who had been involved in that issue at the top of the hill, and then another car off. That's the 10 of Witt. And he's back on. Man, these guys are a lot of rubbing racing, a lot of paint swapping going on right now in these MX-5s.
Remember, Witt was one of our competitors that was at the top in the SRFs, and now he's mid-pack here in the MX-5s. He's only lost 2 positions and still in the thick of it. We now check out the number 12 in the meantime, just behind them. Neobra here in that number 12 machine, coming up through the climbing S's. Looks like it's finally settling in just a little bit. I say a little bit, though, because they were getting close up in front of them once again.
I think it's more of a temporary opportunity to breathe, but it's going to get intense again as they come out of Oak Tree, and somebody's going to have to be in the lead of this pack, and everyone else wants to pass 6 cars, steer at the back of the train. We're on board there with the 12 of Mayobri. He wants to get by a spot, but up in the front, this is going to be side by side going into the braking at the top of the hill, as these guys are right now.
Something's got to sort itself out here in amongst them. Wolf, unfortunately, losing another one. Well, no, he's going to hold position. It looks like that's Goebel still in front of him. We saw him get passed by a little bit earlier. It's Kato still back in 5th. This train going all the way down now to 12th spot. Ollie Postrup currently at the back of this. As once again we go 2 wide, and I think going to throw his hat in with Goebel there, just following in the slipstream of the 3.
Sanchez got a terrible run through the hog pen, almost put it in the grass. He had to slow up. Goebel had to check up a little bit, giving Chapman some breathing room, but all it does is put these guys now in double pairs through 1. Luckily, there's enough room in the exit to stay there, but they're going to get this all the way down into 4. They seem to have sorted it out, but all that does is bring this train right back together now. It looks like all the way back to about 12. Might be back in the continuous Miatopede. Continuous?
Yes, I like that Miatopede. Woo, a little side-by-side there in the background. That is going to be Yaunzi Lin having to defend on Patry for the 8th position. Looks like, they're going to continue it on through the snake. We've already seen this go south. Lin now side-by-side with Soto. They give each other space, but only just barely. I thought it was suddenly going to erupt in another incident. Soto is going to get the spot as we continue to watch the battle for the lead, and now the battle for 17th, farther down.
There's battles everywhere, and these guys aren't giving up. But look at this, even under the bridge, down the short chute, they're still side by side. A little bit of bump drafting now going on at the front of that field with Hall and Albert pushing each other up the climbing S's as that car's sliding. Is that the, Jesse, is that the 30?
I think that's Cameron. Yeah, I think that was Cameron that had a really, just unfortunately lost a lot of positions, but is still in the race, which I'm starting to notice is kind of the more critical thing here, Larry, because we've seen drivers that do get big moments like that haven't been able to carry on. So I think take the lesser of 2 evils in this situation.
Just stay alive. Just to stay in this. Keep tires on pavement. Maybe at least minimize the time off the pavement, as we've seen a few extending the track limits a little bit. But somehow staying in it. We thought 3 laps ago, we figured there was going to be a 3-car breakaway. Now look at that train coming down through Hog Pen, and it's all about 12 cars long. The breakaways aren't lasting long with all this fighting going on.
They are certainly not. There you see up at the very front, Goebel hasn't made attempts on Chapman quite yet, but he does have a nice little run. The battle for 22nd also has the slipstream train coming down through Hog Pen and onto the front stretch themselves, but the leaders already breaking into the horseshoe. Now it's calming down a little bit up front. No, I spoke too soon. Kato spins, takes a couple cars with him. Everybody else is able to dodge, but some serious damage on some of his rivals.
And I think Wolf might be another one involved in that, taking out 2 of that top 5.
Wow, that's One of the most immediate versions of the commentator's curse I've ever seen. Just saying how it's calmed down, and immediately a car goes around and takes out a few rivals in the process. So this did actually break them up. Top three have split by about 2 seconds from Lars Fischer down in P4.
We've seen this before, and let's catch a quick replay on what that was as they go down into one. It looks like the 7 of Fischer just taps
we got
to
help?
the back. Yeah, just taps to the back of Cotto, spins him around, leaves him square in the middle of the track and nowhere to go. Got out of there pretty clean, though.
I was just going to say, he got hit right in the corner of the car, and the 5 is still running. He's lucky, because usually that can bork the suspension, but it seems to be running straight enough for him as he is still going. Meanwhile, the 4 leads the 3, leads the 2, so slightly reverse order here based on iRating, with Chapman leading and has been since the drop of the green, but will it stay that way for long? Because Goebel is starting to head up the inside of him right now. Battle for the lead, and Nicholas takes it for the first time this race.
Guys, the only thing that's been consistent at the front has been Chapman has been in the lead for most of it, so a little bit of change up here. Finally, somebody else able to lead that field, pushing Chapman down. We'll see how long Chapman remains patient there behind Nicholas.
So, as our drivers work their way along, the 3 currently, for the first time, leading this race with Chapman behind, and Sanchez just right behind them. They're still at 2.5 seconds ahead right now, so they have not been caught. But if there's ever a driver that could maybe catch up to the leaders, Patry is the one we've seen done it before today.
He's done it as well. We watched him do it in the V's, was able to make that work. Let's see if he could do it again in something slightly larger.
So they work their way through left hook. Here we go, coming into the snake once again. Will they keep it this way? Will they have it calm for a few laps just to make sure that they keep that gap up over those behind them? Are they experienced, and are they willing to work together? That's the big question, because look at just how many are together in that second pack.
And that's a train with some pretty big names in there. You talked about Patry and the success he's had already this morning. Wan Shi Lin, who comes in as a top qualifier for this, and he comes in with a race experience right underneath him here this morning. Those guys are kind of leading that pack there along with Fischer. But if the front 3 don't do something to keep their pace up, they're going to get gobbled up. They're going to have to do maybe on the back straight a little bit of swapping or maybe some bump drafting to keep their pace pushing. Otherwise, this pack is coming like sharks in the water.
I was making noises because we didn't see it on screen, but Nicholas had 2 wheels off going through South Bend, so that was a little sketchy for him. We've been watching instead the battle between Patry, Fischer, Lynn, Wolf, Messenger, Postrup, Adams Jr., and Soto here in this second group. Up to 4th place along Madison Avenue. Caleb is under attack as Fischer's got a nice little run. We see a poke out from Lynn. Oh no, they come together. We've seen this story before with Patry. He cannot get away from it. The 3rd time today that he has been hit from behind and sent spinning at the roller coaster.
Oh, that is unbelievable. His luck today just cannot buy a break. Oh, and he was leading that pack, which means the rest of this pack now just fell another second or so because they all had to check up behind him as the first 2 sort of came together there. And now it's Lynn leading this group with Wolf, Messinger, and Postrup and Otis Adams now with Josh Soto at the trail of this. But they lost some of that work they had done with Patry going out.
We're going to get a replay of that one. Also worth noting that Sanchez moved back up into the lead. And yeah, look at that, just outbraked himself another time that he's an innocent victim. I've seen drivers, have multiple hits, just have bad days in one race and things like that, Larry. I've never seen a driver in 3 different cars, well, I guess 2 different cars today, get hit in the same spot in the same way like that.
Yeah, it's just the worst luck he could possibly have. And honestly, like you said, really nothing he did. Unfortunately for Fischer, behind just got caught up in a bit of a late braking. Could also be the way these cars are. The harder, as you start to approach somebody because you think you might have broken too late, you push that pedal harder, it actually just lengthens your braking zone up a little bit as you get into ABS. Not the right action, probably what happened there. But Fischer, unfortunately, taking out Patry there and leaving the rest of the field with work to do. But Lynn seems to be getting at it here to try and pick that up as we flash back to the race for 23rd.
Yep, this is Ping de Baron, who is currently ahead of Mayobre. down here. He has served his penalty. He did come in and thankfully did not push the limits on that one. But obviously it's been a rough road for that number 11, hailing out of Club Iberia, leading a train of cars. He's got Sudik, Charlotte, Robertson in there currently, and just as we've seen in the other two races, the mid-pack has been just as hot.
Well, Peyton Barron, obviously having served the penalty, but Mayobra, another one who had been higher up earlier in this race, they've got some good pace, so they can get some work done here in the mid-pack. We'll see if they can get themselves towards the top 10 here with another 18 minutes to go. But out in the front now, it's Sanchez's turn to lead the front train.
On to the main straight. Man, you can really see the curve that Chapman has been taking. 2 wheels in the air down through Hogpen. But we're going to go to full throttle and listen to what a Miata sounds like here at VIR. Love the sound of these Miatas. I've heard it tons and tons of times, both driving and commentating on them. We've seen continual swapping of the lead as Chapman, Sanchez, and Goebel have been kind of changing that back and forth. I almost wonder if they're trying to leapfrog to get a little bit of extra speed, Larry, because they're starting to see Yaounsi Lin get ever closer.
Yes, Yaounsi Lin is definitely getting very close back. It almost sounded like his engine was a little bit louder than the others, because if not, he's in that car screaming, come on, because he's closed that gap. It was almost 3 seconds when he had the issue there with Patry. That left a big gap. Lin has closed that down. He picked up it was about 7/10 the previous lap. The last time by, picked up another 5/10 on these leaders. He now can start to smell that draft at the back of Goebel, and he's got with him Alvin Wolf, no slouch there. Josh Soto, who's got tons of MX-5 experience out there. Otis Adams, Ren Messinger. We got a pretty solid group back there that's about to make this a 7-car train in probably one more lap if Lin can get a good run off of Oak Tree this next time by.
Yeah, this is going to get frantic, no doubt, because then it's one thing to try and position yourself amongst 3 cars to try and figure out how you want to play this strategy in a draft race, but doing it with about 12 cars is going to be completely different. But as they come up Madison Avenue now, once again, it looks like it's a good run for Sanchez. He's starting to close in. We'll see if he tries to overtake them as we glance at the replay of the 24. In the meantime, this is heading down into the horseshoe.
Oh no!
And both of them, target fixation. Oh, Larry, that is one of the most difficult things to overcome as a driver.
Yeah, Justin Hall, Beans Forrester there. Justin just following Beans right off the outside of the track, thinking, I'll go wherever you go. Unfortunately, not where he wanted to be. He's going to lose a couple of positions there. But look at this. Look at Lynn now in the draft. This is now a full 7-car train from Chapman, who had led a lot of the laps early and been playing there with Sanchez and Goebel. Now he's thinking it's my time because we can't lose any more gap. Because Lynn, top qualifier for this race, as well as Wolf, Soto, Messinger, and Adams are right there.
Chapman going to get overtaken here as Sanchez goes around the outside. Goebel decides to wait behind him. Stays in third. Little deep there from Sanchez. Ooh, maybe it's not job done. He falls back slightly. He's still going to have the inside into NASCAR bend.
Well, I'm going to be watching for Bunchy Lynn because he's going to be hungry. He had done all that work to get back up here, not to just finish fourth. He wants this win, and look at him already. He's going to try and poke down the inside or fill some mirrors. See if they can keep it clean here through left hook. A lot of bounce and lots of curb.
Sanchez still at the front. Chapman second. Goebel third. Younzi Lin, now that he's caught up, how quickly does he try and attack, or does he bide his time in these final 12 minutes? Does he sit in fourth and let those three duke it out amongst one another? Elvin Wolf is also just kind of waiting patiently, sitting back there. Has been behind Younzi Lin for many laps now, so you got to imagine that the patience is there amongst the 8-car here at this stage. They fly through South Bend and up towards Oak Tree. It is currently a 7-car train up at the front that you're seeing on your screens.
I don't know that Lynn can be patient in the middle, absolute middle of a 7-car train after doing all that work. I think Wolf can continue to be patient as he's followed Lynn this far. Why not follow him a little bit more? Well, don't be surprised if the two of them even do a little bit of bump drafting or pushing to get past the top 3, because this top 3 has not been broken up since we had an incident earlier. About 4 or 5 laps into the race. They have not been broken up. It's Lynn's chance there as Chapman is trying to take now Sanchez. They're going to go 3 wide.
Just briefly thought about it, and Goebel, I think, decided that was too risky at this stage. He backed out first amongst them. Lynn still not able to take advantage of that and can't go by Nicholas, at least this time through, but got some valuable information heading up the hill, because there's no doubt that's not the last time it's going to go 3 wide.
No, it is not. It'll be the first of many. As now even here on the front straight, Goebel pops out to see if he can take a look down Sanchez and catch a little bit of draft off of Chapman. Anytime you can get a little bit of draft, it's going to help you. But look at Lynn there, pushing to the back of the 3 of Goebel to try and take down the inside line. Likes that inside line under braking. No one but Sanchez likes the outside, apparently.
Oof, just see that right front just smoking as he trail brakes all the way through the corner, but no harm, no foul. Chapman at the front, but Goebel sneaking into second with some incredible throttle control.
That's what it takes around here. You got to be just a little bit of throttle control. You know, these don't have a ton of horsepower, just about 180, but a little bit of wheel spin will lose your corner exit momentum. So you've got to really control that. You got to use a lot of hands in these cars. You got to keep the wheels kind of pointing. You got to keep the momentum going and control the tail sliding. These top 7 are doing it to just absolute perfection right now.
So let's see, we are looking at probably about 5, maybe 6 more laps to go here. It's going to be tight. And they'll have to watch that clock in the upper left. Make sure that they know exactly how long this thing is going to go and when you want to affect your move, as we jump a little farther back now to Patry, who sits within the top 10, but with Dibdahl, Fisher, Schwartz, and Galliardo in behind them.
He's got a good group, and the rest of the group seems to be very patient to let Caleb draw them ever closer. There's just a couple of cars up there with Kostrup and Adams, just about 3.5 seconds. They think maybe they can get up there and have a shot at a top 8. They're going to let Patrick do all the hard work to pull him in there. It's a pretty solid group again with folks like Adams, and they're trying to catch Adams, but with Patrick, Dibdahl, and Fisher, you can see there's some good pace there to try and make this move.
Yeah, I got to think in most cases the win is everything for drivers like these, but in a field this competitive, just getting that top 10, Larry, I got to think is a motivation.
Oh, absolutely. You want to get a top 10 or a top 5 or that milestone. And sometimes it's just get the next car, get the next position and see what happens. And I think given the way that we've talked about Patrick's rough luck already here this morning in 3 races, he might just be looking, let me just get one more position. He's in 10th, can he get to 9th, can he get to 8th, and then just see what happens. It might just be that way for him right now. Is at the front, Goebel's going to lead into 1, but there's going to be a hungry train under brakes behind him.
Yeah, going to be able to defend. He'll hold on to that lead. Chapman under attack from Sanchez and Lynn. Lynn's still not moving much past that 4th position since we've been watching him. I really wonder if this is exactly where he wants to be, as everybody really sliding them down through NASCAR Bend. Lind slightly offline, maybe a defense on Soto that time.
I totally expect that's what it is. Trying to make sure that Soto just stays in line with him. Soto, I've raced a little bit against him in some of the public races, and I happen to call a league race that he is in. He's one of the quickest, always one of the more aggressive drivers in that field. I think Lynn's recognizing that. So under those points where the whole accordion bunches up, he's going to play a little defensive. Look at him doing it again here, just around the short chute. But I think Soto, maybe he's playing a bit conservative, doing a little bit of pushing on Soto to make sure that they stick together. But at some point, Soto's going to be, he's going to be the wild card if I had to pick one to try and pop out and mix this thing up a little bit. We're now under 8 minutes.
Coming up into the oak tree once again, nose to tail. Our top 7 just split by absolutely nothing. And on to Madison Avenue. They've been gathering up the data all race long to try and get themselves all the information they want for the slipstream of just how powerful it is today. Is it worth it to be this far back? How about this far back? What's it going to take to just time it absolutely down to the millimeter? For Chapman, he's going to give it one more go to try to get up to the front. But he's probably going to have to give up this lead yet again at some point, as we still have a few more laps to go. Goebel gets slotted back in a second.
Yeah, Chapman is still doing a great job of staying in that top 2. If he gets past, it's okay. He's patient up, but he wants it back. He doesn't want to get shuffled down to 3 or 4, which is, I think, where Lynn's going to be in a problem right now. He wants to get up into that top 2 if you want to win this race. I don't know that you can come back from 3rd on the white flag lap to win unless something crazy, which we've seen already in 2 races, unless something crazy happens. You don't want to necessarily bank your odds on that. Not in this field. Too much talent. You'd like to get yourself to that top 2. It's just tough. Look at Lynn now, trying to go to the outside of Sanchez. Not enough grip out there.
Unfortunate news for fans of Galliardo. The 29 car had a bit of a spin himself a little bit farther down in the field as we ride on the nose currently of the 3 looking ahead. The other thing about these cars that amazes me, in a real car you have a much better physical sense of the edges of the car. Here in the sim world, the closeness with which these guys race, Larry, just astounds me.
It is, because, real world, you can kind of rub a fender, you can see it, everything's fixed. There is a bit of a wild card in here in that the sim is constantly recalculating the gaps to each driver, and sometimes it doesn't work out perfect. So you have to consider that when you go up against somebody. You might think there's a gap, but in reality, the computer recalculates it, and you have to take it into consideration. All the seat time these guys have, the 5,000 I ratings are there because these guys have mastered that technique of when can they get side by side, when can't they, and how to win races when it's close. These guys are absolute masters, and we're seeing right now why they're all up in that 5K range.
All right, your magic number that they're looking for is 2 minutes and 10 seconds. That's about a typical lap around here for these guys in this MX-5. Will they hit that magic number? So it'd be about 4:20 that they're looking for 2 laps to go. Less than that for them to be hitting that number. As we go 3 wide once again, split in the middle. Here comes Sanchez. He's going to get them both in 1. Will he? He's going to break deep down into the roller coaster and just about feed out with enough space ahead of Goebel.
I'm also watching Lynn there getting defensive on Soto. Soto trying to go side by side in there. Lynn trying to figure out how to make a move up in front, but he's got so much pressure from Soto, he just can't do it. While the top 3, Chapman now down to 3rd for the first time we've seen. We'll see on that last now with what looks like maybe a 3rd lap to go.
Yep. It's going to be, as they cross the line, that is absolutely 3 laps left. Just a little bit, like 14 seconds extra that they have on the board. Round the outside, Goebel trying to break deep on Sanchez this time. But don't forget about Chapman involved in this as well. He starts to come up beside that number 3 machine as they come up to NASCAR Bend.
Now Chapman is, like I said, been trying to control this race. He's going to be desperate to get back to that top 2. Lynn now, maybe with a run on the inside, going to try and outbreak him, or he's staying, nope, just staying defensive. But look at Soto taking the aggressive move, going side by side. Now he's got the inside at 5.
They switch back, heading through the snake now. They've seen a couple side-by-side incidents there, but everybody's really getting single file this time now. They know not to risk it at this point They know that it is going to be down to that slipstream battle at the very end. So up the climbing S's once more for your top 7. 5-second gap down to Ollie Postrup right now. They are under no threat from those behind. It is down to this group. They're not going to be caught before this is over. It is who amongst those top 7 has the winning strategy.
Soto took that great opportunity to get inside of Lynn. Now let's see how aggressive he wants to be as they come to the top of the roller coaster this time through. And he's right on the back of Chapman with a pretty good run for Soto. Let's see if he can turn this into a position to try to crack up into that top 3.
This Goebel would have liked this 2 laps from now. Those drivers behind too far away to do anything, and him by himself able to attack on Sanchez. He gives him a bump draft. Behind them, we're going to go too wide as Chapman is going to lose out to Soto. Maybe Soto has to finish it up coming around the outside, and he'll do it there through the roller coaster.
Soto is doing, I think, what you need to be doing. There's going to come across with 2 laps to go. Sitting in third is great. That's what you need to be doing. So Chapman now might be feeling a bit nervous, having controlled this race in the top 2 positions for essentially 12 out of the 15 laps so far. He needs to get back up in there, or this race is going to fade away from him. But Soto seems to be the aggressive one here. These top 2 look like they just don't want to lose any time.
2 laps to go as they cross the line, and it was mighty close. It was 4 seconds for them, 14 seconds, there at the line. Meanwhile, Goebel's going to defend that lead over Sanchez into the horseshoe this time. Behind them, I see a lot more jockeying. Elvin Wolf, Yaunzi Lin trying to figure out how to position themselves where they want to be, and in fact, they're going to hit side to side.
Yeah, they are. There's a lot of movement back there. Seeing Wolf try to take an opportunity. Lin looks like he's got it back. But just watching Soto just using everything. But he's going to have a very good Chapman behind him. I think the battle of those 2 might be the one that ultimately wins this race. I know that Goebel and Sanchez have been strong within the top 3. With Soto and Chapman having been the strongest of the whole field, Soto is the most aggressive at the right time. Look for these guys here on this last lap and a half to put themselves in position to take the win.
Here we see the nose of Sanchez as they come up through South Bend once again. Goebel's got the lead. Will he give it up this time by to allow himself to repass later on the final lap, which they'll take the white flag for once they get to the line here. This is going to be a critical moment. Who decides to just lift that little bit or maybe make that pass to try and put themselves where they want to be? I'm not seeing many drivers trying to really get a strong run. It does look like Sanchez has one. He's now going to poke his nose out as they head towards the roller coaster. Is he going to try and complete the pass, or is he going to maybe break a little bit early here? He's going to complete the pass.
He does, and now look at Chapman. He wants to stay in there. Oh no, that's mayhem.
Oh, Goebel. Again, a driver gets hit from behind, coming into one of the later laps, and is sent off. And that was Yaunzi Lin, I think, making that contact. He and Chapman are now way far behind Sanchez.
Yeah, somewhere back there, Lin and Chapman got a little bit tangled up, and it ultimately forced Soto off the track. He's still moving, but he's 3 seconds back, kind of out of this. Now we're down to a 5-car battle, but Sanchez has got almost draft broken at 1.2 seconds with 1 lap to go.
Wow. So we're going to take a little look at the replay here in your bottom right, but the live picture is still carrying on the battle for what is second place on board. Is this with Lin here?
That's no. Chapman all by himself, caught grass at the apex under braking, and that caused him to lose it, tap into Soto, and that really was what caused that whole effect there. Unfortunately for Soto, he was doing so well, but Chapman just a little bit loose under braking. Chapman's still in this for a podium, but I don't know if these guys have a chance at the win. Sanchez just has to drive off in the distance now.
It's 1.7. It's 1.8 now. Remember, it was 1.2 before, Larry. I think Sanchez has done exactly what you said, broken the draft, and he is running off scot-free.
Yeah, but the rest of the podium, these next 4 are going to be tight with Chapman, Lin, Wolf, and Messinger. This is going to be a crazy last lap. Chapman may have the lead coming off of Oak Tree this time, but see if Lin or Wolf can get a better run, because it's going to come down to who gets on the gas first will win the race to the top of the hill.
A battle for second best here today for the Miatas at the iRacing SCCA Runoffs presented by SimLabs. Chapman is the one that leads the group, but will he be that position after the Madison Avenue run? Looks like Lynn has got enough, Larry. Let's see if he'll take it.
I think he does. He's trying to stay in the draft just long enough and see if he pops. So he's going to be given the left side because that's the harder way to go. Chapman gives him the right, maybe? Oh, if Lynn's got to run, he should have position then at the top of the hill.
If he can break deep enough, Chapman's going to send it in as far as it can go. Almost banging doors between them. Lynn still has a little bit of overlap to finish up with Chapman. Is he going to be clear by the time they get into dogpen, and will he be able to maybe cut back underneath? He tries, but Lynn parks it at the apex. Apex ahead of them. Christoph Sanchez is going to take the win after we thought it would be a fight to the line. No, he pulled clear and takes victory at VIR. Lynn is going to get second, just barely over Chapman as they go side by side across the line.
Yeah, and then the Messinger and Wolf there also just a half a tenth apart there behind them. But what a finish there. What a battle going on. These guys, I'm not sure there's going to be anybody's paint left on their original car as they come across the stripe.
Oh, that is exactly what we're used to seeing here in these Miatas. Sanchez, you can see your winner by a handy 1.5 seconds. The biggest gap we've seen so far today for the win, actually. Lynn winding up in P2, Chapman third, Messenger just outside the podium. Elvin Wolf in there with Soto finishing in sixth. Goebel, unfortunately, has to recover and only claim seventh in the end. So there you see the rest of the field cycling on through for what was their classic MX-5 race here, Larry. But we've seen some of the lesser powered cars. Now we're starting to get into the higher end machinery.
Yeah, you're going to see a little bit more of the, a little bit more strategic passing in that they're not going to be side by side. When you get that much power, you'll try and be a little more cautious with it. But it's still going to be some great racing going on. What we just saw, though, was just door banging, paint swapping. Just these guys are going to be literally towels to wipe the sweat down because they're going to be soaked after that battle that just went on. That was unbelievable.
You can see here's the two different makes of GT1 cars that you have available on iRacing: the Aston Martin DBR9 and the Chevy Corvette C6R. And
the noises, I can hear it in my head already. The noises that we're about to hear with these GT1s. This is going to be awesome.
And to take us over to those cars, we'll get a little bit of a review first of this race. We, of course, have our halftime team with Jake Sperry and Taylor Burris.
Thank you, Joe, and thank you, Lefty, as well. Again, this is another sense of just having to be patient at the right time over that first race here, Taylor, because Christoph Sanchez did absolutely everything right in that race. Was patient, waited, never made a big move up for the front two unless it was necessary, and the moment it went off behind with about 2 laps to go, he got a free meal ticket to victory.
He certainly did, and just a superb driving, and that's what we expect to see when it comes to racing these MX or these Spec Miatas. These cars are so dependent on just timing, making sure you get the most important run you can and take home the victory.
And that victory was so crucial in the Spec Miatas, and we saw that here over this third race of 8 that we've got coming up here today. And in the early stages, it's exactly what we expect from Miata racing. Very difficult, you've got to keep in line, and then you get the one moment in the train where you get that one small tap, and suddenly it's a chain reaction. It happens so many times, we see it over and over again, Taylor, and there's a big example. Watch the save coming through to the right, big juke to the right to save the car.
Yeah, a lot of great handling, great saving, and car control for some of these competitors trying to avoid the incidents that are happening all around. There's the big send-off over in roller coaster we saw during this Spec Miata race. But of course, Sanchez was just put on an important run to be able to come out and avoid all of this racing action here and come out with the checkered flag.
So easy to be on the wrong side to go through. Here was the driver who had a really good chance today. It was number 5 of Teraraki Kato finding himself turned around in the front group. But this is what you love about this circuit, that long rise up the hill. The roller coaster, such a crucial section of track as well. But it's that huge snake and the rolling S's that are there, the climbing S's, that makes this lap so incredible. And this was the moment that pretty much said, you know what? Race is going to be pretty much on the line. It was 7 into effectively 1, and there were going to be 6 unhappy faces coming out of it. There's the hit. So incredible action coming through there, but there are 15 spots available and 34 drivers. The numbers don't add up. So next week, October 29th, the Nürburgring Grand Prix Strecke hosts round 5 of the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup Contenders Series out there. The race to qualify for the Super Cup enters its final third of the season. Taylor, at the front, it's been about Duomas Dattala and Peter Berryman. Towards the top 15, it's been pretty much a carousel of who's in and who's out.
It certainly is. And another thing to think about, 8 different winners in the 8 races that have been run this season, with, of course, the sprint and the main race throughout this champion or this contender series. So it's very critical to see who is going to be able to make their way into that top 15. I have to say, this is probably the most competitive field of drivers in this Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Contender Series to get ready for Super Cup in 2023.
It might be the strongest field sim racing has to offer at this moment. It has been so incredible. The ways that these drivers have been pushing the margins, and they're looking for thousandths of seconds to get themselves places. Not tenths, not hundredths. They're looking for thousandths of seconds as they go through. And not too adverse to the big moment happening there. Matthias Stockbait Jensen getting caught up in that, but that is all to come along 1 week from today, so make sure that you join the crew then over for that. But let's talk a little bit about what's coming up next. It's the old school GT1s before GT1 and GT2 effectively homologated together to make GTE. This has all the feels, Taylor, of a classic showcase coming up.
It really is. And of course, one of the things we're excited to see about with these iRacing version of the GT1, it's just nothing but loud and proud muscle from both sides of the pond. The American muscle of the Corvette, and of course the amazing British horsepower that we'll see with the Aston Martin going head to head here. But of course, for these drivers racing in the GT1 class, they're going to be joining the ranks of some very reputable SCCA national champions, such as Paul Newman, Scott Sharp, Ernie Francis Jr., and Tony Ave.
There are so many great names that are there, and we are just on the other side of it. Join Peter Mackay and Greg Ginsberg then over for it as we take a look at GT1 Race 4 of 8 today.
Welcome back to the iRacing SCCA Runoffs presented by SynLab. It is time for GT Exotica, the GT1 class, where Corvette and Aston Martin go head-to-head here at Virginia International Raceway. We have had 3 fantastic races so far. This is your 4th, where we go racing with 2 of the best GT racing cars ever built. Greg, how do you pick between these 2 legends of endurance racing?
It's very, very difficult. Can you pick the Pratt & Miller Chevrolet, the C6R? Can you pick the Aston Martin DB9? It is such a toss-up. These cars, in SCCA road racing, GT1 is known as the ground-pounding class, the high horsepower machines, typically silhouette body tube frame cars. This is something completely different. We'll talk a little bit more about those, I think, as the race goes on. But this is going to be a very difficult call to race to call, Peter.
Oh, it certainly is, yeah. So this is the halfway point of our SCCA Runoffs for 2022. We'll go racing for a 35-minute event, then we'll be on to the single-seaters USF 2000 GT4s, Mustang FR500s, and our finale, the touring cars, the TCR machines, at 6 p.m. Eastern. We hope you're enjoying the racing so far. We hope you're enjoying the variety that we have here in the SCCA Runoffs. Your winners so far: Kevin Parrish took the honours in Formula V, Robert Nash in Spec Racer Ford in dramatic circumstances in those last couple of corners, with Christoph Sanchez taking it in the MX-5s, Greg.
Yeah, that was an ending that I did not necessarily expect after watching those drivers run so close together for so long, and Sanchez with a great win there over the rest of the MX-5 field. So, Peter, let's take a look at Virginia International Raceway. 3.27 miles, 17 turns, some very long straightaways, but as we discussed during our last broadcast, the Spec Racer Fords, definitely some rhythm sections to the track where you've got the NASCAR left-hand turn 3. You then have the section they call Snake, a series of very quick switchbacks, and then those uphill S's leading you to South Bend, a fast left-hand sweeper, and of course the iconic Oak Tree turn 12 here at VIR that leads you onto that very long back straight all the way down to the roller coaster to complete a lap here at VIR.
Well, the two machines that are going to take on a bit of a change from our first three, which have all been lightweight, underpowered machines. Well, these are seriously powerful machines, starting with the Aston Martin DB-R9, 6-litre V12, 600 horsepower, with one of the best soundtracks of any racing car ever built. And it's going to go up against, well, I'll let you introduce the stateside contender, Greg.
Yeah, of course, this is the GT1 version of the Corvette C6R. As you can see, they are only 2,400 pounds or so, a little bit lighter than the Aston Martin, but also down a little bit from horsepower. But this is a car that also has an amazing racing pedigree. Multiple American Le Mans Series wins, Le Mans wins, FIA GT championships, you name it, the Pratt Miller machine has done it.
Yeah, I think when you look at the results, the C6R is one of the most decorated cars anywhere in endurance racing history. So this is two cars that have been on the iRacing platform for many years and are now kind of seen as classic racing cars, and I'm sure we're going to have a classic encounter tonight as we ride on board with the number 3 Corvette of Brandon Roseborough. Now that is, well, running a number 3 on a Corvette, that's one of the factory numbers. 3 and 4 usually.
Exactly.
So that's the one you want.
That is absolutely one of the two numbers that you would want, whether he picked it or whether it was chosen for him. It couldn't be more apropos for this race here, as we have drivers heading out for their qualifying sessions here, and not a lot of time remaining. You can see only 5 minutes remaining, or a little bit over 5 minutes for the drivers to set these flying laps. And so Peter, what we saw in all three of the previous races here with the momentum cars, it was a question of being able to carry speed through the corners, being able to conserve that momentum, being able to use the draft. Here, it's going to be much different. These drivers, as we watch now, the number 9 machine here out on track, and I believe this is Caleb Patry making his way down the back straight here in his machine, is going to be how late can you be on the brakes, and more importantly, how soon can you get back to the throttle after some of these very slow corners here at VIR.
These cars just have so much horsepower that, yeah, it's all about getting that power down as efficiently as possible. I'd say, having driven both of the cars, the Aston Martin definitely feels like the more kind of nimble, the more stable car, but the Chevrolet, the Corvette, has just got so much straight line grunt. It's going to be really exciting to watch. Now, the drivers, their number is based on their iRating. So the iRating judged on your previous results. If you have good result, it goes up. If you have bad result, it goes down. So the number 1 car is effectively the top seed, if you like, but it hasn't always been the case today so far, Greg, that the top rated driver, or the top ranked driver, has got the win on the day.
Yeah, that is indeed the case. And for example, in qualifying this week, and again, not going by necessarily by iRating, Wan Chi Lin, who we've seen in multiple races so far today, was our top qualifier by points coming into this afternoon's race. But we'll have to see how things play out on course. So now Wan Chi has not had the most spectacular of finishes in the last two races, whether it be in the Spec Racer Fords or as we saw him in the MX-5s. But let's take a listen to that sound of this iconic Corvette.
I think I need a moment after that, Greg. It's got to be one of the best sounding race cars ever built.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sitting right next to Peter. He's making engine noises, and he's also doing virtual. You've heard of playing air guitar. Well, he's virtually driving the car here. Well, I guess everybody's virtually driving the car today. But you could tell that he was excited, and the noise, the sound of that V8 motor, just absolutely astonishing and stunning. Here as we've got about 2 minutes left to go in qualifying, and I think Bas Rowinkle, currently your provisional pole sitter at 140.753, with Cy Andra, your second fastest driver, and Peter, a real big gap between those two drivers, almost a half a second separating our top two.
Yeah, big lap there from Bas Rowinkle, as well as we hear the beautiful Aston Martin DBR9 6-litre V12 scream its way through the latter part of the lap. I mean, these two, it really was a golden era of sports car racing when these cars competed in the mid to late 2000s. And when you put that in the backdrop of the prototype racing at the time with the Porsche RS Spider and Audi R10, it really was a special time.
A golden time, without a doubt here, as we continue to watch these drivers come across. Now, so I was alluding to, Peter, that in SCCA road racing, GT1 is a very different type of animal. All right, well, let's do this. Let's listen a little bit more to the Aston Martin. We'll talk a little bit more about SCCA GT1 in just a little bit. Well, that Peter, and now I know that you give the same deference to the Aston as you do to the Corvette. It looked like you were having again quite a lot of fun there as we had that pace lap underway, and again a gorgeous sound from that 12-cylinder engine. Both those Corvettes absolutely amazing. But why don't we take a look at the starting grid here for this afternoon's race?
So Bas Rowinkle and Cy Andra will start on the front row with Caleb Patry and Fabian Zajcek on row 2. Then it's Christopher Hill and Wan-Chi Lin. Can it come off now after 3 tough races for the driver of the number 4 Corvette there? Good mix of the Aston Martin and the Corvette. Seth Whitaker and Dan Miller will be on row 4 with Brandon Roseborough and Teddy Burns on row 5. Then is Gabriel Roche and Sean Finlandia. Stephen Warkup and Carter Kundiger start on row 7 with Michael Day and Kate McKee on the 8th row. Then it's Patrick Bartle and Alex Ellis rounding out row 9. Completing the top 20 is Drew Schwank and Joseph Mudrack. Then it's Dustin Smith, Alex Witt, Evander Jones and James King. Row 13 will be Dalton Alexander and Dylan Vos, with Andrew Lanning, Nicholas Carlson, Jacob Klein and Garrett Taylor rounding out the top 30. Then it's Christian Arts, Nicholas Wright, David Swegg, Bill Walker, Sean Cranley Swash and Tor Tulo, who round out row 18. And the last few, Pat Labros, Jordan Williams, Tim Phillips and Aaron Brown round out a sporty car field of these classic GT1 machines. Greg, you mentioned the cars that we see in GT1 nowadays in SCCA. I think you'd be the talk of the paddock if you turned up with one of these things these days.
Oh yeah, without a doubt you would. and I think you'd probably have the field walk. So the current GT1 field in the Sports Car Club of America, they are analogous to the current Trans Am 1 cars. You're going to find that a lot of the drivers definitely cross over from the pro ranks in Trans Am to SCCA in the amateur ranks. We have had, as we've got cars rolling off for their pace lap right now, drivers like a Tony Abe or a Michael Lewis or, for that matter, David Pinterick or an Ernie Francis Jr. that are Trans Am champions that have won SCCA national championships in GT1 as well. But we look at, and here's the interesting thing. Again, these are two-frame silhouette cars, typically putting out somewhere around 800 to 850 horsepower and top speed about 185 miles an hour. But the last 2 years, including this year at Virginia International Raceway, the GT1 National Championship was won by Thomas Herb out of Barrington, Illinois. And for the second year in a row, driving an FIA GT3 machine. Last year, he took the win in a Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car. This year, in a Mercedes AMG GT3. And it turned out to be the horse for the course, while down on horsepower and ultimate speed compared to the typical GT1 machine in SCCA. With wet weather conditions that we had 2 years in a row, Tom Herb was able to put together races with a much better balanced GT3 car compared to the cars that are running 18-inch wide slicks at the back than the typical GT1 car. So again, took the championship 2 years in a running.
Yeah, the modern day electronics really do make a difference as well. Yes. I think these GT3 cars they're designed to be so driver friendly in any conditions. So yeah, I can see how
ABS does wonders in the wet.
Well, it can do if it's set up right. If it's not set up right, it can be a nightmare apparently. But yes, I totally agree. The electronics are so clever. Fantastic to see a great balance of these two cars. They're quite different machines, and actually, back in the day when these cars raced in 2006, 2007, 2008 sort of time, it was in the early days of balance of performance, and it was quite rudimentary at the time. And one time you'd get, the Corvette would get 100 kilograms put on. If you did that now with balance of performance, there would be a riot.
Yes.
But it was very much early days in balance of performance.
Yeah, they've come a long way, and they know, I think, much better how to get these cars much more even. And I think we'll see that maybe a little bit later today when we watch the GT4 race or the TCR race, certainly. But with just two chassis types, and I think, as you said, perhaps the Aston Martin may be a little bit easier to drive than the Corvette, but the Corvette certainly having that straight line speed. It'll be one of these races where we are watching how the drivers handle the advantages and disadvantages at different portions of this 3.27 mile 17 turn course.
Well, this is a special event here on the iRacing platform. 40 GT1 machines, a rare treat for our drivers and a rare treat for you all at home. We hope you're sitting comfortably. Peter Mackay and Greg Ginsberg here, ready to take you through 35 minutes of racing. It will be Baz Rowinkle leading us away from the green flag, and will open up a symphony of horsepower from both sides of the Atlantic. We are green flag racing here at Virginia International Raceway for the iRacing SCCA Runoffs. Down towards turn one they go, and it is the Aston Martin number 2 of Baz Rowinkle with Cy Andra there in the number 5 Corvette slotting in there in second position in the number 5 car. Now you've got to be really careful here, Greg, because these cars, when they're on cold tyres, they are animals.
They are lots of torque, lots of horsepower, and cold tires do not translate into an easy to drive car. These drivers are going to, without a doubt, over at least the first half of this lap, and I think varying speed up through the uphill S's here in just a moment is going to be the section that really highlights that, is that these drivers are going to have to be, without a doubt, very careful, but all the while have to be cognizant of those drivers behind them. Don't want to easily give up positions this early in the race. All right, and so as we... Oh, sorry, Peter?
No problem. No, down the back straight they go for the first time. The drivers really minded their manners. You clearly a lot of respect for these machines as they make their way through the opening lap. But Rowewinkle on an absolute tear right now. 1.1 seconds to lead.
Just that noise, Peter, when they go down, go into the roller coaster for the very first time, and you finally get to see and hear all of these cars opening up that throttle, cracking that throttle open, almost 1,200 horsepower, all between the two cars at once, and just an amazing sound. All of our drivers, it appears, have made it through cleanly on that first lap, and now that they are getting those tires up to speed, this is where we see the action begin.
Yeah, and this is where these cars really come into their own. When you get that critical tyre temperature, they're just gorgeous to drive, particularly the Aston Martin. Through this technical section here, it's got really predictable front end, and it just encourages you to push on. Corvette requires a little bit more kind of slow in, fast out. Use that 7-litre grunt. Fantastic to drive these machines. If you've never tried them on the iRacing platform, go and give them a shot. Head up towards the S's. Beautiful through here as well, using all of the downforce that these cars have as well. Quite a lot for GT cars of their time. Fantastic as well, but of course no ABS in these cars. You are on your own, and I tell you what, coming into the carousel, into the roller coaster, Greg, trying to get the car turned and slow it down is not easy.
No, certainly not. When you are going somewhere along the lines of 160, 170 miles an hour, to be able to judge those braking zones, to get the car on the binders, and more importantly, as that downforce that you were talking about starts to disappear, as the cars slow down and have less air going over those appendages, getting the car rotated is going to be very difficult. And it looks like we've already got one driver who's found what happens when you go and scrub the speed off over by Oak Tree. That was the number 12 machine.
Alex Ellis. Yeah, Alex Ellis, a very experienced GT driver here on the iRacing platform. So rare, well, was he pushed or did he fall? We'll try and get a look at it for you if we can. But see the number 15 there, Seth Whitaker, one of the staff members here on the iRacing platform in our office, doing a super job there. Lock up in front of him, right in front of him there. Is that Petrie? No, it's the number 24.
That was the number 24
Christopher Hill.
of Christopher Hill, exactly, who just got the braking done a little bit too late, and just as Whitaker is able to sneak that car right underneath him. So now move Whitaker in the number 15 machine up into 4th, and Hill has now managed to continue, but he's fallen now all the way back into 10th position.
Well, that's good to see what even some of the best drivers on the platform here just making tiny little mistakes, and it only needs to be a tiny mistake. These cars do not let you away with anything, and a few drivers paying the price already. Baz Rowewinkle doing a really good job, 1.3 seconds to the good from Cy Andra. Number 9, Caleb Petrie, who, interesting, Caleb Petrie, he's had lots of mileage so far here at VIR. I mean, how would you balance that, Greg? He's got lots of mileage, but in lots of different cars. Is that a plus or a minus, do you think?
Well, and given how each racer's very little downtime between each one of these races today, it is definitely a challenge to unlearn how you race in MX-5 compared to how you race in a GT1 car. Or we saw him earlier jump from a Formula V to a Spec Racer Ford. Exact same thing, very different types of driving, and it's definitely got to be a challenge for him. But we've seen him put that now the number 9 car sitting up in third place, but we've seen him be able to adjust very well, and he's been running in the top 5 fairly consistently through all 4 races. But Peter, it's interesting to watch now with our GT1 cars, the difference between how this race is unfolding now versus the MX-5s, where the MX-5s certainly were in a pack and very close in until that very last lap, staying very clean. But you'll see almost immediately these drivers already opening up, anywhere between a second to a second and a half between each car.
Yeah, they're all just minding their manners at the moment, it seems. Let's take a look at one of the incidents early on. Was this the incident? Yeah,
I think that was the number 12 car.
Lots of drivers spinning off. Now, this is where you've got to be careful, is that the visibility is reduced, but that is, ladies and gentlemen, is not what you do. You don't come straight back onto the circuit.
Oh, yes.
Oh, dear.
And I think that was the number 39 machine, Nicholas Wright, finding out what happens when you drop a wheel going through turn 3. And again, try to bring the car back out on course. Sometimes you just have to know when to put both feet in and wait for a gap.
Unfortunately, we've already got one retirement as well. Alex Witt is out of the race. So a little bit of attrition so far here in this opening 10 minutes or so in this GT1 class race. But out the front, it's now the gap is coming down a little bit. Baz Rowinkle now just hovering around a second, and you get it just a couple more tenths, Greg, and you're going to start to pick up a little bit of a slipstream from that car in front, especially on the back straight.
Indeed, and again, not MX-5 or Spec Racer Ford type slipstream and draft, but enough to get you maybe a half a car length to a car length and a half up when you come into these braking zones. And certainly on the back straight, it will be a tremendous help as these cars get up into the 170 mile per hour range. The challenge here is going to be able to, again, in these tighter, slower sections, as we watch, I believe that was the number 3 machine. The 24 machine.
Hill again.
Yeah, Chris Hill continuing to have problems down through NASCAR and into turn 4.
Yeah, he just about hung on to it. He's now side by side with the white Aston Martin and Michael Day going through the S's. That was never going to fit, and they both have a huge shunt, and they're going to be off into the barriers. Michael Day, he's off into the car park. Christopher Hill, we talked about it earlier on, didn't we, Greg? If you get your momentum, if you get your rhythm upset, it's so much easier to make another mistake and make rash decisions.
Yeah, absolutely. As you go and you try to muscle the car and make a recovery from dropping a wheel or maybe feeding in a little bit too much throttle in a slower corner, and essentially you have somebody behind you trying to take advantage of that little mistake, and you end up overcorrecting. But let's take a quick look back, Peter, at that incident between the 18 and the 24 machines.
So Sean Belanda in the 18. There's Christopher Hill. He's away off and manages to rejoin just in the nick of time, and then it's all arms and elbows here as 18 of Sean Belanda gets drilled by the number 11
of Kudinger. Yeah, I mean, everything that you just had, that accordion effect, as everybody had to start checking up, and you just can't slow the cars down while they're loaded up like that, or enough. And so we see that happen, and then of course we saw the 24 machine continue to have problems a little later on in that lap.
So 15 minutes complete then in this GT1 race. Definitely do you know what, Greg? This is kind of what I expected it to be. It's going to be a battle of who makes the least mistakes. These cars really put you on the edge of what is possible, and they just egg you on to drive quicker and quicker. But we're going to get a replay here of the incident between car 16 and 24. That's Christopher Hill, Michael Day there, and it's just never happening.
No, and you might be able to see a Formula V go up there side by side. You might see some MX-5s go up there side by side and quarter panel to quarter panel. But in a GT1 car at those speeds, it's just never going to work. You may be able to get through turn 7, that first left-hander, but as soon as the track breaks back to the right, you're going to see exactly what we saw there, and somebody ended up in the villas.
Yeah, they're now going to one of VIR's fantastic eateries. I think park up and have a pint and a burger, I think, is probably the best way to get over that one. But Baz Rowinkle is now, this is going to be a quick lap. He's opened up a little bit more time into Cy Andres. He opens up the DBR9 Aston Martin V12. Now, interesting that these cars in period, they didn't race here at VIR. VIR wasn't part of the ALMS calendar at the time, so pretty cool to see them in a. And that's what I love about virtual motorsport as well here on iRacing, Greg, is that you can have these wonderful combinations. I tell you what, an Aston Martin DBR9 has never been round Knock Hill, my local track, in competitive conditions, but you can do it here.
All right, tell you what, let's pipe down the volume here and pipe up actually the volume of our cars here as we go full throttle.
Yeah, that sounds fantastic. Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Can you imagine these cars at Le Mans back in the day, sitting there on the side of the road at Mulsanne as they come into the corner there? It would just be amazing. But tell you what, Antonio Garcia, the king of Spain as he's known in the competition, he actually won Le Mans in both of these cars. He won for Aston Martin in 08 and then Corvette in 09. He's driven some pretty cool cars in his time.
He has, and to be able to tell the be able to drive and have experience with both of these really very different chassis with very different handling characteristics. Amazing that of course they would trust his skills behind the wheel. But Peter, as we were listening to that full throttle section there, one of the things that I was really taken by, we had one portion there where drivers were coming through the snake section, coming out of turn 5, and just that very quick switchback. And the curbing here at Virginia International Raceway, well, it's a little bit different now in real life. Actually, it's very different now in real life. But as it was back in the early noughts, and when this scan was taken, the curbing very, very flat, does not have much of a rise to it, but you could tell how these cars would start to spin their rear wheels just by getting up on the curbing even just a little bit. And there are certain places like right there, going through turn 5 and then into Snake, where you can see where it's actually lifting these very stiffly sprung machines off the ground.
Yeah, I think that the drivers who have targeted this race in this 2022 iRacing SCCA Runoffs powered by SimLab, I think those who have targeted this, there's so much adjustment on these cars. The cars we've had so far is they're relatively simple. There isn't much you can change, so it's more about just getting that seat time in. But these cars, it is an engineer's dream, because there is so much to change on the gearing, the suspension, everything. It's everything you can get in there and tweak. And I think getting the car that rides those curves really well is really important to getting a good run up towards the S's and through towards Oak Tree.
Indeed, I mean that run out of turn 5 is almost opens up the second longest straightaway here at VIR. Of course, the longest is as you come out of Oak Tree. But again, very key for these corners that may start off where the car is not aero loaded that much, that you need to have that mechanical grip in order to start those long runs. And here, as it looks as though Rowinkle, he's continuing to keep that gap over Andra. Patry maybe in the number 9 car, maybe falling off the pace just a little bit.
Well, Saishig, the driver behind Patry, was the fastest car on the road last lap by 141.7. That would have put you on pole in the Formula V race by about 45 seconds. These are quick machines, but yeah, Patry, he's going to be having to look in his mirror soon. Saishig took about 0.2 of a second out of him last time by. Yeah, so with about 10 laps to go, it's game on there as well. As we look at the number 4 car of Youngshai Lin, Youngshai's had a difficult day, so it's shown some great speed. Their races just have not gone his way.
No, and in talking to him earlier this week, this is the very first time that he has driven this GT1 machine here in qualifying this week, and I think he's doing quite well given where he is. Again, as we talked earlier, he is really a spec racer Ford specialist, and to see him be able to jump into these cars very quickly, to be able to figure out the handling characteristics, to get so many different variables working for him so that he can carry speed, I think is really quite remarkable.
Yeah, and he's chosen a real animal with that Corvette as well. It really does need a lot of dialing in, but of course a lot of drivers at this level, they really do have, most of them come from top sim racing teams where they have a lot of setup data and they can work together to dial these cars in this is your battle for the last spot in the podium. So Saishig has set another really quick lap there. Mistake on the last lap for Caleb Patry. 1.2 seconds Saishig took out of Patry there. So Patry making an error of 143.1. So it's game on. Both in identical machinery. Sure, they'll have them set up slightly differently. And that's another question, Greg. A little bit like at Road Atlanta, you've got two very different parts of the circuit. You've got one big Le Mans style straight, and then you've got some high speed and technical stuff as well. Getting the setup dialed in here must be tricky.
It's got to be very difficult to get the mechanical grip set up. Also, obviously, for aero as well, for that rear wing angle, in order to be able to set the car up to be to handle most sections well. And again, I think this is for some of these drivers that have not had a lot of experience with these chassis, it may be an issue. Now, the one thing is, we mentioned about Saishig really making up a lot of ground on the last lap on Caleb Patry. We've seen Patry in the last couple of races today, as we talked about, being able to jump from one platform to another platform to another platform. Really, he has been on the attack, and he's been very aggressive throughout those previous 3 races. And I think what we're starting to see now is, he is going to be watching his mirrors, I think, quite a bit, as Saishig has had quite a bit better pace the last number of laps here, and we're also starting to see Roseboro get into this battle as well.
Yeah, Roseboro was 0.6 of a second quicker than Saishig last time by. Patry was 0.2 of a second quicker than Saishig, so a really good response from Patry under pressure from Saishig, and we're going to have 2 Assens and a Corvette here fighting for this last spot in the podium. Our 2 leaders, Rowinkle and Andra, they're way up the road, 5 seconds up the road, where the gap between Rowinkle and Andra has hardly moved. They've been so close on lap times, just 0.1 of a second last time by in the favour of Andra.
Yeah, that gap has been staying steady at about 1 second to 1.1 seconds, and it certainly shows how consistent those drivers are and how consistent they can be over the long run as the fuel goes down, as they are. Certainly with these types of cars, they do have to worry about tire degradation much more so than I think some of the other classes that we've seen so far today. And so, besides the handling characteristics and the many variables there, they have to deal with maintaining their equipment over this 35-minute race as well.
So a battle going on for 17th position at the moment. Pat Labros and James King at this moment in time. Two Corvettes there, with the battle for third on the top of your screen as well. Unfortunately, quite a few more retirements. Alex Ellis, Aaron Brown, Michael Day, Alex Witt, all out of the race. Sean Cranley Swash sitting in the pit lane at the moment, and any delay at all in a 35-minute race, that's your day done, really. But back for that fight for third, I tell you what, Patrick's not letting Sajcik get in the look in here. Great lap last time back from Sajcik, pulled a 10th of a second on his rival Patrick there, but the fastest driver again, Brandon Roseborough, 141.6, so he's pulled a few tenths of a second. He's flying in that number 3 Corvette.
Yeah, and as you were saying, Peter, we've had a number of retirements. I think there's a lot to be said when you leave the track surface here at a very high rate of speed, even though the tire bundles and the Armco are quite a distance away from the track. If you're heading at them at about 75 miles an hour faster than some of our other classes, no matter how resilient your machine is, it is going to incur a decent amount of damage. But right now, again, Caleb Patry with that great battle going on for third. We're seeing where he's having to make some mid-corner adjustments that perhaps Sajcik and Roseborough are not having to make, but when he needs to get a good corner exit, like out of Oak Tree onto the back straight here, he seems to be able to do it, and it seems to make up for any kind of deficiencies that he has on other portions of the lap. Likewise, if we look at that battle that we had for 17th, very much the same with Labros over King and Valandia as well.
Well, this is a very strong lap here from Cy Andra as they come up over the line. Our leader, Baz Rowinkle, continues to lead, but only by 0.8 of a second. In fact, yes, Cy Andra has pulled about a 10.5 out of him there on that last lap, and now only 3/4 of a second from our top two. So it's game on with 12 minutes to go here as well. And this battle for the podium, what a superb fight this is. And this was just like GT1 back in the day. And Patry has had to give best there. Roseborough's got past, actually no, I'm looking at the wrong car, excuse me, Yaksai Lin there in 6th. But Roseborough is on the case. This is fantastic stuff. This is old school throwback GT1 racing.
Indeed it is, and just as Wanshi Lin's able to just get the nose underneath coming through the horseshoe, was able to get back to the throttle a little bit earlier than that number 15 machine of Whitaker, and you can see then how he is able to use that and open up that advantage coming up through the S's, which is just as stunning watching it going backwards as it is from the back. But let's take a look here now back at this battle for the lead. Peter, you said the last lap, Cy Andra was starting to really close down that gap to our leader. He's got it now to within 0.6 of a second, and it looked like he got a very good run out of Oak Tree.
Yeah, it seems like this number 5 Corvette of Cy Andra is really coming alive as the fuel load is coming down. With just 11 minutes to go, the fuel load will really be burning off a lot lap by lap. And yeah, Rollwinkle just looking a little bit out of shape there. Let's see what Andra's lap time is going to be. He's definitely got closer again, and I think as the closer he gets, the more slipstream he can ultimately pick up as well. Over the line they come then with 11 minutes to go. 41.6 last time by for Rowinkle. It's another 41.6, but it's another 41.5 for Cy Andra. So he's getting noticeably closer then. And I tell you what, if we come into a last lap battle here, Greg, when you're on that long drag straight down the back straight there, I want to be in that Corvette.
Well, Peter, look at this.
Hello.
And it looks like Caleb Patry and Sajcik no longer confident going nose to tail, and Sajcik makes his presence known.
Oh, he certainly did. Yeah, very hard racing there between the two Aston Martins. Patry he managed to recover it very quickly. Good car control, not panicking there over the grass, which is so slippy. But he needs Sajcik and Roseborough to start having a battle and try and catch back up into that podium fight, as our leaders are so close, getting through a little bit of lap traffic there, and that's really not helped Rowinkle as he gets a little bit of oversteer there on the exit of Oak Tree. Cy Andra is tightening that vice of pressure on our leader Rowinkle.
Yeah, and so the last time by here on the back straight, Andra was able to make up almost 0.2 of a second over Rowinkle's Aston Martin, where Rowinkle had the advantage, though, was coming back down the roller coaster. He was able to grab about a 1/10.5 of that back. But you can see now, Andra, he is really sniffing blood here, right onto the back of that black Aston Martin as they come onto another straightaway and another advantage for the Corvette.
This is a superb motor race. Battles for the lead, battles for the podium. We hope you're enjoying it here in the 2022 iRacing SCCA Runoffs presented by SimLab. Here comes Syandra. He's going to try around the outside. This is Baz Rowinkle versus Syandra. Looks like Peter Cox versus Jan Magnussen here. This is fantastic motor racing. 7 seconds back to the podium fight with Sajcek, Rosberg and Patry. Don't write off Patry, I would say, Greg, because yes, he got nerfed out there, but he's going to want to settle that score.
Yeah, and we've seen Patry come back and make recovery drives 2 separate times today already. So no, I certainly would not count out the number 9 machine. But, you know, here's going to be the big question. We saw where Rowinkle on the last lap encountered some slower traffic, some left traffic, and it allowed Andra to get right up to the rear bumper, right up to the rear wing of the Aston Martin. Is that going to play out again? And more importantly, I think, even if it doesn't, can Andra keep close enough to Rowinkle in the tighter sections, in the sections that require a little bit more downforce and a little bit more handling, so that he can exert his advantages on the straightaways like he is here?
Well, I think this has been a superb lap from Baz Rowinkle. He's really responded to that pressure well as Syandra, right on the limit on the brakes, just about get it pulled down, but the Aston just looks that little bit more planted through those corners. Rowinkle able to just pull a bit more advantage through the corners, but Andra there, he picked up half a second in that little traffic exchange on the last lap. I think Rowinkle has just put the response in here really, really well under pressure. Over the line they come then. What the lap time's going to be? 41.8 for Rowinkle last time by. 4/10 quicker than Andra.
Yeah, and so Andra, of course, he lost a little bit of momentum at the top of the roller coaster there with that braking moment. We saw that very, very quick twitch from the rear end of the car. I was starting to wonder what would happen if Rowinkle had to get into a very defensive mode with almost 10 minutes left, like we saw on the previous lap. But he's bought himself a little bit of time and a little bit of a gap. But as they're coming up on some traffic, coming up to the S's here, that gap that he's just now opened up might disappear as quickly as he got it.
This is one line. It's one line through the S's there as well. I think Rowinkle will get held up there. Our leader coming through the S's as we go back to the fight for third place. Sajcek, Rosberg, Patry still just about in touch there as well. But the question is, did Rowinkle get held up by that traffic? It actually looks like Andra might have been held up more as the gap is climbing, interestingly. They've got past the lap traffic now as well, but it seems that Rowinkle has certainly not lost any time there, Greg.
No, not at all. I'm sure they're going down the roller coaster now, but let's continue to look at this battle of 2 very closely matched machines, the Aston and the Corvette, now heading up into 13, and very late on the brakes is the number 3 machine of Roseboro. He gets the pass done on to Fabian Sajcek, and now Sajcek's going to have to worry about the Aston Martin Patry behind. But great move under braking at the threshold by the number 3 machine.
Huge move there from Roseboro. It didn't seem like Fabian Sajcek tried to fight it too much there as well, and now they've got a bit of a problem with the Teddy Burns here in the number 6 Corvette with the number 20 Aston Martin swung right behind. He's off.
He's off. Looked like he had some issues at the rear of the car, and maybe as he was tracking that slower car down the hill, the transition from turns 15 to 16 and set up for hog pen. We just had the rear end of the car step out under throttle.
Yeah, it's so easy to do, and especially there at the carousel as well. Car number 1, Sajcek, they're losing time now to Roseboro. Roseboro pulling away, but they're going to have to deal with the same traffic here that Rowinkle and Andra did, and it definitely seemed like it hurt. It really hurt Andra more than Rowinkle. Last lap by Rowinkle, a 141.6, a 42.2 for Syandra. So is that a critical point in this motor race with 5 minutes to go? And shove there. Patry gets into the back of the number 1, Sajcek.
Yeah, and he does. He gets back out of the throttle as they were starting to get bottled up behind some of that lapped traffic. And I think Patry, being the final car into the turn complex there, into turns 11 and 12, perhaps was not able to judge the appropriate speed there, and didn't know that lead car was maybe holding up the pack that much as they now come down through the roller coaster. But Patry has given up a lot of ground to the number 1 machine.
Yeah, he certainly has. So Zaishik now fighting hard back, trying to get back on the case of Roseborough, trying to get that last spot on the podium here in this SCCA runoff event. Rollwinkle still holding off Andra by about a second now to come into turn 1. Hard on the brakes, no ABS in these cars as well, and you've got to not rush. They've got big torquey engines. You don't want to rush that gear change down too much because you could easily lock the rears under braking.
Certainly.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of curb there over at NASCAR from the number 3 machine of Roseborough, but is able to again, some of these cars with their setups are handling that curbing a little bit better than others. You can see there going through Snake that Roseborough figured that using the grass was maybe a little bit preferable to using the curbing as he straightened out that section of the track.
Yeah, the drivers, they definitely are. The fast guys really are just abusing those curves. They've set the cars up, I think, to strike those curves really nicely because they're not pogoing the car out of shape too much. No. The car's really handling those bumps very nicely. And again, it comes into the adjustment that these cars have, the setup work that can be done on them as well. But just look at that Corvette grunt along the back straight there. Roseborough just pulling a few car lengths away from Zaishik as they head towards the roller coaster. 3 minutes to go. Our leaders up onto the home straight now. Will it be 2 to go? I think.
With a lap time in the 142, it should be 2 to go. I believe when they come by this next time. Yeah, we are
2 to go.
2 to go.
Okay, so Andra, that's another fast lap there. Oh my word. Right, Sai Andra, get this lap time, 141.3 last time by. He pulled 0.3 of a second out of Rollwinkle there. That's the fastest lap of the race from Sai Andra, and there's traffic coming up. Now, who is this going to play in favour of? Is it going to be Rollwinkle? Is it going to be Andra? Rollwinkle's going to be the first on the scene here, and you know it's going to be heading up through the S's as well, and the S's, you're absolutely flat out, and it's one line too. So up through they come then. Sai Andra will be saying, oh, please shuffle in my favour, please. And I think it might well do here, Greg, you know?
It might work out for him. He might get to that lapped car as they come out of South Bend and make the run down towards Oak Tree, which would be the perfect time for that car to get out of the way. And indeed, I believe it's the number 27 car does, but not enough time to defer to our second place runner, Sai Andra. Andra maybe loses a little bit of time coming out of Oak Tree now, about 1/10 of a second, but he may pick some of that up as he tries to draft off that slower car down the back straight.
Yeah, gets a great draft there, does Sai Andra. That's the 27 car, Jacob Klein. Not an easy position to be in when you've got two guys at the peak of their powers who are much far ahead of the rest of the field. 9 seconds is the gap back from Andra to Roseborough, so it's a huge difference. On to the last lap we go then. The white flag is in the air here at Virginia International Raceway for the iRacing SCCA Runoffs presented by SimLab, this GT1 class. What a thrilling motor race this is be. Does Sai Andra have enough left in the tank here in that Corvette? He's been so fast through these latter stages of the race. He was 9,000ths of a second quicker than Rollwinkle last time by, but is he close enough, Greg?
It's going to be so difficult to tell, and whether or not they come up on some more traffic here before the end of this lap. Again, we're coming into and this is the section where that Aston Martin is so much more capable, it appears, than the Corvette, and the Aston seems to carry quite a bit more speed, as you mentioned earlier on, able to tip in that nose to some of the slower corners, but also some of the higher speed corners like South Bend. And we'll see here if Andra can actually close things down. He's really going to need to be right on the gearbox, or probably on the back bumper of that Aston as they come out of Oak Tree to really make a run for it here.
Oh, Sai Andra made an error there, just coming through South Bend just ran a bit wide and had to actually get out of the throttle, and I think that could be critical here as well. Immediately lost 0.4 of a second to Baz Rowinkle in the Aston Martin. So we saw so many tussles back in the day between this Aston Martin DBR9 and the Corvette C6R, but is it going to go the way here of Aston Martin and the number 2 Baz Rowinkle? This has been a superb drive under the most intense pressure from Cy Andrews. They come around the final corner then. Checkered flag is in the air. Baz Rowinkle wins in the GT1 class by a whisker from Cy Andrews. Super show from those two. And we wait then to see who's going to get on this final spot on the podium. It's going to be Brandon Roseborough. Oh, huge incident. That's Teddy Burns, I think. Oh, be careful. Teddy Burns and Christopher Hill having a huge tangle there.
Yeah, and that was coming all the way down the back straight, and we just saw what happens when two cars get together at 150 miles an hour, as we had one almost go airborne. But looks as though they've managed to get the cars back underway, and more importantly, I think these cars that had this incident happen right in front of them, able to cross the line and take the checkered flag. But
wow.
Peter, an amazing race by Rowinkle, really from the drop of the green flag, had command of this race. It was his to lose. Cy Andrews had a terrific opportunity once they got to traffic, but just unfortunately, sometimes traffic works for you, sometimes it doesn't, and he wasn't able to really, other than one single lap, really put on a tough battle there for the win.
So Baz Rowinkle confirmed as your GT1 champion then, with Cy Andrews and Brandon Rosenberg rounding out the podium, and Aston Martin from 2 Corvettes. Teddy Burns and Christopher Hill, they did make it over the line after that in 16th and 17th place. 26 cars finishing on the lead lap out of 40, showing just how difficult these cars are to get the most pace out of them, but that's what makes them so fun to drive.
Oh, yes.
Several retirements in this 40 car grid, and I have to say, Greg, that was a rare treat. We don't get to see that many coming together. But next up will be the US F2000s coming in hot here in the iRacing SCCA Runoffs. We're going to hand over to our halftime hosts, Taylor Burris and Jake Sperry.
Thank you, Peter. Half-time of half-time, we could say right now, because we are 4 hours through our 8 hours worth of action that we've got coming forward. The USF 2000 just on the horizon next. But what is so crucial about that last race, it was the first time we really had an out-and-out duel, Taylor. It was 1 versus 1, and Baz Rowinkle did just enough to hold off Cy Andrews.
He certainly did. I mean, those two are well-respected members of the iRacing community, especially when it comes to sports car and open-wheel racing. They definitely are the top-tier drivers that we were expected to see to put on this fabulous drive between them. And it's great to see that battling. Of course, the Corvette with Cy Andrews, and of course, Ross was able to do it with the Aston Martin.
Absolutely, and that GT1 dynamic was fantastic. To hear the roar as they went through was simply beyond belief as they went through in the early stages, and this was very difficult. You could see very early on a few drivers getting in the wrong position, that very nearly a moment out there. But it is one of these tracks here, and it's not often talked about with VIR, that you have to be on the limit every single time you go around this track. It's grass everywhere that you run off the circuit, and the moment you're offline, you're in trouble here.
That's why this track is one of the most well-respected circuits in North America and even in the world. I mean, this track tests the limits and rewards you when you're able to run those hard, fast laps, but also punishes you when you make a mistake, like we've seen all throughout the day today, but especially with these ground-pounding race cars of GT1s. I'm still waiting for the earth to kind of settle down after these engines were roaring across here in VIR.
And it was so clear to see that everyone was going to put 110% into this race. It was one of the fastest out there. There's Caleb Patry finding a bit of trouble there, the number 9 in the wrong position. But this was what the lead was all about, how it was going on. It was incredible to see that going on. But It's all about what is coming up because it's Phoenix Raceway. It's the finale. Wilson, Kerwin, Bolin, Zelensky. One of those drivers will enshrine themselves in eNASCAR history. The other three, well, they are just contenders for what is an all-important series. It is the finale. They're all going to be in Charlotte for it, and it's all about those four who's going to book their place as champion of the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series.
One thing to keep an eye on, of course, is that out of these four drivers, Bobby Zelensky has been going in this playoff format multiple times. He's looking to try to see if he can finally not be the bridesmaid anymore, but come out as the champion. But we will, for a fact, have a brand new eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series champion out of these four drivers competing.
And that is going to be so brilliant. We have reached the halfway stage then of your SCCA playoffs, or our runoffs, but we're going to still run off a bit more time. We're going to be on the other side of the USF 2000. We'll see you with, of course, Larry Lefty McLeod and Joe Peak after this.
Driver, start your engine!
For the race win at Daytona, 3 wide underneath the photo finish. Go up the middle, 3 wide, and they're gonna crash. Grant Bolin hard into the wall.
5 wide, 6 cars wide. Oh, there's the bobble. Zelensky looks low. Wilson throws the block.
Kerwin goes down to the bottom. They touch once, twice. Bobby Zelensky is headed to Phoenix.
They're still beating and banging. And to the line, it's Casey Kerwin. Graham Bolin wins at Worldwide Technology Raceway. And Wilson will fight for the eNASCAR title in 2022.
World of Outlaws Dirt Racing is available now.
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway here for the iRacing SCCA Runoffs presented by SimLab. We're at the halfway point of today's action, and it's now time for open wheelers. Once again, the USF 2000 out here racing at VIR. A little bit more power than the last time we were in open wheelers, and a little bit more downforce, but not a lot here, as I am Joe Peak, and with me once again is Larry McLeod. And Larry, let's talk about this USF 2000, because this is an integral part of the ladder here in open wheels in North America.
Oh, it definitely is. This car is, is part of that road to Indy. These things, though, are kind of the starting of that road. Not a lot of aero, but just enough. Not a lot of power, just enough. In fact, it's got similar power plant to the Miata's, the race that we just had just a bit ago. But you add to that a little multi-element rear wing, single-element rear wing, and some nice slipstream body, and these things will do some pretty good racing if you can make these things quick down the straights, in addition to trying to make them quick in the corners. Racing is always close, but there's a bit of aero wash to look out for. But they're light, they get tossed around a little bit. They're a lot of fun to drive, and I think this can be a pretty good race with some really strong talent at the front of the field.
No doubt about that. I want to say this is one of my favorites to race in amongst the cars that they're going to be in here today. Just enough power to make some fun, but not enough downforce to make it terrifying out through some of these corners. But it'll certainly be a test for our drivers out there today. They can see 6 gears even that they're going to be going through in these things. There's definitely some oomph underneath them that you have to worry about. They're going to be getting some speed up on some of these longer straights, no doubt. But as always, in case our viewers are just tuning in for the first time of today's 8 hours, Larry, we've got open wheelers here at VIR. How's that going to go?
Oh, it's going to be a lot of fun around here because they'll come down into one, they'll lose all that downforce through one of the slowest corners on the course, a little bit of a hairpin at the horseshoe of 1. But then they start to get some of the downforce back as they go through the little kink at 2 and finally the NASCAR bend at 3, and then have to dance around the curbs. And if they've got a loose car, loose is fast, could be dangerous there at 4 with all that curbing. But then the downforce builds as the speed builds through the lower snake, and then they go through the climbing S. It's going to be super fast as they come towards that South Bend kink. All the downforce they can handle, it'll take them down to Oak Tree. But now all of a sudden you get past Oak Tree down Madison Avenue, you don't want any downforce, you want all the slipstream you can get, and that's where the draft will come in, these kind of cars, as they race to the top of the hill, down the roller coaster, go running through there in the hog pen with a little bit more downforce, and get to do that about 18 or 19 times, and we'll see who can come out on top.
And you can see all the different cars we've raced already, the Vs, the SRF, the Miata. And then last time out, the GT1s gave us quite a show. And now it's off to the USF 2000, having passed halfway. Parrish and Nash won the first 2. Christoph Sanchez out in the MX-5s, and then Boss Rowinkle winning in the GT1s. Haven't seen any repeat winners, but we have had some repeat drivers out here a few times. Alex Witt, I think Caleb Patry have been the 2 that have been in every single session so far. And in fact, they're starting to get a little bit of chatter in between the sessions about who has the better average finish, but they've got to race 35 more minutes out here today, once again, to figure out who has the better finish here in these cars. It's in the midst of qualifying currently right now with those 8 minutes that they have, solo qualifying, and as always, no planned pit stops for these drivers during the course of this race. Open setup, you talked about maybe trying to get the car to be a little loose, a little fast around here. These things strike me as being extremely tightly strung compared to a lot of the cars we've raced so far today here, Larry.
Yeah, you look at anything we've run so far that might be similar, you think maybe the Spec Racer Ford. The Spec Racer Ford is relatively soft, but it just doesn't have the aero this thing does. This car here is going to be a lot stiffer than that. It's going to be along the line of your classic open wheel formula car, stiffly sprung to try and keep the aero consistent over the top of the car. That also means that you can set it up a little softer if you want. You can give yourself a little bit more play. All that does is just slow you down. You need to make these things fast, which means they got to rotate quickly and get back on the power, and that's what they're going to have to do, along with maybe even sucking up some curbs, because they are very tall around here, and it's important in a formula car to be able to get around them. At the same time, not losing all that aero that you've tried to work so hard to get. So that balance and setup to make it both soft enough for curbs, but yet stiff enough to keep the aero consistent is where the drivers, I guess, earn their big bucks.
Indeed, as we ride up through the climbing S's once again here on our qualifying up towards South Bend. And one thing that I would note, having gotten to see these things in person now as well, Larry, is one thing that struck me is here in iRacing, it can feel a little go-kartish. It doesn't sound all that impressive. When you see and feel them go by in person, it really drives home. These are proper race cars, and that's what really hit me the most. Is just like, wow, I would feel a lot more scared hopping in these in real life than here in the sim.
Yeah, when you start dealing with open wheel cars doing 150, 60 miles an hour in the straightaways, and putting themselves intertwined left to right, it does get a little bit crazy. And with all the revs, you're trying to max everything out at every shift point. Yeah, these things are absolutely as real a race car as it gets, as the guys that do well here often go on to bigger and better things through their careers in the world of Formula and open wheel. So this is a great way in the sim to get that realistic feel and to get that ability and to really train yourself on that side-by-side inner wheel twining. And we're going to see some of that, how well those wheel lock as we're into full open wheel today. It's a skill that some have and others just end up on the toe.
Ooh, Petri is up to third right now in the provisional fight for pole. Short is in front of him, and then Jack Harrison right now has that fastest time at a 48.6. So now we're getting under the 2-minute mark here, as we saw with the GT1s as well, getting very, very fast cars out there. Nick Short now into second, and Theodore Burns is into third. So Teddy finding his way up, second highest I rating out there in his car, close to 6,000 I rating in that machine, and still waiting on probably about, it looks like roughly a dozen or so that are trying to put a time in. I see Molitor is back out here. Cade McKee is out here once again. We've seen him earlier today getting once again back into the car. And here on screen is Tyler Campbell, currently in that 22.
Yeah, I think some of the names we've seen earlier today, you talked about Patry, you talked about Witt, Nick Short. I believe we saw him this morning in the V race. He's always quick in there. But I do expect to see probably Teddy Burns doing really well here. He does come in as the highest qualifier for this, having I think it was 3 race wins in the 3 qualifying races that he ran. So don't count him out. Still with a lap to go here in qualifying to maybe try and close this gap. But even if he's not in the front row, look to him to be a hard charger as the race gets started.
I was watching Campbell because we had him on screen there. He is looking like he's improving significantly on this lap. So we'll see what he can do when he comes to the line. And some of these drivers coming in from real world stuff, such as Cade McKee, who races in the F4 cars here in North America. And it looks like Tyler Campbell, good enough for 12th on his second lap. But Cade here, as he works his way up through the climbing S's. This car very close to the F4, but not quite the same. Still close enough. That's going to give him a nice little advantage.
Yeah, very, very similar, but just a different ladder, a different producer. There's a couple of cars out there in the real world that are kind of similar to this. The SCCA has their SCCA Enterprises FE, or now the FE2. It's also along the similar lines. But what it does in the sim, it does carry over some of the same concepts of how you race them. So great to see Cade McKee jumping from the real world F4 over here to our USF 2000.
So Cade McKee is another of those who has been in every single race so far. This is his 5th race of the afternoon, which is the other thing that impresses me, because these are all such drastically different cars. But then on top of that, you're having to race at such a high level over a long portion of the day, Larry. So guys like Cade and Witt and whatnot are honestly really proving their chops out here, as he's going to cross the line on the second lap, and it's a 49.7, it looks like.
I am very impressed by anybody that can jump in and out of cars like this, where, like you said, you're jumping in from something like a GT1 Aston Martin, jumping over to a Formula car here with 175 horsepower after running the Vs and Miatas. And they're so different, you get no practice time when you're jumping from session to session. But to be able to just throw that switch and just pick it right back up is pretty impressive when you see some of these guys doing it. So I don't know how they must just be sitting on their sim all day long, logging some of those 5 billion miles of laps around here. And but they're showing this week, I guess, that flexibility to do it whenever the time comes.
Ooh, Molitor up to 6 on his most recent lap, running out of time here. And yeah, I think there's a reason they call them aliens. There's just unreal ability and talent there in some of these drivers. Looks like qualifying is now wrapping up as the last few seconds tick down, and that is it. We're missing about 6 drivers or so that didn't set a time. They're going to have to start from the very back of the grid. But up at the front of it, Nicholas Short has that pole position with Jack Harrison to his outside. Teddy Burns going to be starting on the second row by David Presley. Another driver we've seen today, Alex Witt with Molitor rounding out your first 6 here today. You've got Basso and Birol next to one another. Patry, great qualifying for him here in row 5. Yoshikawa, Herbetsky, and Labrosse in there as well. Weber, Dobek, Campbell, McKee, and Mudrack. Joseph Mudrack coming in from a couple of the other races also as the rest of the field slides along your screen here today. 40 cars going to be competing out there with 40 open wheelers, slightly different dynamic than we've had with the tin tops and the prototypes, mini prototypes, I guess you could say, with the SRF out here. So now it's once again worries about those interlocking wheels when you get too many people out there trying to fight for one piece of track. I got to wonder, Larry, if that fight down into turn 1 needs to be just a little bit more circumspect.
I would think you'd want to be a little bit more cautious here with these cars. Maybe on the cold tires, you want to get them heated up, but also because of that potential for some pretty big damage and some pretty big incidents. It's one thing to take a GT car in there and bump bumpers, and the car is probably going to survive. You bump wheels on wings, your day is probably going to be over pretty quick.
There you can see how you can get involved here on iRacing. Log on to iRacing.com today and start your career. And also don't forget that we've got a 40% off deal here coming up. So great stuff. Good reason to join now. Honestly, this is around the time that I usually renew my my subscription, because they have good deals usually coming in at this time of year. And this is a car that you can hop in relatively quickly, not as quick as the Miata, but it is a D-class level car. So once you get out of rookies, pretty much right away you can buy this one and hop in. And I know the first time that I got to race one of the open wheelers, it wasn't the same, it was a Skippy, but the first thing I thought in my mind, having grown up here in North America on open wheelers, Larry, was I was like, it's like I'm racing a mini Indy car, and it made the child in me giddy.
And that's exactly what these are, and you get that. I love all of the open wheels, whether it's this, the IRO4, the Skippy, they're right in my wheelhouse. And it is that feeling. You do feel like you're, for people my age, like I'm Rick Mears or Alex or Senior, trying to win the 500, or, running at the Milwaukee Mile or Phoenix or one of those classic little mini ovals and things. I absolutely love them. It does give you that feeling. But here in the sim, you get to be in a scanned car that's set up correctly on a scanned track. This is as realistic as you're going to find, short of dropping $100,000 on a full-time race seat. But it's great to be able to get that feeling here, and seeing the real-world drivers jumping back in tells you how realistic this really is as a place to practice and play.
I'm in that same age group as well. It's those young whippersnappers like Jake Sperry and Taylor Burris that you got to worry about out there that are among a different demographic. But as they come around here on the warm-up lap, still have a ways to go now. And once again, it's not too hot, but at least a little bit warmer than what we saw a little earlier today at 83 Fahrenheit on the track. I do know from my time in these cars, they definitely need a little bit of tire warming at the start. So I'm kind of surprised we're not seeing more drivers kind of weaving back and forth here, Larry.
I think they're a little cautious about the tight you've got the long rolling start here behind the very slow safety car, and I think everyone's worried they might start bumping each other. But you can do is you can drag the brakes a little bit, helps a little, get some heat in the system before you have to go down into turn 1 for the first time. Just gives you something, but you can see a little bit of weaving there about 4 or 5 cars deep. They're doing it just a little bit, just enough to get something going.
So as they come around Oak Tree, going to be right on the limit here, and you'll definitely see some slipstreaming down Madison Avenue in these vehicles as well. So watch for them to have a bit of a train start to form. Kind of wonder what it's going to be like traffic-wise, because we finally saw it for the first time of most of the races. I don't think we really had too much of lapped cars in the first ones that we covered until those GT1s, Larry. So I wonder if there's going to be enough of a lap disparity in these cars as well that they'll start to cycle back around and have to really watch out.
It could be. The race I ran this week in the qualifying, I was not on pace with the front runners, to say the least. I didn't get lapped, but I could easily see. It wouldn't take much, especially if somebody that has an off and a back on and gets themselves down the field a little bit. They might find themselves with the lead pack coming up on them. So hopefully everyone's got their F3 relative screen on so they know what's happening around them, and if they see those cars in red coming, to maybe yield a little bit, keep the lead, keep the lead battle among the lead cars only.
Okay, they have come through the roller coaster and it's into Hogpen. The iRacing pace car is going to unleash Nick Short in just a moment, as he will have control of the field once that pace car is in. Gets to determine when he wants to go. Looks like there goes the pace car now. It's a long wait. He's giving it some time. He's making them check up here a little bit, and we are on our way as the green flag is out. Nick Short with a decent start, but he's got to worry about Harrison, who's still relatively close behind him. He leaves the door open. Now he starts to cover off on the inside. Presley tries to go the long way around, almost 3 wide for a moment there for second place, as that's Alex Witt going to get second place with a nice move.
Yeah, heck of a move there. That's Teddy Burns up into second there in
yes.
number 2. Yeah, great move there from the second row to take the inside line, the shortest distance, all the way up to 2. They are now all single file and just a little bit of curb there. Not nearly as much curb as we saw in either the GT1s or the Miatas earlier today. But these guys just touching that a little bit. Oh, we got Rex at the back.
Oh, Dobeck, I think, involved in that. I see LaBrosse as well. Well, they made it through turn 1. It was later on in the lap that cost them trouble. We did have, I think, about 3 or 4 drivers that started from pit lane, just trying to avoid any sort of chaos like that. And didn't have too much, so I'm not sure if that will wind up paying off to them. We'll see as the race carries on. Up and around Oak Tree for the first time in anger. Oh, our leader goes off. Nicholas Short is into the tire barriers. Basso also is victim to it. Oh my goodness, a critical error right on the first lap.
Oh, that is another one off too. There's a whole bunch there. I would say real life there might be some oil down, but I think what's going on is it's just a little bit of cold tires for everyone trying to get to grips, no pun intended, with how the car is going to break in the opening lap. And a few of them just found out that there's not much there. They didn't do enough of that little bit of warm up on the warm up lap. They're now learning that lesson the hard way.
I'm seeing a little damage on the nose of the 6 car, former leader. But I think otherwise he got away with it. He's still running in about 13th. Did a good job to recover here. The question is if he has the pace in the car still, with that wing being slightly bent up and some cars really pushing the limit coming out of Hogpen there.
Yeah, and again, that's a Molitor there. Looks like in the 11 it was struggling. I didn't quite catch the number of the other one. Might have been the 12 of Hubresi. Yeah, they're all just struggling a little bit, and I wonder if they're all tried to get away with a super low downforce setup here, and they're realizing that, especially in the opening laps with no grip, you need to rely on tires, and it's not there. And they're paying that price. The only one seems to have it really under control are your top 3, Burns, Harrison, and Witt, now pulling away from the pack just a bit.
And the unfortunate news as we go to the replay here up into Oak Tree Corner is that Nick Short's race lived up to his name. There he goes, just a little bobble. He had a meatball flag because of this. Too much damage, and he was forced to come in for repairs because the car was considered a danger. Must have hit the suspension. Oh, I didn't see that part. The 29, unfortunately, flying into
Ray
the car.
Glevin.
Yeah. Oh.
And Ray, one of our SCCA real-world racers, runs at the Runoffs, in fact, and I think he was running at T4, I think, a couple of years ago. Unfortunately, his race may have come to an end, or at least pretty far down the path.
Well, as Molitor battles now with Rob in that number 12, looks like they're going to continue this on up the back stretch. He's definitely weaving back and forth, trying to figure out which is the best way to go on this one. It eventually settles on the right-hand side, as the 12 is going to have a hard time holding on to this. From what we've seen, right-hand side is where you want to be, under braking into the roller coaster. As they finally get down there, they stay side by side. Molitor doesn't have it done. Fighting back, it looks like the 12 is going to sneak back into P8.
Oh, great job there by Hubresi to be able to hold that outside line at the top of the hill and then turn to the inside as they run down that roller coaster. Great job there. Those two battling. Unfortunately, that just means they're a little further behind the top 7. Might need to work together a little bit because this field now starts to really get the rock spinning, as they say, and pick up pace as the front 3 start to lay down quickest laps. The ones behind them are starting to get into that groove.
You can see that battle for 10th is Weber and Mudrat going wheel to wheel, along with this battle between McKee and Shepard as they file their way past the horseshoe once again. Oh, single file is going to send Shepard off. Shepard unfortunately thought he had some room to brake, and on the outside of NASCAR Bend, he just got fed into the green stuff.
Oh, man, So much binding the grass and a lot of contact as he's trying to still find his way back on here at left hook. Trying to do it safely, but as safe, I guess, as you could do it.
Yeah, I think he did that in a pretty relatively safe way, but it does force the car off that he was with as Nelson just got shoved off. But we're back up at the front, going around the outside. Burns is having to defend. I was about to say he's probably grateful that he made that pass when he did, because that gave him the lead. But I think that was a lapped car, actually, that he was with. Yes, indeed, that was Mahaffey there that they were going through. But this blocked up the likes of Harrison, Larry, and now Witt's all over him.
Yeah, you were saying, was lap traffic going to be a part of this? Here we are, just a handful of laps in. We already have lap traffic coming into it as things have really gapped up. But this front three are just in a heated battle, and somebody just went off in the background there.
And Mahaffey once again. And, oh, don't come back on the track. Don't come back on the track. He came back on the track, and thankfully nobody hit him. And that was mighty scary if you're Rafael Caballero in the 24. But looks like they're going to get away with it for the time being.
Yeah, that is some dangerous stuff going on there as Weber now trying to get around him. And that scared the whole top 10 there as they've all now look like they've made their way past him. As the front three just nose to tail, Burns, Harrison, and Witt.
They've broken away from Patry by about 1.8 seconds. In fact, I think Caleb right now is probably happy that he has nobody around him to try and shove him off the track coming through the roller coaster at this point. Maybe he can catch up to these guys a little later in the race and make it a battle for the potential win. But there you see, as we ride on board with third, that is Harrison and Burns directly in front of us.
Really wonder if any of those guys have real pace here, because they're, like we had seen with the Bs, the Miatas, the Spec Fords, there's a whole lot of little bump draft, side by side, all the pushes. You look at these front three, they're just a train. No one wants to step out, no one wants to change the flow right now. A little further down the pack, they might be doing that, but the front three looks like they want to just get to the last 3 laps and then sort it out and not give the likes of Patrick, Presley, and Viral or anybody behind them any sort of chance.
Oh, Harrison just had a wreck. Harrison, unfortunately, who was in second place, is our latest victim of Oak Tree, and he's missing the front wing. So the 8 car is discovering just how tricky it is, as it already had our pole sitter slide off in the very first lap, and now on lap 4, it claims another.
Yeah, it is unbelievable how many times we're seeing cars just losing it going into Oak Tree. It does sort of look a little bit like the real SCCA Runoffs in that P2 race where it was raining at Oak Tree, dry all the way at the north end by the paddock and by the pit lane, and no one could make the brakes and turn on dry tires at Oak Tree. It's kind of having the same thing here. It's amazing how realistic the sim can be with all these drivers going off at Oak Tree, ending their days prematurely. And so now we've got a 2-car fight for the lead, and everyone else just on the outside looking in.
Yeah, this is Yoshikawa and Molitor that are fighting for 6th position that you see on your screen right now. And just ahead of them looks like Presley's having to fight off Birol for that 4th position on top of things. So 2 pairs of battlers, but I'm starting to notice one of the trends in this race specifically seems, Larry, to be the attrition. Keep it on the black stuff and you're probably in for a decent finish.
Oh, it's amazing how well that strategy can play out for you. I know from my own performance in the Spec Ford race. Just stick with it and you'll never believe how far you can move. And that's what's happening, is these drivers are taking themselves out. You could have started this race 10th, 15th, and you could find yourselves in maybe even a potential podium, but at least a good top 5 if you could just keep it clean, which goes back to your setup. Are you a high-risk, high-reward, low downforce setup? Or are you going to come in with this with a little bit of downforce, make it easier to drive, easier to stay on the black stuff, not the green stuff, and maybe give yourself a chance at the end of this race? So I think what we may be seeing is a little bit of that playing out here. Some of these drivers who are a little bit more conservative, sticking around and seeing how far up they can go.
Watching the Texas driver of Cade McKee here, who comes from his real Formula 4 to try and race the USF 2000. That's Campbell just in front of him, fighting for 12th position currently, but we jump on up ahead in this intense battle between Birol, Presley, and now Molitor has caught them and brought Yoshikawa with them. What was 2 pairs has become a straight 4.
Yeah, just see them coming down, not using all the same curbing like they were in the Miatas earlier, but these guys now fighting for what looks to be maybe potential podium if they can they get up into that rank there. They may have to do a little bit of working together. Not sure if they'll want to, Somebody's going to say, hey, I'll take the lead, you guys follow me. But here they are even poking out, coming down into one to see if there's any opportunity. It doesn't look like there is on this lap for Presley.
Yeah, that's Presley in the green and yellow, who took a little bit of a look, maybe just showing himself in the mirror of Birol for the time being, seeing if he can maybe shake a mistake out of him, but no such luck this time by. They come into left hook. Herbex looks like he's starting to catch up behind them as well, and he's starting to become a factor in this, so this could become 5 cars fighting for position. This is Molitor that you see in the bright pink machine, now closing up on Presley, and as he starts to get into that rear gearbox, it looks like he's going to back out of it by the time they hit South Bend. Wondered how much he was going to press this.
We can flash back up to the leaders now as Witt is staying within range there of Burns. Burns has been in control of the race since about the second lap when this turned into a 2-car field, and he wants to try and keep it that way, but Witt's not going anywhere. Witt has been pretty fast already in all the races so far today. Maybe this is the one where he can get himself into that podium position, but he's not leaving any chances. He's going to stay in the draft and make sure that Patry and the rest of the gang back there stays right where they are and doesn't have a chance to get up into the top 2. But Witt definitely getting in the groove now. He switched from car to car. We talked about how difficult it was. Witt's doing it again. Maybe he just needed the first 10 minutes to get into that groove, but now he looks like he's got his sights in the back of Burns and doesn't want to let go.
And he has unfinished business, let's not forget, does Alex Witt, because remember the finish that we saw in the Formula V's, the very first thing today, and the very next open wheel car, well, he sits in second place. For those of you that missed it, here was the finish, and at the line, he was inches away from claiming a victory.
So close. He doesn't want to finish second again. He would love that top step, and now that he's into the groove here in this Formula car, maybe he's going to have a chance. And again, that's how these cars will play out. I mentioned it when we were talking about it, the Miatas. Your setup, whether it's a fast setup at the beginning of the race on cold tires or a fast setup at the end of the race on hot, worn tires, maybe Witt's got himself a car that's ready for the long race, and staying within the gap of the leader there within a second is a great place to be, and I'm sure he's looking over his shoulder knowing that Patry's back there, doesn't want to give it a chance. He's seen a lot of Patry already today, doesn't want to see any more of them, but he's definitely got his groove going. Now we'll see how well that car drives in the wash, the aero wash behind Burns.
Something they definitely experience in these cars, not to the biggest of degrees, but certainly will cause you a little bit of headache once you get right up underneath that car ahead. And you can see him try to pull that draft down Madison Avenue as they weave back and forth, and Alex tries to stay as much in the tire tracks as he can. We're going to ride in the tire tracks as well as we go full throttle here for the USF 2000s. sounds here on iRacing with the cars of the USF 2000. With our 5th race of the day in the iRacing SCCA Runoffs presented by SimLab. And, well, up here at the very front, things are getting a little bit more uncomfortable if you are Theodore Burns. It's down to about 0.3 of a second, and Alex Witt has been chipping away bit by bit, because this was about 0.8 of a second not long ago?
It was, and Witt now has it down to under 0.4. He's just getting more comfortable sitting closer behind Burns. He's testing the waters a little bit, especially these aero cars. You don't necessarily want to be all the way underneath their gearbox all the time, but you want to test to see how close you can get and keep some of that grip. He's learning that he can get within 0.4. It doesn't hurt him too bad. I'm curious what he thinks about down at Oak Tree in that hairpin, because we saw a lot of cars going up in traffic. Tells me that maybe they were getting a bit of an understeer push when they were tucked underneath somebody else's wing. Witt's going to be cautious of that here at this stage, still just kind of feeling things out here at about halfway point of the race. So just not willing to push, not willing to fight for the lead, but willing to collect as much data as he can.
Also, you can see on the bottom of your screen that battle for 4th being led by Molitor. That's Biro, Yoshikawa, and Hubretz, who are all trying to catch up to him. So we lost one of our cars from that fight that we had a little bit earlier, because remember, there was 5 of them up there. Not sure what happened. Looks like we lost Presley amongst them. But coming down along the back stretch, looking for the brake marker into the roller coaster. Molitor not going to be under threat quite yet, as Biro isn't near close enough to try and make an attack. But I wonder down into the horseshoe here. Look at Witt there on the top, Larry. He seems a lot closer this time.
He does. I don't know that he's going to be willing to try, but he's certainly willing to stay close. He's very comfortable back there. Maybe he is going to try at least to fill some mirrors a little bit, as they say, now on the outside going into 1.
He forced Theodore to go defensive that time. That's definitely the most significant, I think, there, is that he does not feel safe with him quite that close at this point. And now he knows about the distance he needs to be to try and get that little bit of overlap into the first corner. As we hop on board here with Alex Witt, watching him take us through the snake and up the hill.
See, he's there, and behind them, you know that Caleb Patrick's sitting there saying next to his sim, come on guys, fight, 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 just push them. Anything he can get them to do that'll slow them down, because Patrick's had pretty good pace, but he's running by himself. He doesn't have anybody to kind of give him a push draft or a full draft, and he's just sitting back 5 seconds. These guys aren't fighting because Witt's just taking his time. The hometown boy here just outside of this track. Again, it's Virginia International Raceway, but you pull out of the exit gate, you go about a quarter mile, you're in North Carolina. So it is right there, the Carolina region's home track, and I'm sure he feels very comfortable here at VIR. Comfortable enough that at the halfway point, he's just going to be sitting back and waiting to maybe pounce. Maybe he'll try a few more things, but he's collecting all the data he can as this race gets into the second half.
A nice little run. I didn't think he was going to try and go for it here. Just didn't have the overlap he really would have wanted up into the roller coaster. But here comes Lundberg. This is another lapped car just in front of him, running 28th currently. As they exit out of the hog pen, he's going to stay off to the side. Yes, this is the sort of sportsmanship we love to see. Even at this level of racing, the drivers know better to try and let the leaders by, since he's not racing anyone.
Yeah, Lundberg doing his thing. I think he actually chose to start from the pits, I think. He's been talking about this race, knew that he wasn't going to be on pace, but wanted to stay out of the leaders, did a great job there of building them, making sure their battle wasn't interrupted, and he's going to go on with his own pace, while these two, and Witt now even closer. Now he's about a car length back. He had been 2 or 3 car lengths, but you can see a little bit of aero. Still the car sliding around a lot. Wants to keep his tires nice and at the right temp under him to make the move when it's time, or maybe when Burns gives him an opportunity. Right now, content to sit back.
Content enough, at least. 16 more minutes left to go. We're past the halfway mark. I've been half watching this, and I've also been watching the one that we had on screen before between Molitor, Birol, Yoshikawa, and Co. Because that hasn't gone away, but it's also not as exciting right now. Things just kind of simmering out there, and I'm wondering if that aero wake is what's causing this, Lefty, that maybe drivers are just kind of, like you said, biding their time, waiting for something to either open up very clearly or just maybe later in the race.
I think it's a couple of things. I think a bit of that is the aero thing, so it's hard to make a move. But at the same time, at this stage of the race, you're trying to get towards the end. And if you're Molitor, Burrell, Yokosawa, you're sitting there saying, you know what, maybe if we work together, we can catch Patry for a podium. And if you're the top two, you're looking back and saying, let's not give Patry a chance to win this race. So everyone's worried because Patry's the bridge. He's 4 seconds off the lead and 4 seconds in front of that battle for fourth, all by himself. And he's making everyone worried because if there was 9 seconds between, heck, the group for the the 4th through 7th battle would be fighting it out because 9 seconds is not going to overcome that. And the top two would probably dice it out more because they're not under threat. But the fact that Patry's just 4 seconds or so back says there's some threat there. Speaking of threat, Witt now pushing Burns to the inside every lap on turn 1.
And with more lap traffic coming up in front of them, we wondered if this would play a part. It already has been something that they've had to overtake a number of times here, but considering Witt needs maybe just a little bit of help to put himself into the right position, could he use one of these cars as a pick? Dobek is the one in front of them, as on the bottom we see the race for fourth that we were talking about earlier between Molitor and Birol, and then back there, there's a battle for 12th between Christopher Charno and Cade McKee.
Yeah, Dobek wisely moving out of the way, letting these two to play on through, as they say. And Dobek, a veteran around here on the sim, running a lot of spec Ford. Saw him earlier, I believe it was a top 10 finish in that race. And just not having the day he wants here, but certainly keeping his head up about him and making sure that these leaders get to play through. But look at that whip, 3/10 off of Burns as they head down Madison Avenue. Let's see, he's going to test the water and see how close he can get, because this will start to tell you and indicate, can I pull this off in 3/10 back on a last lap dash?
He's got the run. Ooh, he's been given the right side, though. Door was left open by Burns, but he lifts out of it, and he's not going to make the move quite yet. That was interesting. We've seen this a couple times now, where the driver defending leaves what is traditionally considered the desired line open.
I'm very surprised to see that. My only thought is that Burns was kind of getting lulled to sleep, thinking that Witt wasn't going to make a move. He hasn't made a move at all, and Witt may have showed his hand too early. That might have been something he could have waited on. But again, look at this, doing the same thing he's done the previous laps, coming down into one and pushing Burns to the inside. But yeah, at the top of roller coaster, Witt either could have pushed harder or maybe held that move for later in the race, didn't need to show his hand. But now he knows he can get alongside Burns if he's 3.5 tenths back at the Oak Tree.
Definitely braking a little bit early, and something happened to our battle there. It looks like side-by-side produced an off there for Charno in the 26, so that's why suddenly there's a single car. Looks like we got a replay of the incident, and once again, it is into the roller coaster here, Larry. Just so hard to try and fight wheel to wheel in this corner.
It absolutely is. Contact isn't like it is in a Miata where you can bounce off, and here, that's a little bit of grass on the inside. Looked like all by himself, in fact. Tried to avoid contact and put himself to the right side under braking. Don't know if he got all the way to the wall, but certainly lost a lot of traction.
Unforced error there, unfortunately, for Charno. Meanwhile, Witt still within a couple tenths of a second, but so is Birol on Molitor. Has not been able to overtake him. Problem is for Kevin, the second he makes a move, Nagisa is right there behind him, ready to try and snatch up the spot.
Well, take a look. We've got Witt now actually executing the move, but not all the way, as Burns is going to try and slap over, shut the door as they go down the roller coaster again. That was as close as Witt has been. And now I'm wondering if Burns knows the move is coming. He's going to be a lot more defensive the next time up there.
Well, and this makes me wonder if this is a slipstream battle now. Is this Alex Witt trying to play him for a dummy? Just let him keep the lead and figure out just when he can do this and attack and try and get through. He keeps braking that little bit early. This time he's going to hold the outside, going through the horseshoe, and he is going to allow Burns to feed back into the lead.
And he's giving Burns just a little bit, and I'm wondering at some point, is he going to try and give him the bit of a fake move and maybe make Burns think he's going to go left and instead go right down that front straight. We'll see if that's something he's setting up for. But coming down the back straight, he's now gone to the right of Burns twice, and Burns has sort of let him. Let's see if Burns changes his tune and stays track right the next time down Madison Avenue. But even here, down the short street under the bridge, Witt has some better speed in that draft. He's not going to go side by side to give anything up, but he's certainly willing to let Burns know that he's there and ready to pounce if he needs to.
I'm starting to think that Alex did indeed learn his lesson from that Formula V race, and he is trying to set himself up here. This is incredible, the patience that he has been showing, despite having some chances to make this a really fierce fight for position. They're still about 5 seconds ahead of Patry, so they're not really under threat. Here's another run. This will be telling. If he gets side by side again and still backs out of it, I think he's playing games with him. This time he's fully side by side, had a nose almost ahead, and definitely braked a little bit early there.
He definitely gave up. I am shocked because that is a place he could easily have taken the position. Bit on the inside of the top roller coaster, chose to come out of it barely as they nearly went nose to tail at the apex, but Burns knows that it's there. And I also wonder, is Burns willing to let Alex Witt take the position, because Burns knows he can get it back later on. Maybe he's thinking already he doesn't want to lead the last lap off of Oak Tree.
They go side by side once again into Horseshoe, and yet again the 9 car is going to allow the 2 to just slot back into the lead. So put yourself in the shoes of the number 2 here, Larry. Would you be willing to give up that lead, thinking that he's playing those games, that maybe you could turn the tables on him?
I would, yeah, absolutely I would. I think this is going to be one of those cases now he's seen 3 straight times that you can get a good enough run from almost 0.4 of a second back and be on the inside of the braking zone at the top of the roller coaster. I would rather be the chasing than the chasee in that situation. So yes, if I'm Burns, I'm not opposed to just letting Witt go and then making sure it doesn't have to be yet. We've still got probably about 4 laps to go, or almost 5 laps to go. So this isn't something you have to do now. But I would not be surprised if he kind of coordinates a pass, a gentlemanly point by, so to speak, and try and set up Witt at the end. This isn't a race that's going to end under yellow, so it's not one of those situations. If they were real life, you'd be worried about a yellow coming out, and maybe who's ever leading gets it. But in this case, Burns wants to be leading at the right time, which is when the checker comes out. Watch him this time, though. Is he going to stay track right for the first time? No, he's again inching left, enticing Witt to go right. Will Witt take the bait?
Let's see. This is where Burns could just lift that little bit, but he decides not to. They're going to be side by side, and they about bang wheels, but he does this time let Alex Witt lead the race. So with 8 minutes left to go, we have our first new leader since the beginning.
Wow, I cannot believe that they let it come to contact. These guys have to know they're the only 2 with a shot to win this race. They can only ruin each other's race and ruin it for themselves. Contact is a bad thing in these cars. And in that situation, they're playing a game of chicken with the win on the line. So Burns now gets to go collect data, but I don't know that he wants to go side by side in the roller coaster any more times than he's done already.
Also watching Kevin Birrell get close to the back of Molitor, but still not make a move there as well. Going to be some major positions up for grabs at the end of this race if the sort of simmering battles keep going how they have been for much of the event. So Burns now gets to experience what it's like behind, but he also hasn't had all this time to try and get the experimentation that Alex Witt has. So he's got to, I think, use these last few laps wisely, Larry.
He has to do a little bit of learning, specifically braking points, and going into Oak Tree, he knows that everyone around him has found themselves in the tire barrier on the outside, so he's got to be careful to learn that one. But he does know the things like what is the gap he needs to hold through the corner in order to make the run down the back straight. Look how much closer he is to Witt than the other way around in previous laps. It's about a 10th closer, so Burns knows he can do this if he wants to. I don't know that he does. He might just be lifting down the straightaway and letting Witt lead the next couple laps and put this on the end, or maybe he'll try and test the waters. Witt gonna let him go left if he wants it.
But Witt did cover the inside, and he does let him go. So Burns back to the points. And as we come to the line, this is another one that's going to prove relatively tight on how many laps exactly are left here. Down at the bottom of your screen, Molitor in front of Birrell and Yoshikawa racing behind them as well. But those 4 have been in line with really no changes. Very similar situation of, I think, after you sort of racing going on. And side by side for the lead once again. Witt trying to make a move, or is he not? Looks like Burns is going to stay up in the lead.
Again, thinking he could just pressure them and make something happen there. They are really rolling the dice when it comes to this side-by-side racing. I don't see a pass happening in one. I'm not sure if Witt is just trying to get into the head of Burns at this point, which we all know race car drivers, that they never try to get into each other's heads in these kind of moves. He might just be doing that to try and just constantly make Burns focus more on his mirrors and his relative screen than on the road in front of him and to give up a mistake. The problem, the game he's playing is if Burns goes off, he might just take Witt with him. So they've got to be extra careful to give themselves a chance to finish no worse than second at the end of this race. But for Witt, maybe he's thinking, I've already finished second. Maybe it's win or nothing, as one of our lap cars is off in front. Whew.
It's Matthew Gale. Yeah, it thankfully was heads up that the leaders were coming and tried to stay off to the side instead of just sliding across the road. So our magic number that we're looking for is 3 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock. If it's below that, it's 2 laps to go when they cross the line.
I think it's going to be 3, but take a look now as Witt again goes to the right of Burns. Burns is going to try and let him. Game of chicken. Burns wins again.
Burns will lead. I don't know. This is going to be awful tight here on when they cross that start-finish line.
I think we'll get 3.
See if Larry's math is better than mine, which is usually a safe bet, frankly. And as they come up at a cross, yes, you're right. This is going to be 3 laps to go. 3 more for Witt to decide when he wants to make the move, or for Burns potentially to decide to relinquish that lead and allow his rival through. I'll be honest, Larry, I thought this was the kind of racing that we were going to see in the Miatas and the SRS and the Formula V. And instead, we're seeing it here in the USF 2000.
Yeah, and that's what these cars are. They're not so much downforce where it's impossible for side-by-side, or they're not so much power where you're just dancing on the nice edge through every single corner, but they're the right balance to do these kind of races. As this battle now behind them, this is the battle for 4th. Molitor, Burrell, Yoshikawa, and Hugretzi. These guys are having a pretty good race of their own. At this point, they've given up on trying to catch a podium spot from Patrick, so they're all fighting for 4th and having one heck of a scrap.
Yeah, Yoshikawa was on the attack there coming into the horseshoe, and that's why you saw he and Birol side by side as we once again look at our leaders coming up behind the lap traffic. And it's certainly not going to be a help to either of them, but thankfully able to go through without incident. That has got to be nerve-wracking. Does separate them a little bit more than what we've seen on prior laps, though.
Just a little bit, and so for Witt, he's got a little bit more work to do now to try and catch up, but maybe doesn't want the lead. We've seen him already have opportunities to outbreak Burns on the right side of the track, on the preferred side, going into the top of the hill. Didn't take it, so I don't think he's too sad, and he's got a good draft, able to do what he does, to probably, again, be side-by-side going into 1 without a real intent to pass, as it looks like we'll have 2 laps to go of this battle. So now the question is, does either one of these want the lead on the white flag lap, or does Burns just let Witt go at some point?
That's a very difficult question, frankly. 2 to go here, and he's going to go around the outside. Burns does defend, so it looks like he wants the lead, at least for the time being. Worth noting that they have not been caught by Patry as well. He's still at about 5 seconds behind, so despite some side-by-side racing, they're still not under threat here.
I'm impressed by that. Yeah, the pace that he's got, the 49 ones that running, doing this kind of dicing is pretty impressive.
I agree. However, the counter to that is the point that you brought up a lot earlier, Larry. If those 2 tangle, Caleb is the one that's going to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, he's perfectly fine letting these 2 fight all day and all night if that's what they want to do, knowing that, hey, look, if he finishes 3rd for Patrick, fine, he'll take a 3rd place, and these 2 ran away, no big deal. One wrong move for either of these 2 takes them both out, and Patrick gets the win. So he's perfectly content sitting where he is, doesn't need to push, doesn't want to bother here with these 2 just going at it. Oh no!
That's Rob Nelson, and that does cause a checkup for Burns. A little bit afraid that he was going to come back onto the racing line. Witt also having to lift off the throttle so he doesn't get into the back of his rival. So he's going to be right on top here as they come up Madison Avenue, looking for the braking into the roller coaster. He's got the inside. Does he actually want the lead here on this white flag lap? Burns is going to retain it. He will stay our leader as they come down to get ready to take the 1 to go signal.
I'm a bit surprised. I'm surprised that Burns still wants the lead. Maybe he's thinking that is the good side to break on because he can do what he just did, which is hold the lead around the outside. So hard to do. We've seen it in other races where you might be able to pull that off. Not the easiest, but a white flag lap, it's all down to this. Who can execute, who can make the final pass or the final defend.
Witt's going to try the outside into the horseshoe. Not sure if this is a serious attempt. I got to think he's going to wait for Madison Avenue for the pass. As long as he feels he can't be re-attacked coming up to the line at the very end of the race out of hog pen. Ooh, was that early braking there from Burns?
It looked a little bit, certainly enough to keep Witt awake back there.
So thankfully don't make contact. Through the snake they fly. Witt back by about 0.3 of a second. Nothing dire there. He can gather that back up easily. In fact, you can see the slipstream through this flat out portion up through the climbing S's. Allows him all the way right back to that gearbox. This is going to be the critical moment. Who gets the run out of Oak Tree? Is it going to be good enough for Burns to make life difficult for Witt?
Great run for Witt. Less than 0.3 of a second is a great mark. We saw Burns easily pass Witt earlier at about this margin. Witt now the run. Burns, does he change his tune? Does he take the right side of the track? No, he's going to go left.
He likes that left-hand side. He has for pretty much all race. Is allowed the inside for the corner to Alex Witt. Are they going to be able to make it through the other side of this? No, they're going to bang wheels just a little bit. Witt has to get forceful, but that looked fair to me as he is now your new leader. Burns is going to have to fight back with an almighty run coming out of Hogpen, but it doesn't look like it's there. Alex Witt played that one to perfection like a fiddle here in the South as the 9 is going to take the win here at VIR.
Incredible move. Tried it, went into a braking contest, and he was able to take that lead, but this battle's not over.
It's going to come right down to the line, but it's not enough for Biro Molitor just outside of the podium to finish 4th here today. Patry is going to wind up getting that last step on the podium. Battle between Jacob Klein and Rob Craig, though, coming here. This is still on the lead lap.
Yeah, these guys now with their own chance to do what the leaders just showed. Now a little bit of weaving to try and break the draft for Klein to try and hold off Craig. I don't know if that's going to be enough. Maybe just. If they get
Jacob is up 15 positions from where he started this race. That looks pretty safe to me as long as he is clean on the throttle. Coming out of Hogpen, Rob Craig going to try and hassle him as much as he can. Just try and fray those nerves. Let's see what it is. Coming off the right-hander, it looks to me like Jacob Klein is going to be able to pull away and take that 15th place here at the end. Only 21 cars have finished on the lead lap here in the USF 2000s, but up at the front of them, Alex Witt is your winner over Theodore Burns. Theodore inherited the lead a little bit there, but as much as he looked in control of this race, he wasn't in the end as Alex snookered him. And Patry still looking for that win so far today, but top 3, that'll be one he's proud of, no doubts, as we cycle through the rest of the results. That great battle between Klein and Craig there taking us to the finish, and then on down until we get to our DNFs all the way at the back of the field. My goodness, Larry, that was some great stuff. And of course, up next, we have more fantastic running as we get to the GT4s, which are pretty close to your road car, but are definitely at that race car spec. They've done some things to soup these cars up, but they are by no means easy to race. And that'll be coming at 4 p.m. Eastern U.S. time. And let's head over to Jake Sperry and Taylor Burris to take a little review of that last race.
An amazing, I would say dance is the right word for it, for the way that it was all conducted at the end. Alex Witt had to work so hard for that one, Taylor, and it was just those final stages, being patient, finding the right angle, being in the right place at the right time.
We've seen Alex Witt all over the place when it comes to racing here during the iRacing SCCA Runoffs. We've seen him off-roading, we've seen him avoiding chaos, but now it's great to see him come home with that victory.
Certainly was, especially after the opening race in the Formula V, where he was short by just 11 or 15 thousandths of a second, I believe it was. Not much that you could really argue about there, but here, a much more fantastic result out there. A victory in hard-earned at the final section. But over the course of this race, it was about how the packs formed up. And we've seen time and again that we've had small packs here and there. 19 Pat Labrosse finding troubles in the early stages. But, oh, you can see again, the number 6. The keys were that big key contenders found themselves out of the race early, which built the natural gaps needed for groups of 2 or groups of 4 to form up and race.
It certainly is, and it just shows how critical racing with these USF 2000 cars are very important of where you place your car and how you're able to control it. We see a lot of brake checkups during this race and close calls like we just saw right there in some of the high deals, but this is the one that we were excited to see. This last lap battle, we've had a couple of close calls. Pretty much every race, we've had some form of chaos or drama happening in the final lap, heading into, once again, that famous roller coaster. And we're going to continue to see that all throughout the day, especially with our next category, the GT4s.
We certainly are, and talking of GT category style racing, we have seen some amazing racing and some racing that's coming up just in a day's time, because it was Apex Racing Team and TeamRC.de that found the victories in the opening round of the IMSA Esport Michelin Global Championship at Road Atlanta. Move over to tomorrow, 11:45 a.m. Eastern. It is going to be the WeatherTech Raceway at Laguna Seca, the second round of the championship over on iRacing's Twitch and presented by RaceSpot TV. It's going to be an incredible battle that we're going to see in that sort of championship, and it's not going to feel too dissimilar with what they've got. The touring cars which we've got going at the end, the TCRs, are going to be very similar in terms of pace to the likes of what the GT4s effectively are coming up.
It certainly is, and of course, it's going to provide a lot of great racing opportunities with this GT or the GT4 cars. To where, of course, the GT4s are a little bit different as far as with the GT3 cars that we'll be seeing tomorrow in the IMSA Global Championship at Laguna Seca. But still, a track that they're going to be going up against at Laguna Seca, a very technical, very difficult circuit. Probably, I would say, closest thing we see with, of course, the beautiful corkscrew, the most famous corner in all of motor racing. It's close to say what we see here at Roller Coaster at VIR.
It's very close, but nothing truly is like the 11-story drop that is there. Here are our winners, 5 different winners in 5. Kevin Parrish, Robert Nash, Christoph Sanchez, Baz Rowinkle, and now Alex Witt added to the mix. But who is going to take the final 3 races out there? GT4, the FR500, the Mustang's going to be back out, and then touring cars. Absolutely everything that you want, and then some when it comes to the final 3 races, and they're all here with us and iRacing, as well as the SCCA Runoffs channel as well, presented by SimLab, as we get ourselves ready and waiting for it. Taylor, just very quickly, how important has it been that we've seen 5 very different but yet very similar races through the opening 5?
It's been what we expect to see here in the virtual world. I mean, a lot of similarities and differences with utilizing several different styles of racing cars, but also the same hard, aggressive, and also technical racing we've been seeing from each and every single one of these winners who have been going out here and racing. I can only expect the same thing with the GT4 category. Of course, one thing we have to realize with this category is it's multiple different manufacturers involved in this one.
And we'll see just how they go. It's a Grand Tour affair. It's a GT challenge coming up. GT4s with Greg Ginsberg and Peter Mackay.
Welcome back to the 2022 iRacing SCCA Runoffs presented by SimLab. It's time for the GT4 class, race 6 of the day here in this incredible sim racing event, and we're about to go racing with a huge plethora of exotic manufacturers: Porsche, McLaren, BMW, Aston Martin and Mercedes. Greg, we've been blessed with some superb racing today. GT4's a little bit of a different kettle of fish in terms of performance. What do you expect here?
About an hour ago, we had our GT1 race with two different manufacturers, two different chassis that made speed in different ways. But now we have a race with up to 5 different manufacturers and chassis. A plethora of different engine types. We've got 6 cylinders, we've got 8 cylinders, we've got naturally aspirated, we've got turbocharged, and all these cars make power in different ways. They handle in different ways as well. Some are incredibly good on the brakes. Some of them have better straight line speed. Some of them may have some gearing issues making some of that top speed. But between the Aston Martin Vantage, the Mercedes, the AMG GT4, that brand new Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 Club Sport, the always strong M4 GT4 from BMW, and of course the McLaren M570S there are a lot of choices for the drivers, and the challenge for them is going to be over the course of a 35-minute race, trying to very quickly determine where their strengths are, where their competitors' weaknesses are.
Yeah, certainly plenty of choice at play depending on where your loyalties lie and what type of car you like. Like you say, they've got very different handling characteristics as well. What will be the car that comes out on top here at Virginia International Raceway? Let's have a look at the circuit we're going to race on here today. We had the SCCA Runoffs in the outdoor world in 2022 here at Virginia International Raceway. We've got it for the virtual world as well. Opened all the way back in 1957, but lay dormant for many, many years until just at the turn of the millennium. Connie Nyholm and Harvey Siegel revived this facility and transformed it into one of the most state-of-the-art facilities anywhere in the world to go motor racing. A circuit that follows the natural curvature of the gorgeous Virginia countryside, and well, it's provided some superb racing and some great finishes so far, Greg.
It has indeed. We've seen some very tight battles and some very close finishes that come all the way down to thousandths of a second here today in this 17-turn, 3.27 mile course. Very much the same layout as when the track originally opened in 1957. It's seen some changes, it's seen some updates, but it races very, very much like two different circuits. It's a speed circuit, it's a rhythm circuit, and these drivers are going to have to adapt their driving styles and the cars that they have underneath them to both of those types of courses.
They certainly will. 35 minutes of racing ahead of us. Just 2 laps in qualifying, which the drivers are getting underway now. And we'll see how they get on and which drivers and indeed which manufacturers are going to come out on top. Now, Greg, we've seen several drivers taking part in each and every race so far, jumping from machine to machine. Which drivers have stood out to you so far today?
Well, I certainly some of the drivers that we know that have been up towards the top of the field. They've either come away with podiums or been just off the podium. Obviously, Caleb Patry. We just saw Alex Witt put in a tremendous run in the USF 2000 cars. He was right there at the finish line for Formula V, and then had some damage that he had to work with in Spec Racer Ford. I would expect to see strong things from him as well. Cameron Martineau, who is a champion go-karter and also runs on a number of professional virtual racing teams. He is somebody I would certainly look for here in this race today, as well as, and this is going to be a dark horse. I think he qualified somewhere around 23rd this week, but Murphy Nichols out of Frederick, Maryland, freshman in college. I've seen him race in a number of different smaller series, and very good with the go-karts, actually just coming off a podium finish last night out near Baltimore with the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. He should be very strong here today as well.
Great to see some drivers who take part in both the outdoor and the virtual world here in the SCCA. Fantastic initiative here on the iRacing platform. Great to see a bit of crossover as well. There's the number 12 of Joseph Murdrack on screen, and the Porsche 718 Cayman Club Sport. And we've got the BMW M4, totally different way of going about things. A straight six turbocharged engine in the front of this BMW. With all of these cars, they run the gearbox they would in road form. Again, the GT4 keeps the cost much further down compared to a GT3. The way to look at it is a GT4 uses about 80% road car parts and about 20% race. A GT3 is about 80% race car parts and the associated costs that come with it.
That is indeed the case. And, and as we were talking about, I think some of the cars that will be, easier for a lot of the drivers to get into right off the bat. The brand new Mercedes AMG GT4 is certainly a very, much like its GT3 brethren, a very stable car, very easy to drive. It is, as you look at it, it's got a very long hood. It is more of a mid-engine, a mid-front engine design, but incredibly well balanced. The Cayman, of course, a mid-engine design, the engine back behind the driver, but then we've got those machines where the engine is all the way out and back, like the McLaren 570, or all the way up front, like the BMW, like the Aston Martin. And it makes for some very different handling characteristics, what the car does under braking, and also how you put the power down out of some of these very critical corners that you need to dig out of, whether it be out of course, the Oak Tree turn, whether it be out of turn 4, that very tight 90-degree left hook, same story.
So car number 13, Alex Witt, he's straight off a win in the US F2000 race there, just gone by, straight into a quite different car.
Very different.
The only similarities is it's rear wheel drive, the engine's behind the driver, and it's got 4 wheels, and that's about it. Straight into a completely different kettle of fish, much heavier car, of course, with much less aerodynamic performance, but this McLaren, it's a wonderful machine, carbon fiber monocoque, fantastic handling, and a twin turbo V8 behind the driver as well.
And we can see we've got a number of drivers that are in those machines as we have our racers finishing up their qualifying laps. We've got about a minute and a half remaining in the session. Of course, we give our drivers 2 flying laps in order to set the grid for this afternoon's race. Pardon me. There's one other driver here, Peter, that I wanted to mention, and he's sitting down, unfortunately, right now in 38th position. He's only been running on iRacing now for about a month and a half. That is Ray Blethen. Both he and his twin brother, Steven, longtime SCCA racers. I used to race with them back in the early 2000s. Ray finished 3rd at the National Championship Runoffs in the Touring 4 class in a Mazda RX-8 back in 2017 at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Started 5th 2 years ago at Indianapolis, and whereas his brother was on the pole, and his brother, and it looks like Ray's now moved up to 31st position. His brother, unfortunately, was knocked out of the race at turn 3 on the very first lap, and then Ray was knocked out of the race after they came back to green flag racing on lap number 4 at turn 3. So good for them. We're at Virginia International Raceway this year and not at Indianapolis. But good to see Ray out here, and I'd look for him to move up through the field.
That's it's such exciting thing about these SCCA runoffs is it's just down to this one race. There is no retakes, there is no championship points. This is do or die, all winner takes all here. And as our qualifying session ticks over, the drivers have now had their opportunity to set their laps, 2 flying laps, and it's going to be Jean Boutefort who is on pole position here for this 35-minute race in the 2022 iRacing SCCA Runoffs presented by SimLabs. He'll start on pole. It's out all McLaren front row, Jean Boutefort and Justin Rem. Then it's the BMW of Cameron Martineau with the first of the Porsches, Yongshai Lin, looking to get a result on the board today. Giovanni Romano in the BMW starts on the inside of row 3 alongside the McLaren of Sean Belanda. Chris Walsh will start in his BMW on row 4 beside Greg Profita, with Alex Witt and John Fraser on row 5. Then it's first of our Mercedes, Ezra Kelderman and Jacob Tom on row 6. Row 7 is Darwin Romero with Alexander Ho alongside him. Then it's John Wilson, Eric Ronenberg and Adam McLeod, and Andrew Lanning rounding out row 9. Completing the top 20 is James King and Caleb Patry with Murphy Nichols, Sean McKinley, Nicholas Short there coming through, Cade McKee, Nicholas Carlson, Vincenzo Piccolo and Alex Schaller there, as well as we rattled through our Gred Ellis Spice in one of the McLarens there on row 17, Jacob Klein, Tyler Campbell, Ben Hughes and Daniel Burke starting at the back of our 40-car grid. But as we've seen so far today, attrition rates can be high, so if you can keep your nose clean, Greg, you can make some big gains in these fields.
Absolutely you can, and that's why I talked about Ray Blethyn. If he can keep his nose clean, and for the races that I've seen in some other leagues, he has been able to do that, although he may not have the outright speed. As we know, this in some cases can be a war of attrition, and we'll have to see how some of these drivers do. But some of the same racers that we have seen towards the front of the field that perhaps have had challenges with keeping their noses clean and staying out of some of the melees that we have seen through some of our earlier races here. And as you said, winner take all. There is no second try at this. And what we've seen in many of the cases at the front of the field, perhaps that argy-bargy type of racing does break out. We'll have to see here. And of course, the GT4 machines a little bit more stout than a USF 2000 machine. So Alex Witt may be in good stead here if he needs to use the proverbial chrome horn. But hopefully it won't come to that.
Let's hope not. Let's hope not. A great cacophony of colour here of these huge variety of machinery. I think we have every car in this GT4 class represented. The Aston Martin Vantage AMR GT4, the BMW M4, the McLaren 570S, Porsche 718 and Mercedes AMG GT4. Fantastic. There's really, as a category that particularly here on iRacing has really grown in popularity over the last 12 months, as more and more cars have been added to the choice for our members.
For many years it was the Porsche Cayman or bust, but with all these additional chassis, very, very big here on iRacing now. I'm a little surprised perhaps to see so many of the McLarens in the front of our field here, but again, this is a track which certainly goes and welcomes straight line speed, and as long as you can carry speed through the corners, up through those uphill S's, and you can translate that off to a very good jump out of the oak tree turn, that is where the McLaren, compared to some of these other GT4 machines, is going to shine.
We shall see how they all get on. If you want to join us here on the iRacing platform, get onto iRacing.com. We've got 40% off subscriptions for new members coming on at the moment. So do join us here on iRacing, where every day is race day, with a huge variety of machinery, much of which has been on show today, and a huge range of circuits. And you never know, depending on where you live, you might have your local circuit on there too. I'm delighted to say my local circuit, Knock Hill, is on the iRacing platform and scanned to millimetre precise details, even down to the commentary box. The Gary Stagg commentary tower is perfectly
really?
laser scanned. Yes.
Well,
yeah.
This is where I'm going to have to get the great folks up at iRacing to revisit my home track, Summit Point Raceway, one of the original tracks on the platform. If only they could scan in a new air conditioning unit for the announce booth that I call many races during the year, I would be incredibly happy.
Well, it's a fine detail there as well, when the drivers are laid up in a 2x2 formation, ready to go racing for 35 minutes here. This packed grid of 40 cars and a variety of GT4 machinery. Our iRacing pace car will pull away, and Jean Boutefeur will lead the field into the opening lap. We've seen relatively good behaviour on the opening lap so far. Let's see if the GT4s maintain that. It's an all McLaren front row, and we are green flag racing here at Virginia International Raceway. Down towards turn 1 they go, jostling for position, ready to hit the brakes for this very tight off-camber right-hander. They make their way shuffling through. Butifur gets through with Justin Wren right behind him in the number 3 McLaren.
That's right. And it looked as though we had Wanchi Lin in that orange and white number 2 Porsche Boxster. Oh, and we have the, I believe the number, is that the number 13
That's
machine?
Chris Walsh.
Oh, that's Walsh in the 10 machine off at turn number 3. And I was just going to mention that just ahead of him, Wanchi Lin did not get the best of starts, but as everybody started to funnel through turns 2 and 3, he was able to get back into that pack there. But already John Butifur moving out to a very early and very big jump as they go up through the S's.
That's such a shame there for Chris Walsh. I think it was Caleb Petrie that got into the back of him there, which was really a surprise, as Caleb's been racing with us all day in this event. But a real shame for Chris Walsh, the American bobsleigh racer and US Marine as well. And that's his race over, right hard into the wall. And more problems. Number 25 McLaren around there as well. And it's a little bit of a checkup as the whole field now jostles to try and get past. No such problem for Butifur and Rem. They're charging away at the front. Cameron Martineau in there in third, but a lot of drivers caught up in that incident. More carnage at the exit of Oak Tree. Cars everywhere.
And so we're quickly seeing this field here, Peter, drop precipitously on the very first lap, as these drivers still, much like our other classes, have to worry about getting heat in the tires, getting things up to speed here, and maybe some of these machines and some of these drivers being perhaps a little overly aggressive as they're mistaking some of those drivers' cautious approach to lap 1 as being maybe a sign of weakness.
Well, the speeds are just that little bit lower than the GT3 and GT1 cars. I wonder if, just going for moves that aren't there. Let's get another look then and see what's happened. So that was, the number 8 of Caleb Petrie. Caleb Petrie getting right into the back of Chris Walsh there, hitting the wall hard, and that is game over. Walsh in the pits. It does seem like Petrie has kept going. Yes, he has. He's in 12th position, so actually he's relatively got away with that, as well as Martineau there in third, trying to hunt down the McLaren of Justin Wren. But it's a great start from John Butifur. In fact, put in a 1.2 second gap back to Wren already, Greg.
You know, I look at the first lap that he has put in here, and actually let's jump back and take a look at the issue with the 25 machine here as they came up towards Oak Tree. And you see
Sean McKinley.
Yep. And the 28 machine getting together through turn 11 in that setup and that was Andrew Lanning, I believe, that got together with him as they were coming into Oak Tree for the very first time side by side, and maybe just didn't judge the gaps there correctly and got in together as they rolled into that off-camber portion heading into Oak Tree.
Yeah, that's a real shame, because it really halted the progress of a lot of drivers behind them as well, who'll have a lot of work to do. As Justin Wren's having to really push quite hard here as well, because Butifur doesn't want to let him get out with a second gap, doesn't want to lose that slipstream. Now, the slipstream isn't really that powerful on these GT4 machines, so you're going to have to do all of the catching all on your own, really. But the two McLaren's looking strong here.
Yeah, and you know, these cars, as you mentioned, are so closely based on the production versions, which, you know, over the past number of years, obviously these manufacturers have learned to make, primarily in the name of fuel economy, make some very slippery cars. And even when you put that big rear wing on the back, they don't create that big vortex. They don't allow you to really make up a lot of ground in the draft. You have to do it in the corners, and you have to do it, you know, going into the corners and coming out of the corners. You're not going to be able to do it in the straightaway under the draft here. As we're on board with Romano in the number 4 machine. Romano currently sitting in 4th position, back behind Cameron Martineau's BMW.
Yeah, these BMWs running the same gearbox as the M4 road car, but reprogrammed a little bit for race purposes as well, but runs the same brakes as the M6 GT3 car. So they've got GT3 brakes, so the stopping distances are actually quite short in these machines. So making a move can be quite tricky. As Budafor, he's on a hot lap. He's opened up the gap now to 1.6 seconds back to Rem, and then it's a couple of BMWs, Martino and Romano, with the first of our Porsches, Lin there in the Porsche Cayman.
Yeah, and he just seems to be hanging around almost every single race all day long. Obviously, he had that issue early on. And actually, let's take a look. I think we've got another replay coming up here, the number 37 machine, and this is going down into turn number 1.
Well, Vincenzo Piccolo, gets hard into the back of the number 12 Porsche, just drills him along.
Yeah, Joseph Murdoch going off and going for the wild ride down towards the Dan River there, able to get the car back out on track, but he now finds himself all the way back in 27th position.
Yeah, it seems to be a few drivers making errors on the brakes, and yeah, the car in front is acting as a brake a few times as well, but a good mix at the front of the field. McLarens, BMWs, Porsche in there too. Interestingly, the front engine Mercedes and Aston Martin's not quite showing just yet here at Virginia International Raceway. We're about 12 minutes into this race, but the Munich-built BMWs, they're holding off the Weissach-built Porsche Cayman with a flat 6 motor in the back of it. Gorgeous little machine, great balance with that engine right in the middle of the car.
Indeed, and I'm wondering if some of the issues for both the the Aston Martin and the Mercedes perhaps has to do with the length of the wheelbase. A much longer car, maybe a little bit more difficult to get the car rotated in some of the tighter sections of the course. Obviously, they've got the Mercedes has got a ton of grunt to be able to get out of some of the slower corners, but they may be finding it maybe a little bit more difficult to navigate the slower sections of the course here as we sit on board with Lin, and we can see where that Cayman, very good on the brakes. It's one of the lightest chassis that we have here, very well balanced, but especially when you're right on the back of one of those BMWs, being able to time and get the run out of Oak Tree sometimes a little bit more difficult, and you can see where the draft just does not come into play.
No, it doesn't, and you could see the difference in the two cars there as well. Like you said, the Porsche Cayman, fantastic on the brakes, very manoeuvrable little car too. However, the turbocharged torque of the BMW just pulling the M4 out of the Oak Tree corner. But interestingly, the naturally aspirated motor of the Porsche, when you get up to top gear, right to a bit of top gear, it really does gallop into those last few revs. So it's got reasonable top end speed. It's got a bit of lap traffic to worry about there. That's the number 30 car of Ellis Spice having to make a little bit of space there in the FAF liveried machine.
Yeah, a little surprised here as we're only now just a few laps in. I think we're working lap number 6 now. Working lap number 5 to see this field already. Our leader starting to lap the back half of the field.
Quite amazing that we've. These cars are lapping just 12 seconds slower than the GT1s. That shows you what progress is. This is probably the third tier of GT cars in modern times. GT4, GT3, and then GTE's kind of still the top for now until they're retired in the distant future. But this is the battle for 14th position. The number 15 of James King there battling away with Nicholas O'Short in the number 7 Mercedes. O'Short gets by.
I'd say he almost went off the road there.
Dear!
As they were jockeying for position and trying to navigate how the two of those Mercedes were going to make it into the uphill S's. And you'll see there that the trailing car now, the number 21 machine of Adam McLeod, made up about 7 car lengths, almost 8 car lengths, just heading up through the S's due to that diminished speed on entry of the 2 cars ahead.
Riding on board with the Mercedes AMG of Adam McLeod here just shows you that draft really doesn't make much of a difference in these cars. They like to say, very, very slippery. And a little mistake there for O'Short. Just manages to shut the door just in enough of time. We've got an Alterbach Express train here, but problem in front. Who's that off? We've got a McLaren off. Number 24.
That's John Fraser.
John Fraser off, but there was a Mercedes off there too. that black and yellow machine. Yeah, big problem there. Didn't quite catch the number on it, Greg, did you?
All right, let's take a look. I think we've got the replay queued up. It might be the 20 machine.
Alexander Ho.
It's a 16 machine, actually, now that we take a look at the, it's the trailing car coming down.
And the 16 as well as the 20. So that's Erza Kelderman in the 16. So 3-car pile up there. And they all suffer for it. But back at the front, Budafur has, well, this is the biggest advantage we've seen so far in any of these SCCA Runoffs event. It's been so tight at the front, but Budafur just dominating right now. He's opened up a 2.8 second advantage to Justin Wren, so it's a McLaren 1-2, and then it's about another half a second back to Martineau, the first of the BMWs, who's leading a big train of cars here.
All right, I think we've got another view of that incident that we had down at Hogpen this last time by. Let's take a look as they start to make their way down the roller coasters. We sit on board with the number 20 machine.
That's it. This is Alexander Ho we're running with now as well. The 6th car arrives. That's Caleb Patry, who's making his way back up the field and gets sandwiched in there as well. So 4 cars actually incurring some form of difficulty or damage there as well. So a big pile-up.
Yeah, and that is perhaps the worst part of this course in order to let out of the throttle and try to pull back speed, because it is downhill, because it is off camber, the cars are already loaded up, and as we saw there, as Patry tried to check up, Ho just did not have anywhere to go.
Sean Villandia looking very racy here in the blue, white and purple Fanatec McLaren there, right on the back of Young Chai Lin in the leading Porsche, by far and away the leading Porsche at this stage as well. And I tell you what, this is going to be a heck of a fight for the last 2 spots on the podium. Budafur's now up to, his gap is over 3 seconds now. He's just checking out there as we're not even at half race distance yet.
Yeah, and I think that last time by, Budafur turning in about 0.2 of a second faster a lap than Justin Ream. But I actually look back, Peter, to a driver that I respect quite a bit. His name is Danny Stain. He's a 3-time national champion in the Sports Car Club of America's STL class. Drives a Mazda MX-5. And he took the championship, his second championship here in 2017. And he talked about how it was so important out of the gate from the drop of the green flag to turn in what he called a monster lap, or actually monster laps, to just be as clean as possible, even if he had to worry about tires not being up to temp, but to be able to open up that gap early so that he did not have to worry about the cars behind him being able to get back into the battle later on. That's what he did then. He did it 2 years later at Indianapolis, and I think that's what we see John Budafur having done here.
So number 4 of Giovanni Romano trying to keep tabs with Cameron Martineau, who's got his eyes set forward in that number 5 BMW. He's looking to chase down Justin Rem as they come up towards the start-finish line. I think we're going to come across a bit of lap traffic. I think that might well be Chris Walsh in the number 10 Turner liveried BMW. Such a shame for Chris. And the one thing about Chris is, though, he just does not give up. He's got such a resilient attitude, and no matter how difficult it gets, he will keep pushing, keep digging to see what can come his way. There's a battle going on further down the field here. Car 34, one of our Porsches in car 12, got hit issues earlier on. That is Joseph Burkrak in the 12 and Alex Schuler in the 34. Of course, different race numbers for each event based upon the I rating of each driver. So the higher the I rating, the lower the race number.
Yeah, we can see there the 34 car getting into a large group here of drivers. The 34 car getting a little bit loose on the outside of the course there, as we have all of these drivers bottled up. But interesting watching this, the battle for a 22nd position right now, and we're getting word that the 37 machine actually is a lap down in 23rd, but as the front of the field here trying to find their way through.
Yeah, not an easy place if you're the car who's a lap down, because there's certain parts of this Virginia International Raceway where it is all one line. For example, right here through the S's, that we've seen a couple of drivers try to go too wide through here, and it's not ended well at all. So yeah, it's very, very difficult if you're in the position of a lap car. You don't want to be a hindrance, but you can see there Chris Walsh a lap down as well, that number 10 car having to just try and get off the racing line. But to do it predictably is not straightforward, as we ride with Sean Valandia, who's looking really racy as this race goes on in this McLaren 570S.
Yeah,
and down Yangchai Lin.
Exactly, and we've seen where the McLaren seems very well matched to the Porsche, not making up a lot of ground. He's been consistently about 2.5 to 3 car lengths back. We can see here where the field compresses down at turn number 1. The McLaren maybe a little bit later on the throttle, got to the brake pedal a little bit later, and was able to make up about a half a car length. But as they dig out of that horseshoe, you see where things equalize, and he drops back and loses that car length to car length and a half again.
It's a fascinating category, GT4, I think, Greg, because if you took the road versions of these cars, they would be so far apart in terms of performance. I mean, I think probably the McLaren would win by a long way. All these road cars were left unrestricted. The McLaren, it's a carbon fiber tub. It's a much, I mean, retail price of one of these cars, you're you know, in the UK they're about, well, I think about £150,000, maybe a bit more. A BMW M4 is a third of that, you know.
Correct.
So they are quite different machines. But isn't that amazing that we've got them all balanced so close? It's the same in the real world as it is in the virtual world.
Yeah, you know, and we were talking earlier today, Peter, about in the GT1 class, how it was really the first stab at really making balance of performance corrections in order to even out a class. And we can see how far along the sanctioning bodies and race organizations have come in 15 years, that you have so many different chassis that are really so close together, so evenly matched, that you don't have one overdog and you don't have one that's so far off the rest of the paces. I think we've got another replay coming up.
Yeah, Raymond Blethen has had some problems in there. Oh, round he goes, and that turn delivery machine hard in the wall, and that is race over.
That is the last time I make a pre-race prediction. Sorry to see that happen to Ray. As said, he and his brother, very conscientious racers, but you know, it sometimes gets rough and tumble here, and unfortunately, it looks like race over for the number 38 machine.
Yeah, getting dumped there right into the wall.
I think it's a question of having the Turner Motorsports liveries on the BMWs. That appears to be the common denominator in this race.
It doesn't seem to be carrying good luck. It normally is a highly successful livery. Do you know actually where the colour scheme came from? The Turner Motorsports. So Will Turner, the owner. Yeah, he actually took inspiration from the Renault Laguna touring car here in the UK in the mid-90s. That's where, and it was the same style of colours. That's where he got it from.
Oh, wow. No, I did not know that. All right, so here we go as things close up once again. We've been watching this battle for all right, the battle for fifth, but we'll get back to that in just a minute.
More issues here for the 20 and 31 car. Now, there's already been in the wars. Nicholas O'Short there on the right-hand side. This car 20 trying to make the way through here. Oh! Nicholas O'Short just gets it wrong. That is so easy to do. It's so fast there.
It is, and if you end up even just mid-track or even at that curbing drivers off, we can see there's another incident right here with the 23 machine getting into a car at the top of the roller coaster. If you get into that curbing driver's left, as the track seems to bend a little bit that way, it will really upset the car. The car will get very unloaded, and if anything, move a little bit further drivers off, making it more difficult for you to get to the apex. I've seen both in the virtual world and in real life many cars go off in the grass there, and the tire wall on the outside of 14 probably closer than anything else that we have in the scan here.
So all of these GT, it's interesting, we're seeing a lot of problems, a lot of incidents happening on the brakes. We do have some quite difficult braking zones, particularly into the roller coaster, but of course all these cars have ABS, which does stop the wheels from locking up, but it depends how hard you get into the ABS system, and if the ABS system, you know, you never really know how much it's going to assist you or not. It will always assist you, just how much. And it almost seems like a few drivers are getting caught out by that.
Yeah, I think so. But you know, you also let's see here. We'll talk a little bit more about the braking here in just a moment, as I think we're going to go to 2 o'clock. All right, and gonna break in. That was a heck of a move coming through 1 and 2. Pardon me, with the 29 machine there, Peter. Happened right in front of us, just as I was getting engrossed in the sounds of that V8 Mercedes.
Yeah, so that was just a tangle there coming out of turn 1. I didn't quite catch the car numbers as well, but a little bit of a clumsy one. It is narrow here at Virginia, but here comes a move though from Youngshire Lin in the number 2 Porsche, trying to get a move done on 4. Number 16 and car number 9 involved. In
29,
29,
Nicholas Carlson, pardon me, in the 29 machine, and the 16 machine.
Kelderman.
Yeah, Kelderman that went around.
And Kelderman in the pits as well, so it did hit the wall hard, so that's not so much a surprise. I think we cannot stress enough, John Boutefeur has opened up his gap to 5 seconds at the front of the field. We have not seen a gap anywhere like that at any point so far in these 2022 iRacing SCCA Runoffs presented by SimLab. What a drive this has been for Boutefeur in the McLaren. And Justin Rem, yes, is second of the McLarens. So McLaren 1-2, but he's got a huge number of cars behind him as battle rages on between the 15 of King and the 20 of Ho as they break side by side going into the tight right-hander at turn 1. Switching lines. There's a lot of different lines through there as well. And they rage on. Identical machinery too.
Exactly, identical machinery, and of course we saw the incident a couple laps ago over at Hogpen that both of these drivers were involved
Whoa.
with. Oh!
Wow, I think he's wanting to go down and visit the Tank Museum in downtown Danville. Wow,
he's almost at Charlotte Motor Speedway there.
Yeah, wow. I don't think I've ever seen a car get that far off the circuit. I didn't catch the number on it though, but one of our Mercedes as we saw. But wowee, that was yeah. The thing is though, it's such a wide expanse of land here at VIR that if you leave the track at speed, there's often not a lot of stuff to slow you down.
No, you'll just stay in the grass forever here. Now, Peter, going back to the conversation that we were having a little while ago about the braking, and of course having ABS. I'm sure these drivers would hope and think that it's the great equalizer. But, these drivers have that have the ability to set their brake bias within the interior of the car as well, to be able to shift how much brake force goes to the front versus to the rear of the car. And it can seriously impact the braking distance of those cars. So let's take a look and take a look at that Mercedes that ended up, in another atmosphere.
This is also there's 29 McLaren Nicholas Carlson, who has a spin.
And he's getting back online. I have a feeling I know what's coming up.
Oh no. Oh no. wait, it's that horrible feeling of inevitability.
Yeah, here it comes. That'll do it.
Oh dear.
Right at the kink on the front straight, and off he goes out to the Armco out there. Oh, and we have now, it looks like the Volandia in the 14 car, who had been driving so closely behind Wan Chi Lin for this entire race, has some problems coming out of 5 going into Snake.
Yeah, that was Maxwell Gamble in that white Mercedes who got out of there, but that's such a shame for the 14 car of Sean Volandia and the McLaren, been charging so hard. Let's see what happened to him then in that McLaren 570S. So car 14, Sean Volandia through the S's, and it just takes a little bit too much of the grass there. We've seen drivers cutting that corner all day, and that's the first really that we've seen getting caught out by it.
Yeah, I mean, typically that portion of the track, what they call Snake, is where the drivers will try to straighten it out and just kind of come out of turn 5, straighten the wheels up, and finish that up all the way drivers right as they set up to go underneath the bridge and head towards the S's. And he just caught a lot of dirt there as the car was loaded up on the left-hand side, and you saw the result. Now, Volandia had already lost a position, I believe, to Alex Witt in the 13 machine prior to that sequence, and we see there as they come down into turn 1. So, perhaps he had a little bit of red mist in the head and in the eyes there, precipitating that.
So just under 8 minutes to go here at VIR in this GT4 race. We've got 2 more races to go, the Mustang FR500 and the TTR touring cars. It's been a fantastic festival of motor racing today here in the iRacing SCCA Runoffs presented by SimLabs. We're right on board then with number 4 of Giovanni Romano in the BMW. Good Canadian contingent at the front of the field here. It's always nice to see.
As they've come down, and no Ron Fellows proteges that we saw in the GT1 race, but definitely good to see Giovanni here today racing in GT4. And in the Sports Car Cup of America, Peter, we have a number of not only racers but also volunteers that work our events as flag marshals and stewards, what have you, that come down across the border from Canada, certainly working races in tracks near Detroit, and of course Watkins Glen as well. But we had a number of them here this year for the National Championship Runoffs at Virginia International Raceway as well.
That's a long journey to make. Fantastic effort from all of the volunteers. Now, battle for 11. This is still raging on. The number 20 of Alexander Hall trying to hold off Cade McKee here as they rush down towards the roller coaster. And hard on the brakes. One of our leading Aston Martins there actually is the 19 of Cade McKee, the 4.7 litre V8. As they make their way past a little bit of lap traffic, a few drivers who have hit problems and have kept going, just running a few laps down. Youngchai Lin looking very racy in that Porsche. When they get into the technical sections, it looked really light on its feet, and Youngchai trying to find a way through. He just doesn't seem to have the straight line performance to get any move really done and stick. Whereas Justin Rem, on the other hand, he's now actually starting to really get into a rhythm. He did look a bit like the cork in the bottle a few laps ago, but now starting to stretch his legs in the McLaren.
Yeah, he's starting now to move away from the 2 BMWs and Porsche here, and I'm still wondering whether or not Lin is having the majority of his issues by being maybe bulk just a little bit under braking going into Oak Tree, that perhaps the two BMWs ahead are maybe over braking. You can see it once again. And I remember this from early on in the race as well. Wan Qilin almost right to the bumper of the number 4 machine of Romano as they go into the apex at Oak Tree. And maybe it's a question of maybe backing out a little bit earlier and trying to get to the throttle a little bit earlier, rather than having to check up more than is needed for that Porsche chassis.
Definitely seems like they have two different ways of getting around the corner. The Porsche really using a long curving arc, whereas the BMW getting it low down and turn it into kind of more of a V and getting on the power. Oh, big moment there for Martino. Huge moment for Martino, and that checks up all the surrounding cars as Romano's going to try and go around the outside. That's given Justin Rem a great bit of gap here with 4 minutes to go. Young Shai Lin's going to try and make it 3 wide. The two BMWs are super late on the brakes. Can they get it stopped? Just about. Oh, back on the power, side by side BMW action here. And is it going to be Rem? Is it going to be Martino? Is it going to be Romano who comes out on top? It's Romano who gets the move done then on Cameron Martino. So that tiny mistake costing Martino a position.
Yeah, and Romano's so deep on the brakes, and from the outside there, which is low grip and a bit off camber through turns 1 and 2. And you saw he was almost up to NASCAR, almost up to turn 3, still trying to gather the car up. Now, Wan Qilin probably had his best opportunity of the race to make up a position. However, with this narrow course, there just wasn't anywhere for him to go, especially with the rear ends of the two BMWs of Romano and Martino swinging from side to side directly in front of him coming out of the horseshoe.
Oh, John Bodefort, well, this is now up to 6.2 seconds, the gap here. Amazing stuff from the McLaren driver, running the number 1 plate because he has the highest I rating in the field. 6,500 I rating. So a highly decorated driver is Bodefort, and he's really backing up his credentials. We have not seen dominance like this in any of the races so far.
Yeah, and so Bodefort was our 3rd highest qualifier during the week. Both Profeta and also Romano finished a little bit higher than he did, but he actually had three top 5 finishes here in qualifying, as the drivers had to put in 4 official races in order to qualify for this race. And Bodefort, he's just checked out. He's in maintenance mode, and perhaps the biggest challenge for him, Peter, is to be able to maintain focus here. And thankfully, only about 2 minutes remaining here at VIR in this GT4 race. He's been able to do it for this long. He doesn't have much longer to go.
Well, he opened up half a second more on Justin Rem last time by. So Bodefort just continues to push super hard. Whereas number 13, Alex Witt, trying to make a move here on Yongshai Lin. And Alex has had a mixed days, had obviously had a win, but had some difficulties as well. Had a bit of damage in the Spec Racer Ford race, but just trying to plot his way past. As Yongshai Lin's been right on the back of these pair of BMWs all race long, but just cannot seem to find a way. I think classic VIR, Greg, is going to come down to that last lap, do or die on the brakes, I think, going into the roller coaster.
Yeah, I think, and it is going to be a rough one for Lin if he wants to overtake Martino or even Romano for that last step on the podium.
Spin.
And now it's not going to matter as Lin gets the car wide coming through Oak Tree, and he is going to drop now back into 6th position. He may give up another position to Romero if he can't get the speed back up, but that's going to move now Alex Witt into 5th position behind the two BMWs.
Well, Yongshai Lin, it's just not been his day. He's shown great podium pace in nearly every race he's been in, but just hasn't quite come together. And just to showed you actually how much he was having to really push in the corners to keep up with the little bit of straight line speed deficit. So that means then that Justin Rem, he's away in 2nd, but Romano holding on to the last spot on the podium for now. So Martino, last chance saloon here, white flag, last lap for this GT4 race. So if Martino wants that podium place back, he's going to have to really push for it and earn it, as Bodefort, well, goodness me, he's opened up another half a second on that last lap. His gap is over 7 seconds. This is the drive of the day from Jean Boudefleur.
Yeah, if he was looking for a lot of camera time, he certainly didn't get it today. But he has had I don't want to say the easiest race. I make no mistake. He's not sitting back and relaxing out here. The fact that he continues to be able to turn laps that are almost a half a second faster than our second place runner, Justin Ream, here as this race winds down. And you can see here as he's coming through those uphill S's in the South Bend, he is still pushing that McLaren to its limits.
Yeah, it looks so smooth and just using every last bit of the road as he comes up towards Oak Tree for the final time. Then does Jean Boudefleur, opens up the Woking missile that is the McLaren 570S. Now, this is the battle for the podium. Justin Rem looks safe-ish, but tell you what, the number 4 of Giovanni Romano, he's not safe in the podium position. Here comes Cameron Martineau, who looks to have got a pretty good run. Is he going to be close enough to make that move on the brakes for a podium position? I don't know, Greg. It's going to be very, very close here.
He started the poke to the inside, but still about a car length back as they go under braking. And you can see there Martineau tried to get all the brakes probably around a good 30 feet later than the number 4 machine. Romano just not close enough as our leader comes through Hogpen for the last time.
So Jean Boudefleur is a winner here in the SCCA Runoffs. He is your GT4 champion. And the number 4, Giovanni Romano, finishes it out on the podium in his BMW with Justin Rem in second position. So it's a McLaren 1-2 from BMW as our last battle here between Caleb Petrie and Jacob Tom. Caleb Petrie really just not quite, didn't quite go to plan. An incident with Chris Walsh on the opening lap put paid to his effort there as the bright pink Aston Martin here, number 11, Eric Ronenberg, going to make a move here into the braking zone at roller coaster. They get so loose. There's Tyler Campbell. Is he going to hang on to it? No, they make contact on the Porsche. The number 12 Porsche goes through of Joseph Mudrack. He says, thank you very much, gentlemen. Merry Christmas to me.
And there you go, all the way to the very last lap. Typical of SCCA Racing, Mudrack's going to come home in 17th as Campbell and Ronenberg still battling it out here. And Nicholas Carlson still having some issues. Let's take a look here as they're making their way to the front straight.
So this will give you an idea from Mudrack's point of view. So there we go, side by side, Campbell and the 11 car Ronenberg, and up they go. And they're so late on the brakes and they just get clambered together. Mudrack almost sees it coming and says, yep, thank you very, very much.
Yeah, you saw there at the last moment how he just grabbed a handful of wheel and brought that car as close down to the apex and driver's right as he could, and escaped most of the carnage there up at the top of the roller coaster. Wow.
So Jean Boudefleur confirmed as your dominant GT4 champion here, 6.5 seconds ahead of Justin Rem, with Giovanni Romano rounding out the podium. Cameron Martineau was 4th, Alex Witt in 5th position. Young Lin, the first of the Porsches, did recover to 6th after that late mistake at Oak Tree as well. What a race, 40 cars started, 28 finishing on the lead lap with Wayne Buttermore, Chris Walsh, Nico Short, Ezra Kelderman, etc. They all hit problems throughout the race, and VIR biting several of those cars throughout the race. So 2 more races to go here in the iRacing SCCA Runoffs. Next up will be the Ford Mustang FR500S race. And now over to our halftime presenters, Jake Sperry and Taylor Burris.
Thanks, Peter, and thanks, Greg, as well. What a showcase we have had there. Yes, the lead at the front was the largest we've had all day, but we weren't short of action throughout the rest of the field. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, all the way out through the top 10. That was pretty much what GT4 racing is all about as they go through. And you can just see it here, Taylor, on what it means to be a GT4 driver in iRacing. Yeah, that hit at the start was a little bit but we still had an incredible race, and a lot of patience had to be shown for what are underratedly difficult conditions.
It certainly was, and I gotta say, out of all the races we've seen, this has probably been the most chaotic race we've seen so far, with as far as aggression level and just beating on each other with door-to-door racing action. And how about, of course, that final 3-wide pass that we saw heading down roller coaster? We'll probably see that here in a few moments in the highlights, but that was just utter excitement to see all of these GT4s just battling it out.
Yeah, and we've had a couple Ironmen as well, the likes of Caleb Patry, for example, Cade McKee, two drivers who have been out there for the entirety of the racing, have done 6 straight races, and they've still got 2 more to go if they want to complete the set of runoffs here today. And the next one coming up is that Ford Mustang FR500. So nice to see that back out there and racing again. That's a heavy hit there as that BMW found trouble. But this is the sort of understanding now when we move over towards that Mustang. It is a lot different of a vehicle for many people to get their heads around, and it hasn't been run often by many people, but it's just one of those nostalgia cars in iRacing that has been there time and again, and there is that sort of fondness to it, Taylor.
It certainly is. I mean, it's a very interesting and fun car to drive. We've seen it been utilized all across iRacing for multiple different series, of course, and it's going to be exciting to see it make a return in a major aspect with these SCCA runoffs.
Now, 34 drivers into 15 spaces does not go, which means that we've got to work out who are the true contenders of the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup Contenders Series. They want to reach the Super Cup proper. They're going to have to take the challenge at the Nürburgring Grand Prix Strecker, the 5th round of 6, the season finishing off, of course, at the Autodromo Enzo e Dino Ferrari, otherwise known as Imola. Those 2 races will be going on next Sunday and the Sunday after, so make sure to mark that down for when you can jump in. This has been some of the most brilliant racing, I think some of the most closely fought racing we've seen all time, and that was proven, Taylor, last time out at Watkins Glen.
It certainly was. A lot of major story arcs coming in from that event at Watkins Glen, and now the question is going to be, who is it going to be able to fight their way through and continue on in this amazing qualifier series to head into the Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup?
Well, John Bertifer makes it 6 races out of 6 with a different winner, and you switch 2 letters in John Bertifer's name, you get Boatfire, as he was pretty much on fire with the way that he was racing. Nobody could catch him in a month of Saturdays when we're racing. But after this, we'll have the touring cars, and that will pretty much make sure that these 8 races from the Sports Car Club of America runoffs, the SCCA, presented by SimLab, it will put it into a perfect perspective. And this, as a virtual jump forward, Taylor, has been absolutely sensational. I don't think we could have asked for anything better.
We certainly have not, and it's going to be exciting to see how these last 2 races are going to be. Of course, we're happy for all those who have been watching every single event here today with the SCCA runoffs, and we look forward to closing it out with these final 2 exhilarating classes.
Absolutely, and we're going to start with this Mustang. It's an American classic at an American classic track, and it happens in just a couple moments.
Couldn't ask for anything better today. Each successive race seems to have been more exciting than the last, so now we head off to the FR 500 class with high expectations here at Virginia International Raceway for the iRacing SCCA Runoffs presented by SimLabs. I'm Joe Peak once again with Lefty McLeod with us here, and I gotta say, Larry, after what we've seen so far, especially coming off those GT4s and just nonstop action, like I said, expectations are set high for these Mustangs.
Yeah, we're back to spec racing here. So while the GT4s had a lot of different platforms fighting it out, here in Spec Mustang, all you get is a Spec Mustang. So these FR 500S is about 300 horsepower. These guys will get to battle it out, but not as much power as they would like to have. But they also have to do tire management. They can use all the curbs. These things are going to be side by side, a little bit of paint swapping going on. This should be as exciting as these Mustangs always be. It's not always the most loved car on the platform, but those that love it stick with it and are just loyal to it to the bitter end.
And of course, with it being a Mustang, it has plenty of grunt, 325 horsepower, 6 gears underneath there, but it's a little heavy, and that'll be a talking point a lot throughout. Top speed of 153 miles an hour. It gets going. And right now it's racing in the production car Sim Lab Challenge, of course, here on iRacing if you want to go hop in this car. So it is still in a series that you can get in there and run, just not usually by itself like we're seeing today, which will definitely be slightly different for some of the drivers who've been running it for a little while here on the sim. But an American muscle car, as you'd expect, you talked about it, Larry, that tends to be a little bit tough around twisty bits, and well, it's going to have a lot of twisty bits here.
Yeah, it's one of the things we always talk about these kind of cars in an SCCA club race. We call it American Sedan. Is that every corner is a real corner on one of these cars, and a track like the IR, that is no exception. They're going to try and tiptoe their way around the Turn 1 complex. They'll be hanging on at Turn 2, and then the NASCAR 3 will just be sort of a little bit of tail slide and try not to destroy the tires early in the race. The left hook, at least, of Turn 4, so you get a lot of curb. All the way down the snake will be pretty much a straight line for these guys, just using all the curbs. But when you start doing the climbing S's near the 4th and 5th gear range in this car, it is going to be all kinds of hairy, just hanging on, try to keep this thing on the track. No real downforce. There's a wing. I know it doesn't really do anything to really help you at all. It's going to be loose and slippery, but once you get onto that back straight, the noises are going to be incredible. These cars are going to be drag racing all the way up the roller coaster, and then who can go side by side down the roller coaster using all the curbs and hang on to it and keep it together under hog pen. Oh, this is going to be a lot of fun to watch these things hanging it out.
No doubt about it. It'll take a lot of that throttle control. And if you've been watching today, this is going to seem like old hat, but as you can see for our race summary here, we've got 8 minutes qualifying before we get into a 35-minute race with no scheduled pit stops in these cars. But you got to be kind to those tires, no doubt. As I said, there's a lot of grunt underneath them, and they do like to slide, and they're heavy, so you want to take care of the rubber to help take you to the end of the race. Still don't have any times in. Honestly, because it is definitely a bit unique in terms of how it drives compared to other cars. I've always described it myself, Larry, as trying to steer it as sort of like trying to give a dog medicine.
Yeah, you're a little bit more of a wrestling match than you would be in like carving arcs like we were in some of our Formula cars, or even in the GT4s that have a little bit more clean handling. These things are definitely a bit more of a muscle to it, kind of coaxing it, kind of begging, hey, please, come on, make this corner, but not that much corner. And that's what makes these things a whole lot of fun. They do make for great races because everyone's just barely hanging on, trying to keep the tires under them. In 35 minutes, that's a long race in one of these cars.
Yeah, so I got to think, just trying to maybe measure your race a little bit, going to be key to this. We'll see if anybody holds back a little bit early on to try and hold on to those tires as it gets later on in the day. We come up the front stretch here with the number 11 of Matt Malone, very popular name here on iRacing, and see what he's got underneath him for the first lap time. And well, he's actually just starting that first lap right now, as that was an out lap for him. So on he carries down into the first corner, into the horseshoe, to really give us an idea of what these cars are like trying to race around here and work these curbs. So far, so good. Looking very smooth, actually.
Yeah, and that's the real key with this car, I think, is being smooth. Smooth on your brake release, smooth on your turn in. Those are the points where the car is going to transfer the weight. If you do that too abruptly, this car, the back end will snap. He's doing a very good job. Look at him using every ounce of curbing, but the car isn't doing little wiggles. It doesn't have those little micro movements. He's just trying to be straight. Here they are straight lining. The lower S is the snake. Again, trying to get that drag racing as much as you can. Put the thing in point and shoot. Get it straight, hit the gas. But as he goes through the climbing S's, they will be climbing. Look at Matt here, climbing each of these curves, trying not to lose speed, lose any momentum, but also trying not to upset the car.
Matt Malone, a very popular streamer, as I alluded to a little bit earlier here on the iRacing service, and is known by quite a few fans, is followed pretty closely. We'll see if they show up here today to try and cheer him on as he heads along the Madison Avenue once again. Again, still needs a time on the board himself as we take a listen in to hear what this American muscle sounds like. Love the sound of this car. Just magnificent stuff, Larry.
They are glorious, glorious noises, just rumbling. You can almost sense the entire car, just like a big speaker inside of it, just living inside that motor. These things just make all kinds of fun sounds. And it's great racing to watch, whether it's live at an A sedan or a spec Mustang race or from your sim. This is a great, great race that we're about to see.
Right now, Keith Nelson has the provisional pole by 7 thousandths of a second over Murphy Nichols. He's a young one, the number 20, so he is certainly going to have to try and use some of that energy, I'm sure, to try and see if he can get ahead in the race, because he's parked it currently and he's not able to take that pole spot right now. Carter Kundinger, another one that comes back from GT1s, that is here sitting third right now. And we've got Scott Banks in the number 1 machine, currently sitting fourth on the grid in these final 2 minutes. Speaking of the GT1s, I was trying to recall here, Larry, because trying to remember when exactly the C6R was released on iRacing. I think this Mustang might actually be the oldest one that we're racing today, possibly.
It just might be. It's been around quite a while. I know that it's in my private leagues, we've been running this thing since the beginning, but it's been around for a while. But I tell you, it's one of those that the people that really love it don't want to let it go. They don't want to try the new stuff because this thing is just a lot of fun. It's just classic. It's raw. It's just horsepower and 4 tires and not much else. You don't have anything great aero. It doesn't really do anything spectacular and easy. It has to be driven. It has to be carved. And I think it really means that those who enjoy that skill and that activity really flock to this car.
I do like this paint scheme as well that we've got on the 7 of Brian Howard, as he's currently coming around to see if he can get his second lap, I believe. Double checking to make sure. No, he's run both of his, so he's actually done for the day, is Brian Howard. But Scott Banks, who I was mentioning earlier, is finishing his second lap. 2:03.4 does not get knocked down, unfortunately. He doesn't go any quicker. Cade McKee back once again, of our regulars that have been showing up race after race today. Luis Enriquez has moved himself up into third now with a 2:03.324. In fact, the top 4 right now, Larry, are split by a 0.13 of a second.
It's going to be super tight, and that just means that everybody's playing on level playing field here. There isn't anybody who's just going to check out and leave the field in their wake. This is going to be one of those, think of a dogfight, but it's also a bit of an attrition war with these cars. So see how many cars can survive the first couple laps and make it a real fight to the end.
All right, so last couple seconds tick down, and our qualifying is now over. Our grid is set for our penultimate race of the day. Out of 8 hours of racing that we've been going through, Keith Nelson Jr. on the pole with Murphy Nichols to his outside. Henriquez jumping up there very late. Carter Kundinger showing he's still fast in these cars. Malone and Banks rounding out your first 3 rows. We'll see how they fare from there. Ronenberg and Gata with Castillo and Hill on the next row. You've got Shannabrook and Austin Farr rounding out the next 3 rows. Cade McKee, good enough for row 7. Next to Patry, those are the 2 that have been here with us all day, and they're not going to be able to avoid one another. As you can see, Phil Keck there as well on row 9. We've got Brian Howard, who we were following and admiring his paint scheme in the mid-pack there. And then Hobchek in row 15 as well. Matt Thompson joining us there in row 17, last couple through Lilac Zier, and row 19 amongst his peers as they are just about gridded up and ready to take off on their pace lap. And don't forget, if you are watching any of this and interested in trying to become an iRacer yourself, just log on to iRacing.com today. You can start your iRacing career just like that. In fact, we've got, I believe, a 40% discount coming up that you'll want to take advantage of here. So definitely the right time now to get involved as we listen to the rumble coming through. And again, that 40% is for new members coming in. So if you're on the fence, there you go right there. Big chunk of the cost taken off in your first foray into iRacing. I can attest, Larry, it was, let's see, 2010, so 12 years ago now that I joined in, and I was kind of like, oh, I don't know about this. And then after my first month, I was hooked for life, basically.
I had a couple of my friends I know from the world of SCCA Autocross that said, hey, why are you not on iRacing yet? A couple years back, and I was like, well, I don't know. What do I need to do? And got myself signed up, got myself one of those 40% discounts, and I haven't looked back. It's become an addiction. It's my weekends, especially in the wintertime when my outdoor racing season ends. I jump onto my sim rig and spend all winter long keeping my skills finely tuned, and I will say I think it's helped a little bit. It's definitely one of those things that you can use to keep your timing and to keep the rhythm and to keep the concepts of weight transfer and braking early and those things that carry over to any point in motorsports that you're at. I've enjoyed it. My wife says, God, you going back onto that sim rig again? I go, yeah, I'm down there again, whether I'm calling a race or running in a race. It's become part of life now.
Yep, I feel you there. It's something that I feel glad that I've been given as much leeway as I have to give iRacing so much control over my life, I guess you could say. It's just been all enveloping, but in a good way. And it's been a joy to be a part of for these last 12 years, at least for me. But let's see whether these drivers can take, close to 12 years now for this Mustang now, to try and take it to the SCCA Runoffs here at VIR and try to get a win. Again, I can't stress enough, Murphy Nichols, I think he's like 18 years old or something like that. He's pretty young, and is going to try and see if he can beat some very experienced drivers out there. Malone and Kundinger, I know, are definitely older than him.
But it's the amazing thing about drivers nowadays. You go back 30 years and you had to get your license, go to a school, and you got limited track time because it was expensive and it took forever to build a career. Now every 7 and 8 year olds can get themselves on a sim, get themselves on iRacing, learn all these crafts and skills, and if they are going to go real world, they've built up a lot of experience before they ever sit in a real car and turn a wheel, or they've got 10 years experience by the time they're 18 years old on the sim. And you can see folks like Murphy Nichols, who's one of the quickest ones out here, able to use that in a very competitive league, because this is like all the races we've seen today. These are your 4K and 5K iRating drivers all going heads up. These aren't your first weekend joining the sim. These guys all have experience. So a driver who's as young as Murphy Nichols, we've had a few others like Dean Dibdahl in some of those races. Another one is only about 16 years old. These kids come along quick. They learn everything fast, and they show us veterans how to do it.
Absolutely. I love how it has democratized the scene. Racing's really been better for it, as sim racing's just brought out the talent and shown us who could be a potential future superstar. Even if they don't necessarily have the funds to start off, they can at least show they've got the talent and then go from there. And definitely a little bit of wiggling happening up Madison Avenue as the drivers try to prep these tires to get ready to go as they plunge down into the horseshoe. Everybody's going to have to really tiptoe there as they get everything warmed up and ready and performing. As like we said, these are heavy cars and also very wide cars. These things take up a lot of room, and this is a narrow track, Larry.
Yeah, the newer scans of the track, whenever it comes along, will probably add about a lane to a lot of places. Right now, still the original scan it's pretty narrow in some spots. Certainly at this point here at the top of the hill, going down the roller coaster, you can see just 2 lanes of asphalt there, and they take up most of it. I don't know that we'll see a lot of 3 wide going in there. If we do, someone's going to go home in tears. But right now, the way it's laid out, it's going to be a lot of 2 wide. These cars race side by side really well, and they trade paint well. We'll see who can keep their car a little clean and maybe see the checker flag first.
Been watching cars that are 1,000 pounds and lower in some cases so far today. Triple that for these things. It is a battle of the titans out there. And let's see if it winds up being a slugfest as the pace car is in and the green flag is out. It is a very late start for Keith Nelson Jr., our pole sitter. He does not go early, and this is going to mean that Nichols is still right to his outside. In fact, nobody is separated. It is 2 by 2 straight down all the way to the very end. Somebody is off and sliding into the barrier on the outside, but the rest of the field is going to take it 2 and 3 wide. Somebody cuts across the track as well once again, manages to keep it out of the wall, but for the most part, we had a relatively clean start.
For the most part, as you say, a couple of things going on. Still some bumpers bumping around as the 13 is going to go spinning and sliding there off what looks like turn 3. A lot of that happening. A lot of folks turning their Mustangs into lawn tractors, and there's a big pileup.
That's a parking lot. That is a bunch of cars trying to pick their way through. Unfortunately, still hitting side by side, and yet more getting spun off the circuit. Zoltan Dem, unfortunately, amongst that. Not sure who started that, but it affected a lot of drivers, and it spread out the field on this first lap.
It did. I'm looking at some of the names that got shuffled back down the order a little bit.
Malone amongst them, unfortunately.
Yeah, there was a lot. There were quite a few. That was a large parking lot, and it did come down to who could be clean on the opening lap. But right now, between Nelson and Nichols, they were able to skate away scot-free on this thing. All the action happened behind them. Even behind Patrick and McKee, and those guys now sitting in 7th and 8th. So there's some that got shuffled back, and unfortunate ends to their race, but those that survive continue.
Both Nichols and Cunningham are well familiar to me. I've called them in a variety of series over the years, and Carter, definitely a quick driver. Murphy, a little bit newer to me, but quite fast, and as I said, very fresh to the scene as they plunge down through Hogpen here to complete lap 1. Amazingly, in all those incidents, I don't see anybody who's taken a tow. They all carried on.
Yes, it means damage might have been minimal, although I'm seeing some pretty good wrinkles there on the front end of the, didn't tell quite what number that was, but definitely some wrinkled front ends on some of these cars. So there definitely was some contact with some tire.
You say that like this car. You say that like this car has significant aerodynamics in the first place.
Yeah, that might be McGrew actually. I think in the I'm looking at the 33 of Steve Pender and McGrew behind him. Yeah, he's the one with the most of the damage. But you're right; these aren't exactly slipstream type of cars. So from an aero point of view, it probably doesn't matter as long as the wheels are still pointing straight. Carry on and continue to race.
Yeah, that's a very interesting face on that number 9 there, Brandon McGrew. For sure.
I get to call McGrew, and yeah, McGrew runs one of the leagues that I call every week, and you have a little bit more rough luck to this start than he normally has, but he's still racing. He doesn't want to give up, and looks like he's not losing any pace with all that.
Yeah, still Pender just in front of him right now. Ronenberg as well in that bright car as we come up over South Bend. Definitely not flat out in these machines. Ooh. Off track behind them there. I think that was Scott Banks in 4th place as we switched to the leaders that had 4 wheels in the dirt. Big slide off the corner now for Keith Nelson Jr. Murphy Nichols trying to take advantage of that. Is he going to be able to as they head up through Madison Avenue?
He's got a bit of a run going. The draft not huge, but it does exist for these cars. See if he does decide to pop out early here in this race or just continue to push. He isn't moving out there yet. Might just be deciding to play it conservative.
Yep, backs out of it. You can really tell how early they have to get on the binders. They're heavy cars, so they've got to try and slam on those brakes and try and guide them through carefully. But let's see who gets the power down coming off of Hog Pen once again. Nichols a little farther back than he was before down the back stretch, so not sure that he's going to get a chance on Nelson this time by as they complete lap 2.
Yeah, and you watch these guys under braking, the cars get a little bit squirrely, especially at the top of the hill towards the roller coaster where you have to be braking and bending. But even here going into 1, it's a workout to try to get these things slowed down. 3,600 pounds does not stop exactly on a dime. And so these guys have to work for it, and they have to really manage their tires and make sure that come late in the race, they've got something under them. Because 35 minutes, you got to make sure your tires survive with 3,600 pounds above them. And right there you see Nichols running a bit wide. All it took, just tap the curb on the apex, and the thing gets all kinds of squirrely. But man, he's just throwing it around.
Well, we've got some time here since it looks like they've separated slightly to take a look at some of the replays from the starts. I'm going to guess that this is the one that sent a car off to the left-hand side here. Didn't quite see who it was.
I think the 25 might have one that ended up with a driver's lap. That's Alan McCain.
And then the 18 kind of was just trying to cut across, and it was 3 wide. So that was a smaller incident compared to this one.
Yes,
coming down into
nice
left hook.
Drift. It started it all. Unfortunately, he took himself out. Everyone else seems okay, and then they all check up. 3 wide. Left hook is not where you want to go. And a whole lot of door banging. It looks like the 11 of Matt Malone took the brunt of it, and then everything behind them just scatters.
I think, was that the 11 or the 18 that got bumped initially there? That got sent sideways across the track. That really was the what I think kicked off the huge chain reaction. One more incident here from early on in the race at 36, touching the grass just in the tiniest of ways, and then T-bone.
Yeah, well, he's able to get himself back straight again, but not the way he wanted. But that's what happens if you just touch the grass. That's all it takes. A little bit of grass on corner exit, and these things are going to go around, especially at that turn 5 as they enter the snake. These big, wide tires and these big, heavy cars do not take well to the grass. They're not exactly like the Miata that are hanging on and touching those things. The Mustang, not so much. As Nichols now has the lead of the pack going into 1.
He took that on the backstretch. A bad exit from Nelson off of Oak Tree, opened the door, and Murphy Nichols stepped through it. So instead, it is swapped up at the front, but Kundinger and Banks still in 3rd and 4th and have not changed their positions. 4-car breakaway currently. Jason Gata is the next one back, and that was a lot of inside curb there for Kundinger as he tries to get a little greedy over these gray curbs.
Cars are pretty amazing that Ford actually for a while produced their own factory-built race car. You drop 75 grand on the table and they will hand you one of these race ready, which is pretty rare in this day and age. Just 10, 12 years ago they were doing this, so it's pretty wild that you could do that, and Ford was willing to support that. Really made it awesome to make these cars available. Nowadays, there's a few of them still around. There's also a lot of other spec leagues popping up around the country, and on the West Coast there's a spec Mustang, which is awfully similar to what these are, running similar 4.6 engines out there. So really great to see some of these, as well as the ones that are prepped for the American sedan class in the SCCA and for club racing. Very, very popular platform because they're simple and they're plentiful, and you can do some great side-by-side racing in them. So it's great to see these, but really it kind of took off when Ford said, yeah, we'll get behind that, we'll build some race cars.
And they're getting back into racing as well here with having various classes for the Mustang once again in the real world. So excited to see. This was always a favorite car of my mother's, so I'm sure she'll be happy when I tell her that it's going to be returning. And well, right now these drivers trying to drive these mothers around this track, and right now Murphy Nichols leads the way. After that pass, he seems to have at least put some distance between himself and Nelson. It hasn't been massive, but he's not been under threat, at least currently.
No, it's in his marks. There's something about some drivers are just better leading than they are trailing. Sometimes when you're trailing, it's difficult to pick up your braking point, your turn in. Other drivers trailing love that. They love seeing the carrot they can go chasing after. Maybe Murphy's just one of those who likes to be out front. He has had some success on this in this class. I believe the Washington, D.C. region has their iRacing league, and Murphy's been the champ of that. So he's had a lot of success in this car. certainly no stranger to the front of the field. And maybe that's where he likes to be and not necessarily the chaser. Whereas Nelson right now gets to play the chaser and see what he can do and try to make some room around him. Boy, he's getting tight back here.
Yeah, it's right on top of one another now as we head out of the left hook and into the snake. And this is, I believe, amongst the cars of McKee, Patry, Gata, and Farr. This is the battle for 5th. They fly under the bridge, heading up through the climbing S's. It's going to be a bit of a shame if Patry, McKee, and some of these other guys that have been in literally every single race are not going to be able to get a win out of any of them.
Yeah, and for Patry, he's been competitive in all of them, not just in all of them. It's one thing to say that hey, I got to participate. I qualified for them all, and I was able to be there and all of them. Patry has been in positions in the top 10. In fact, I think this is about the furthest down we've seen at any race that he has run of the 6.5 so far. He's competitive, and to be able to jump from the V, the Spec Ford, and then running in the GT4, and now here, these are wildly different cars, and he seems to have the skills to run all of them at pace, and now finding himself in yet another battle. This time, the battle for 5th with Farr and Gata in front of him and McKee behind him.
Yep, don't have to drop the $75,000 to get this car, obviously, in iRacing, so a little bit easier for him to put a little money in and then obviously invest a ton of time and then try and get himself out here for every single one of these SCCA cars. It'll be a little bit harder in real life. This is a good run from Caleb on the back of Gata. Not sure if he's going to be able to do it here into the horseshoe unless he really sends this one in. It's a little early for that. In fact, yeah, he's just going to hold off. He takes a tiny peek, but I don't think that was a serious go.
It's one of those, just make sure that you don't late break yourself and end up in the back of Gata in front of you. Just you can see your braking point cleanly and bring it down. But he certainly wasn't intending on passing it. He certainly is enjoying the battle, it looks like, staying right with these guys. We flash back here. I believe that is McGrew again with the wrinkly front end.
Yep, looking a little bit like Sloth from the Goonies there, and it's not slowing him down, that's for sure. He's up to 11th after managing to get by Pinder.
It's a good little battle.
That's a car off.
That is. That is Ronenberg, Shannabrook. This is the 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13. I think even 14th place in this battle. So pretty big train here as they're trying to catch the group in front of them.
He's got a black flag. He's got to give that time back for cutting the course. I think he's trying to do it here where he's not going to have to give up the position and maybe hold those guys back, but I'm still seeing that black flag next to his name on the timing and scoring. So we'll see whether or not he winds up. Oh my goodness, he's causing a huge stack up as we switched cameras up ahead. Now he's finally giving it back and flying down towards the roller coaster here. This is our battle for the lead, still being led by Nichols. Nelson, indeed, has not been threatening that number 20 ever since he got overtaken, and instead is having to look in the mirrors on Kundinger.
Nichols able to just turn these 203s and just keep not making mistakes. I've got maybe the key out there, whereas behind him, Nelson and Kundinger are turning a little bit quicker, about a tenth or two, but not enough to really do anything. And I think on this lap in particular, as we see them come across the stripe, I wouldn't be surprised if Nichols has retaken one of the quickest laps of the race, because he just seems to be doing it flawlessly. He's not making big mistakes, as the guys behind him now are going to play side by side going into one.
Yep, that is Nelson there in the blue car that you see being chased by the red and black of Carter Kundinger. And then the mostly black there of the number 1 of Scott Banks comes in with the highest I rating, but has not been leading the race. Let's watch from on board this group and see what it sounds like with our full throttle. And it looks like Murphy Nichols has now lost the lead as he went a little wide. I think maybe touching the grass on his way into South Bend. So Murphy Nichols, unfortunately, what looked like a handy lead, has handed it over. And now Nelson is not out of the woods himself. He's gotten the lead back, but for how long? Here comes Kundinger, side by side, under braking, down into the roller coaster, the long way around. Carter's trying to make this one work, make it stick, but it's not done. They continue to go wheel to wheel, down into Hogpen, and the overlap is done. Carter Kundinger, your new leader.
Wow, all that started when Patry decided to oversend it, and it looks like Kundinger's not quite done yet. He's going to catch some grass at the edge of Hogpen, and he's going to let Nelson right on by.
Scott Banks, unfortunately, has no place to go. He's going to just kind of follow through as Nelson gets it right back. Can he get into second place past Kundinger here? That exit out of Hogpen really cost that number 4 car. And now he can't get back into line because Murphy Nichols trying to fill that hole as well.
And Murphy, he's on the recovery now after what he had done back there at South Bend. He was not old enough to drink, but old enough to get drunk on noises and go sliding down off of South Bend. But luckily for him, able to recover and stay in line with this. That's the biggest thing to me, is that he didn't throw the race away and was able to recover as we catch the replay on board now with Murphy. Does it on the entry. Look at that drift. And in the grass, look at it, hand over hand even in the sim, right back in line like it was nothing.
Well, when you're young, you still got those fast reflexes. So as we jump back on board, I bet he's glad about that one as we see the trio in front of him still trying to decide the lead. Nelson leads Banks, leads Kundinger.
Well, Nichols now, as we approach the halfway point of the race, has to work his way back up. He started up there, was running in the top 2, had the lead, but we've seen how difficult it is to pass. He's going to have to get 3 passes done to get back to that spot now after throwing that away. Oh no!
Was that contact? Did he just get into the back of Nelson and nearly spin him? Carter Kundinger is going to sneak through the pair and now lead the race. Nichols is going to take advantage. We're hearing that maybe he had a missed shift, and that is a very common thing in these cars. Nichols from 4th to 1st, and one straightaway, he does it!
Well, what was they saying about how difficult it would be to get the lead back? One missed shift just handed him back the lead. Mistakes happen. This is one of the few H-pattern cars left in the sim. Does mean you've got to nail those shifts. You can't just click and keep your foot down, and that may have been what cost Nelson and Kundinger, Nichols the beneficiary, back to the front.
This is another car I've been covering for close to 10 years here on iRacing, and it's been that way ever since the beginning. You just got to be very careful with that gearbox. And Carter Kundinger wants that lead back. He thought maybe that was his chance to try and get up to the front, and Nichols said no. Right on top of him, the number 4 continues to hound the 20 as they start lap 9.
Nelson seems to be struggling a little bit. He had had the early lead in the first lap or 2 and was chasing Nichols for a while. Now a bit of struggle. We'll see if he can keep pace on the back of Banks and collect his thoughts to try and make sure he sticks with this pack. Sometimes you get a little bit rattled. You need to refresh, take a breath, and see if you can stick with the group, because if not, your race could be over. So he's got to really put it all behind him now and reset and say, okay, race is only half over. We're 3 spots away. Let's just keep the head down and get it done.
Well, who of these guys has been able to hold on to those tires, too? Because we're already seeing all sorts of mistakes, and they've been running at torrid pace. We're talking 6 seconds ahead of Farr here, Larry. So are they using up their stuff a little too much here?
Yeah, that could easily be a factor. They're making a lot of generic mistakes. Oh, there's another one by Nichols.
1 and 2 off the course through the oak tree, and this time they lose touch with it. In fact, Nichols is going to have to go completely around the barrier just to get back onto the track. It's now Kundinger and Nelson, your lead 2. Banks is in 3rd. Farr just about is caught up to him, and Nichols gets the worst as he falls to 9th.
Well, you were talking about tire wear. I'm starting to wonder if he missed his braking point and got it cut deep. I think we got a replay queuing up. Watch Nichols, watch when he goes to the brakes, and see if he gets on him late. You'll watch, he never gets the car wound down. He's trying to trail brake in, and he runs wider and wider and wider, and just not there, and then right behind him, they just stack themselves up and lose all that ground.
Yeah, that was Banks that followed him in on that unfortunate target fixation that catches another driver out. Banks is about 5 seconds back now, so He has definitely been caught by Farr and is now in and amongst the second group. It's about 1.2 seconds between Kundinger and Nelson, so that battle's not over, but not as hot as it once was. As we see the battle for fourth head down into the horseshoe side by side there, that is actually Cade McKee and looks like Jason Gata, who are going to unfortunately have to give the spot back to Cade. Did something happen to Nichols? He's in pit lane. He has a black flag. Is that an incident limit already?
Oh, it looks like it is. So unfortunately, that's part of the way things go. You can't have that many offs and that many contacts, and that one might have been enough when he went off and then picked up the contact, getting in the back with Banks got into him. So that's unfortunate for him. That's going to make what had been a pretty good run, ending his day early. But if we take a look at this battle now, this is the battle for the last podium spot between Banks, Farr, Patry, McKee, and Gata. This all falls right up to Patry. But for Banks, he had been fighting for the win. Now he's got about 4 guys behind him. He's got to hold off.
We saw the 10 a little bit slow earlier, so we're going to take a look and see if we can dissect what happened to him. This appears to be down into the horseshoe. He's got a car to the outside. Did he outbrake himself a little bit? He did, and then got some help. Yep.
And that's the 30 of landing, I think, getting into the back of him. But he's able to continue, but those are never ones that make you feel very good.
Certainly not. We had an off for Matthew Buzinga in the 17 as well. We might look into that a little bit later. Not sure what caused that for him. Meanwhile, between Patry and Farr, there's almost nothing between them as they break for the roller coaster. Farr up 8 positions from the beginning of this race. Has certainly taken advantage of that incident at the start and has been holding on to it ever since.
Patry's up 9. These guys started all along the inside of rows 6 and 7, and they are pushing to catch up. Problem is, they've got Banks out there who started up on row 2, now is falling back. They've got to chase him down to try and snag a podium spot, as the battle here of Malone now is to try and cut up the inside. Malone's had
Sounds
a busy
like
day.
Malone's been in the action here in that number 11. We're going to take a look at the replay. Wonder if that's with who he's battling with Day here. Yeah, that does look Day to be Day in the... No, that's number 17. Oh, and that was the one that I mentioned earlier that had an off. That was the incident that I had seen, and it actually put him in the wall. So, that's not going to be... Matt Malone's not going to be on his Christmas list.
No, I suspect he will not. Malone seems to be out there maybe make a few apologies at the end of this race the way he's going. But as we flash to the front again, I'm trying to keep an eye here at Patry and Farr. For a moment there, thought maybe they could stick with Banks. Banks has just put his head back down, trying to catch the front two, hoping one of them makes a mistake. And Banks just back to his old tricks, running 2:04.0, fastest car on the track right now is Scott Banks.
He was 3/10 faster than Nelson, who's in second place. 2/10 faster than the leader. So yeah, it's going to take a lot, but he could maybe get back up there. Scott Banks, though, oh, well, maybe he's not, because he just went off coming out of Oak Tree. And now Austin Farr is beside him. Caleb Patry is also going to try and get through as they come up to the braking into the roller coaster. Banks already had his problem at Oak Tree before. Is he going to have it on the other end of the back stretch? He goes a little deep, tries to get the car back underneath him, and he does, but he's going to lose the spot to the 6.
Patry, very smart there. Pushed Farr to stay in front of Banks, knowing they need Banks to not be leading the way. Here's the replay of Banks' off right at Oak Tree, like we've seen quite a few, but he's able to get back on. He only lost about the 2 seconds to these two that cut up the inside, and he's able to split them at the other end of the straightaway. He'll be looking to try and get ahead of now Farr, who's in that 3rd spot.
Well, it was looking good for a little while, and that definitely was a slower lap for the one machine as he tries to poke his nose inside of Farr coming down through the horseshoe. No dice this time, though.
He's trying, but this is what, for Patry and Farr to have a shot at 3rd, they need to keep Banks between them and don't let Banks do anything. So Patry should continue to just hound the back of Scott Banks and to make sure he can't make any moves in front of him, because if you leave yourself a chance, as we're approaching the last third of the race now, you've got to make sure you stay in this battle What's going to happen, though, is you got McKee right behind Patry and Gata right back there. Ronenberg's in this mix now, so quite a train now following Austin Farr as they head through the climbing S's.
Yeah, it makes you think that it's not going to be a mistake and you lose one position. You're losing multiple if you're towards the front of this group. Look at how wide it was there, though. I think that was Gata. Yeah, and then he's still having trouble as we ride with Ronenberg, who's going to maybe think about it, come into the oak tree, and then reconsider it. Maybe set himself up for the exit here onto the backstretch. Magnificent run, actually, there from that pink 5.
Yeah, Ronenberg definitely getting into a bit of his groove here. Like to have a spot ahead so he has a chance to chase down the cars in front. Next time through the roller coaster, if he can't get around Gata, the gap to McKee could open up. But look at these guys side by side as Banks wants it back.
And he's going to get it back. Farr does not have a response under braking into the roller coaster. Scott Banks takes it back up to the top 3, but he's still a whopping 7 seconds behind our top 2. That's going to be a mountain probably too tall to climb unless he sees a mistake from the 4 or the 3 car.
That's all you can hope for now, but at least try to salvage a podium. And right now, being at the front of this train of 6 is a podium spot for Scott Banks. That's obviously not the position he came into today's race hoping to get, but right now it's the one he's trying to salvage. But Farr is going to try and push back.
Yeah, having to go defensive there. Banks covers it off. Big slide, though. Rear tires getting chewed up by the 6 car. That's not going to help him.
Yeah, it's starting to get a little loose now, get a little dicey. He's got a lot of heat in those tires too. Late in the day, now with a good 20-some minutes on those things, they are not happy tires. As much as he's been pushing to fight his way up, we talked about how he's about 9 spots up from where he started, and 8 spots at this point. That means he's had to push.
And we started, I think it was around 86 Fahrenheit. It's up to 90 degrees Fahrenheit out on the track. It's only been getting hotter out there for these drivers, which is going to make life all the more difficult here in these final 10 minutes. Looking back from on board, Scott Banks at the just train of hungry cars looking to try and overtake him here. And we've already seen some mistakes coming up into this very corner here in Oak Tree. Has Scott learned his lesson?
Pushing the edges, but he knows how critical it is to get a run off of Oak Tree. And you can see right there, he gaps a car length just as they exit past the tree. And that's what he did on the last lap to get this position. Look how good he is at getting on the gas early, not giving any chance to Austin Farr to retaliate.
Patry still watching on Farr. Maybe he recognized that slide early on in the lap and is hoping he could get a few more of those out to be able to slide underneath that rear wing and try and go on the attack here. Look for 4th place, maybe even a podium if he can get up to the back of the number 1 as we ride on board now. Heading down the hill. Shows you how blind it is here in the hog pen.
It's just so much undulation. When I was out there for the real world runoffs, the analog ones, so to speak, you got to take a golf cart ride around the track and you get to stop at all the various points. You can see how much undulation and how much elevation change there is around this place. You can get a sense of it here at this low angle on the front fascia here of Patry. You can just see how downhill the braking is into one, and all those apexes, like coming through Hog Pen, each has a little bit of a dip. It's very rough, and it really penalizes you for missing it, because if you get in the wrong rhythm of it, it sends you out the outside of Hog Pen, which we've seen drivers do. It's not a flat track by any means.
Whew, there was a little peek from Gata trying to go past McKee, but McKee shut the door heading into NASCAR Bend. Seems like Banks has it a little bit under control now, as he's about half a second ahead of Farr at the front of this train. They've been in a stalemate, but that doesn't mean that this is a dull race right here. Every one of these drivers has been on pins and needles.
They all know what's at stake here. They have a chance to get themselves a podium in this race. This is definitely one of the highest average I ratings you're going to see in one of these fields. And that's the thing about these cars, is sometimes when you're running in the public races, you can't always get the best drivers in the same place. This race today here at the runoff gives these guys an opportunity to showcase their talent against the best of the best in these FR 500Ss. It's great to see these guys. So they want to be able to prove themselves against the best of the best. And on top of that, if you're in this train now behind Banks, all it takes is the front two guys to suddenly have a problem, and then suddenly this is the battle for the lead. Nelson's not going away from Kundinger, so just kind of keeping an eye on that battle out in front while we've been watching Banks and Farr and Patrick. The battle from Kundinger and Nelson for the lead is down to around a second. All it takes is for those guys to get to side by side. We could have a battle for the lead, and who knows what can happen there.
Yeah, it's just checking in on their last lap was a 10th faster for Nelson. So I'm curious what it's going to be as they're coming to the line just about now. So we'll get an update to see if it's once again narrowing between our top two. We're on board with Nelson here. Kundinger a 2:04.6. It's a little bit of a slow one for him, but it's a 2:04.8 for Nelson. I wonder if there was some lap traffic that caught each of them out there.
Yeah, they're moving pretty well, but you can see certainly Banks and Farr and Patrick behind them are faster. So these guys either are running into tire wear. I didn't see anything on the last lap. It looked like lap traffic. They did on the previous, but at this point, they might finally be getting into the point where tires are getting worn, and they've really got to manage here to the end of the race. But you can see Nelson's not going anywhere. He's still in this. As long as you're within a couple car lengths, one little bit of a wiggle for Kundinger, and the lead can easily change hands.
$1 million question, though, is if they are losing their tires, for those behind, is it going to be too little too late? We got a problem. The 23. This has gotta. Oh, so that was involved
McKee
in that group. Remember, I said he tried to make it go into NASCAR Bend? This time it was left hook, and it failed spectacularly. Here we go, taking a look at it. This is behind them, yeah. Ambitious.
Just a little bit. There was room, unfortunately, until Gata got so much curb where he slid wide and caught McKee, unfortunately. And the two of them now have faded back quite a bit, leaving the battle for fourth now to just the three of them, Farr, Patry, and then a couple seconds to Ronenberg behind. So that battle really is now between Farr, Patry, and Banks for the third spot, while Nelson is still chasing down Kundinger. He's 0.6 back with looks like about 2 laps to go. Race is on.
This must have been a much better lap for Nelson now, because he was, about 1.2 before, so we're taking a look at the battle farther behind. This is for 11th, being led by Shannonbrook, but Howard and Malone have been kind of swapping places here. In fact, Malone is feeling like he's ambitious. He's going to send it in deep. He's going to be able to stop the car. He's already gotten in trouble once. This time, though, it's going to be a nice, clean pass for 12th place.
Well, the pass may have been clean, but his car at this point is not. But he's trying to keep that thing rolling. This just shows you there's not a lot of aero in these cars when the body's in the best of shape. It really doesn't matter how many wrinkles are in it now. Pretty wild there to see Malone, Shannonbrook, and Howard dicing it out. But here we are, the lap and a half to go, and Nelson is closing quickly on Kundinger.
0.5 of a second splitting the pair of them now. The 3 on the chase for the 4. Kundinger started this one on the the outside of the second row, whereas Nelson began it on the pole, and he wants to get back there. Does he have enough underneath him to do so, as they've only got 3 minutes left, so we're looking at 1 or 2 laps left to go.
Kundinger looks quicker coming out of the snake, the lower S's, leaving Nelson to chase him all the way through the upper S's and have to take risks at 10. But we know it's all about this corner right here. Who can get the better run? We were watching Banks get the spectacular hook off of there. Nelson here looks okay, but I'm not sure it's the one that he wants now. He's only going to get one more chance at it, as they should get white flag this time by.
Yep, this is going to be it. So it's now or nothing. If you are Keith Nelson, you got to get up to the back of that number 4 and start to go on the attack as they approach the braking into the roller coaster. It looks like Nelson going to get it down to about 0.5 of a second, but it's off the corner. It's going to be so critical here in these cars, especially out of Hogpen. Another exit that leads you along a very long flat-out stretch of racetrack, and it's looking pretty good here for the 3.
He's getting closer. This is the part of the track he's been quicker, but he's got to get quick through especially turns 3, 4, and 5. That's where he's been losing ground to Kundinger. He can't do that now. This is the last chance. White flag, as we just saw, is out. 3.2 miles to go, and Nelson's got to lay it all on the line. No room to do anything. He's got to just lick it, stick it, and send it.
He was a 10th faster that time once again. Keith Nelson, no pressure from behind. And in fact, they have no cars coming up ahead that they have to lap as well. It is a straight fight for the win between them. But I think this is going to have to be a tense one, because Keith Nelson has to give everything to try and get up there. Kundinger has to play probably a little bit of defense at some points, depending on if he gets good exits himself off of the corners as they head past the snake under the bridge. That was a good exit from before. He pulls a tenth or two farther away from Nelson.
He's been getting that great exit every single lap, and that's where Nelson struggles. Nelson now really needs to hit South Bend perfect and then get the oak tree of all oak trees to have any sort of chance. It's pretty good, pretty clean, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. We'll see how he does under trail braking here into oak tree for the last time.
This one will plant the seed. If it's a good one, he should be safe up to the end, and it seems decent enough. Nelson had a good exit, but Kundinger's was mediocre enough, I guess you could say, that he doesn't seem to be under threat. It's down to 0.4 of a second. He is filling the slipstream, but I think that is indeed too little, too late. If you are the number 3, weaving back and forth, Kundinger trying to keep Keith Nelson from having a realistic shot at him. All he needs is a smooth end to this race. Going in deep, Keith Nelson is trying to find those apexes. It does bring him within 0.3. Kundinger has to be smooth. As long as he doesn't make a mistake here, he should have the win. But a tiny slip-up could open the door for Keith Nelson. As they come to the line, he was there, but he wasn't close enough. So it's gonna be Carter Kundinger who takes the win.
Spectacular race, but for these guys, it is not over yet. That's Matt Malone still in the middle of a fight with Brian Howard.
Yep, they are now also heading into Hogpen themselves. Malone behind Shanna Brook, and that was a little bit of a sloppy run from Matt. Brian Howard thinking about it. Does he have enough speed? It's going to be side by side at the line between the pair of them to decide 12th place. But it looks like Malone is going to wind up with that 12th in the end. Battle a little farther down coming into the roller coaster here. Looks like the 19 of Castillo. Yeah, you're right. And Richard Coffey, but Richard can't overtake that brilliantly painted number 19.
We continue these. Herb Prince coming along now to try and hold off the hard charger there. The 36 of Lilac here.
And Jacob Klein is behind him. That's for position as well. I'm sure he'd love them to tussle just like that as he gets into the back of him. Thankfully, nobody's turned around, but that slows the speed of Lilac. And the 26 might be able to overtake him at the line. This is for 30 seconds as they get ready to cross. He's just about there. And it is indeed going to be Jacob who winds up in that 32nd position. Lilac, unfortunately, just missing out at the very end of it. But up at the front, your winner going to be Kundinger ahead of Nelson by about 1/4 of a second. Scott Banks, unfortunately, couldn't gather them back up. He has to settle for 3rd, but it's still a podium for him as Austin Farr was outside of that. Look at that battle between himself and Patry there all the way to the end. Ronenberg as well. Very close in that train that took it all the way to the checkered flag. And it will cycle through the rest of the results of our penultimate race of the day here in the iRacing SCCA Runoffs presented by SimLabs that has given us some of the best racing we've seen in some time. I told you that these lesser powered cars that are considered lower down on the tier, give some of the best racing here on iRacing.
Never disappoint. Those Mustangs never ever disappoint. That was a lot of fun to watch. Great racing as always.
Indeed. As we see some of the beautiful twists and turns here, and then finally the touring cars coming up at 6 p.m. Eastern. The last of the races, 22 GMT for those out across the pond. Speaking of which, we've got a man across the pond ready to take us through with Jake Sperry, joined by Taylor Burris.
Thanks, Joe. Thanks, Lefty. That is what we call great racing, and we love to see that. Of course, the early start wasn't necessarily ideal, but from after that, it was a case of everyone hold on to your seatbelts. That, Taylor, is what racing is all about.
It really is, and I have to say, it's been exciting racing from start to finish with how the touring car is going to close off this race here coming up. But of course, we can't forget about the last race we just saw, full of excitement and some of the biggest names, and of course, in this type of car, going out there competing.
Exactly, you've got names up and down here who are incredibly quick, and of course the legendary Matt Malone finding himself in the early stages, getting caught up in all of that drama, that tap that he had going around caused this huge parking lot that went through, and has essentially said there, Taylor, the top 8, you're free to race.
Pretty much. I mean, this was still provided great racing amongst the top 8, and as we see throughout the rest of the field, some great side-by-side racing all throughout this racing circuit. It's very hard sometimes to go side-by-side, especially through roller coaster, but we even see 3-wide action all day today with some of this racing we've seen here today. Exciting to see these Ford Mustangs really get to shine in a special event such as the SCCA Runoffs.
And that incredible save by Murphy Nichols, you couldn't really ask for much more at that section of road as they get themselves through. So now you start thinking about, okay, that's some of what has happened, but what is still to come on the iRacing sphere? And the answer is, head yourself over to Charlotte, North Carolina. The Championship 4 are there and waiting. Stephen Wilson, Casey Kerwin, Graham Boland, Bobby Zelensky. One of them's going to walk away with the Dale Earnhardt Jr. trophy, and they are going to be enshrined forever as one of the legends of this eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series. Taylor, it all comes down to this: one race, one chance, and you got to get up as high as possible, if not win it.
And you know what? Limited seating are open because that's right. This is the first time in eNASCAR history for the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series, a live in-person event held at the NASCAR Hall of Fame in downtown Charlotte. Please go check it out if you have the chance. I mean, what a better way to celebrate our world of esports in the eNASCAR season finale at the Charlotte, North Carolina, at the NASCAR Hall of Fame to crown a champion.
Exactly, and a champion will be there, a brand new champion guaranteed of the 4 who are there, and that much you have my word on it. It is going to be one of the great spectacles, but of course with that victory going forward, it means that 7 different winners here on this virtual SCCA Runoffs out of 7 leaves us the opportunity to say we could have 8 different winners in 8. We've got 4 cars to go out there and choose from the touring cars. You've got the Audi RS3, you've got the Hyundai Elantra, the Honda Civic, and the Hyundai Veloster as options to go for. What's your pick of car, Taylor?
Oh, for me, it has to be the Veloster. It's a big thing indeed, and I gotta say, it's a fun car to drive.
Absolutely, and I'm sure we can't wait to see some amazing racing that's going to come along. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. We're going to be seeing some shining racing, and while we look like an early 2000s finish band talking about the weather, it's going to be so much fun. We're going to see some bright, shining efforts out there for the final race. Let's get some touring car action going. This is as close as it gets.
It's going to be exciting, it's going to be bright, it's going to be fun, and of course we are here to have a fun all day long here. And I gotta say, Jake, it's been fun watching every single class go out there head to head, but the touring cars, this is the class I've been really looking forward to watching.
It certainly is, and we'll see it just on the other side of this break. Stay with us. The finale of your SCCA Runoffs come along after this.
Drivers, start your engine!
For the race win at Daytona, 3 wide underneath the photo finish. Go up the middle, 3 wide, and they're gonna crash. Grant Boland hard into the wall.
5 wide, 6 cars wide. Oh, there's the bobble. Zelensky looks low. Wilson throws the block.
Kerwin goes down to the bottom. They touch once, twice. Bobby Zelensky is headed to Phoenix.
They're still beating and banging.
Oh,
and to the line. It's Casey Kerwin. Graham Boland wins at Worldwide Technology Raceway. And Wilson will fight for the eNASCAR title in 2022.
World of Outlaws Dirt Racing is available now.
Well, here we are then, the finale of the SCCA Runoffs presented by SimLab here on the iRacing Simulator. And what a finale we have in store for you here. It's the touring cars live here from Virginia International Raceway. It'll be myself, Peter Mackay, and Greg Ginsberg taking you through all the action for this 35-minute race. We've had a superb festival of motor racing so far, Greg. One more to go. Could anyone get a double victory on the cards here?
Well, this would be the time to see and time to find out if they can after a great day, after 7 races. It all comes down to just one. It comes down to the touring cars, Peter. And we'll have to see. We've got, as we've seen almost all week, all day long, a lot of specialists. In the case of the touring cars, we have a lot of drivers joining us from the UK, joining us from EMEA, from Europe, and a number of drivers that we've seen throughout the day that are racing from the United States and Canada as well. And much like we saw when you and I called the GT4 race, so just a little while ago, we have a number of choices for our drivers to pick the correct weapon here for Virginia International Raceway. We've got the Honda Civic Type R, we've got the Audi RS3 LMS, we've got the Elantra, we've got the Velociter, both from Hyundai, all running 2-liter motors, or 1,998 cc's to be exact. All have 6-speed transmissions with them. The major difference that you're going to see is going to be in wheelbase and how easily some of these cars manage to get around some of the tighter sections of track. Also, although very evenly matched, some of the cars like the Honda Civic may be down a little bit on horsepower from the rest of the machines. You can see there right now the Elantra, and it's the beast horsepower-wise. The Civic sitting down at the bottom of the totem pole.
So we've had 7 fantastic races for you today here in the SCCA Runoffs, with 7 champions crowned across those classes. This is our finale for you here. The touring cars, 4 weapons of choice, 40 cars qualifying for this event. Let's take a look at the Virginia International Raceway that has provided such a superb location for racing throughout the day in a variety of machinery. It opened in 1957, very much a humble beginning for this circuit, launched by the Strickland brothers, and very much like racing in somebody's backyard, to quote the great Hurley Haywood. But nowadays, completely different. It is a 5-star resort for motor racing. Since the turn of the millennium, Connie Nyholm and Harvey Siegel have brought this facility to be absolutely world class. It follows the natural curvature of the beautiful Virginia countryside, and the flow through that circuit is just fantastic. Throughout the day, we've had so many last lap battles going down to the roller coaster at the end of the back straight there. Very exciting indeed. This will be no different. Just 2 qualifying laps for our drivers, Greg, and as we've seen, that qualifying session, getting that grid position, very important indeed.
Indeed, as we have had drivers all week going and qualifying to make the grid with a limit of 40 drivers for each one of our 8 races here today. What we've seen is that the qualifying order and the starting grid for these races has differed in many of our races greatly from how we saw things play out during the week. Some drivers who may have shown strength against maybe reduced fields, once they come together and are on track and are qualifying against other drivers, up to 39 other drivers that they may not have encountered previously, they're finding it much harder to put themselves on that coveted front row going into turn 1 here at VIR.
So the drivers are now out into their qualifying sessions, just 2 flying laps allowed in this qualifying session, and if you breach over track limits during that qualifying lap, it will be nullified immediately. So the pressure is on for our drivers here with just under 4 minutes of the allotted time. The drivers have got to get on with it because it's over 2 minute lap. Get out there, get that warm-up lap in, and then 2 flying laps. Young Shai Lin has had a great day. Well, he's had a mixed day at the office. He's had great pace, but hasn't quite all come together in terms of result. Is this going to be where Young Shai gets the result that he deserves?
Yeah, and he's driving the Honda Civic Type R today, and this may be his chance to shine, as unfortunately it has not worked out the way he wanted throughout the rest of the day. We see Sean Valandia back in the field here today. He had some issues in the GT4 race. We'll see if he can get some redemption. And we have some of these drivers that have been with us for almost every single one of our races. We've got Caleb Patry back in the field again. We've got Andrew Wozencroft, who's actually a Spec Racer Ford racer in real life, joining us here for this race. We've got, I believe, and you'll have to excuse me because I'm looking through the order here, Cade McKee, who we've seen in a number of races so far. He is actually a Formula 4 racer here in the United States in real life. He might have been best suited to that USF 2000 battle, but he's been showing his mettle here in the touring cars and the GT cars as well here today.
Well, right now it's Hugo Mawini who leads the way by just 77,000 seconds from Konstantin Stolzenberg, one of the racers from the World Touring Car Series. So definitely an expert in these type of vehicles. So right on board, heading up towards turn 1. These front-wheel drive machinery. Rafa Kastiakurta, our taxi driver here. Front-wheel drive, tricky technique required to get the very best out of these machines. A lot of power and a lot of torque through just the front wheels.
Yeah, absolutely. These machines are putting down, as I think we talked about earlier, anywhere from about 340 to about 355 horsepower and quite a bit of torque. They're all turbocharged motors. They have a max of about 310 foot-pounds of torque and quite a bit of aero. As long as you can keep the speeds up, you've got a lot of front end grip. But all of these cars being front wheel drive, what the drivers are certainly going to have to worry about over the course of the long run, over the course of a 35-minute race, is being able to keep those front tires underneath them. Now, we did also, when we were showing our specs, Peter, I believe we were showing the Audi RS3 LMS car as having a 6-speed transmission, as all of our other cars do, but I believe, and you may correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe in the iRacing platform that is using the old VW Audi DSG transmission, the gearing being quite a bit lower, and might be an advantage coming out and digging out of some slower corners like Oak Tree. as opposed to the Honda Civic Type R, as opposed to the two Hyundai platforms as well. So it might be something for us to look at over the course of the races. We're watching right now the number 31 machine out on track and qualifying. That is, oh, pardon me, as I'm trying to get the 31 machine's name, but one of our Audi RS3, that is Dalton Alexander, currently running 25th fastest, I believe.
So that is our qualifying session just ticking over then. Let's take a look and see how they start for this 35-minute race, this finale to the 2022 iRacing SCCA Runoffs. Erwin Lukas Liskovic is your pole sitter alongside Hugo Mawini. Then it's Konstantin Stoltenberg alongside Jordan Bachmeier. El Neil and Caleb Patry, they make up row 3. Row 4 is Sean Belandia, and Teddy Burns is the first of the Audis in 8th place. Then it's Stephen Warkup and Shoshone Vincent. Then it's John Fraser and Mikko Kutunen who round out row 6. Then it's the first of the Hondas. Matthew Rezepka and Yogsai Lin are on row 7, with Marco Olsen and Brian Molitor on row 8. John Schwartz and Michael Cochran are your 9th row. And rounding out the top 20 are James King and Nicholas Vater. Keegan Scott rolls off from 21st on the grid, followed by Jack Forsey, Ryan Wagoner and Rafa Casakurta. Then it's Kate McKee, Dalton Alexander, Andrew Wozencroft and Nicholas Carton, with Jacob Klein and Thomas Mockler rounding out the top 30. Then it's Paul Ferrara, Andrew Lanning, Michael Smallwood, Ellis Spice, Georgie Tripsick and Christopher Lees rounds out row 18, with Scott Brennan and David Swig completing our 38 car grid here in the touring car class.
Yeah, unfortunately, a slightly smaller field here than we've seen all day long. I believe this is our first field not to hit 40 cars, Peter. But again, it should be very tight, close racing. The one thing with these TCR cars is that passing is definitely at a premium, although these cars do very well in the draft. And as you can see, as opposed to the GT4 racers that we saw earlier today, where those race cars are very much like the production vehicles as far as the silhouette that they put out, you can see with all of these TCR cars a lot of appendages to allow for a much wider track in the front, much wider wheels, and much more downforce. But what that also ends up doing is it creates a big hole in the air for the car. The challenge, however, for our TCR racers, while they may be able to stay in a pack, when they try to pull out to make the pass on that long front or that long back straight, they're going to hit a big wall of air. And I've seen here in many touring car races that it unfortunately just becomes basically an exhibition of braking to see who can get into that corner deeper, because nobody can very easily get out and make the pass on this back straight.
So our drivers lined up in a 2x2 formation behind the iRacing pace car, and the mixture of the Hyundais at the front of the field, the longer wheelbase Hyundai Elantra with the shorter wheelbase Hyundai Veloster. The Veloster based on the i30N in Europe, but the Veloster much closer to what was offered in the United States at that time. So the Elantra, the later model of the two.
Yeah, the first TCR cars, at least here in the United States, was the Velociter, and again, very short wheelbase. That Elantra with that longer wheelbase, I think, will be, especially up through the S's, this section of the course that we're watching right now on the pace lap, much better suited, a much more stable platform. I can tell you from racing a very short wheelbase car myself, here at Virginia International Raceway, the last thing you want is the rear end of that car to act like a pendulum when you're doing 130 miles an hour.
Well, one quite cool connection here as well. We always love links between the real and the virtual world here in the iRacing office. One of our producers, Tyler Maxon, is actually a Hyundai junior driver and races the Hyundai Veloster, and yes, he does. Yes, exactly, very successfully so. So he's our resident expert to give us the lowdown on that machine. But plenty of the Honda Civic Type R's in there as well, and a few Audis too. It's a relatively older model now, very familiar to those on the iRacing platform, but still a very good package nonetheless. 35 minutes, a long distance here as well, and like you said, Greg, those front tyres, keeping those front tyres underneath you for 35 minutes is not going to be easy.
No, we saw what happened when the Mustang drivers tried to keep the rear tires underneath them towards the end of their 35-minute race. We'll just go and invert it, look at the front tires, and we'll see how these drivers manage their equipment over the long run.
So it's the Hyundai Veloster of Erwin Lucas Liskovic who will lead us away into 35 minutes of racing here in the touring car class. We've had 7 superb races here in the SCCA Runoffs. Let's make it 8. Full day of a festival of motor racing. The field are all bunched up. You can see the brake lights flashing on and off. They're all trying to make sure they've got the best possible position. Number 3, Erwin Lucas Liskovic leads us away then. Green flag in the air for the final time here in the iRacing SCCA Runoffs. Down towards Turn 1 they go, a train of 38 touring cars into Turn 1, and Liskovic gets the perfect getaway as well, protecting his position with the number 1 of Konstantin Solzenberg in the Falcon tyre liveried Hyundai Elantra right in there as well. Can he hold on to that second position? Just about, with Mulwini tucking him behind there in third.
And we can see a little bit further back in the field, much of the field still 2x2 going into NASCAR and setting up for, well, we have one of the Honda Civic Type Rs off there at 3, but still setting up for left hook 2x2. I think they'll start to straighten out here as they start to come through turn 5, this right-hander, and then through the snake.
Through the snake they go for the first time. This Esses that works around the curvature of the land. It was put in that way because it was cheaper to put the road around the humps rather than straighten it out, but thank goodness they did. The wonderful section there here at Virginia International Raceway. This is a full course, one of 6 different layouts here at this amazing facility. Up towards Oak Tree Turn they come for the first time, and it's our pole sitter who leads. Liskovic leads from Stolzenberg, from Mulwini, from Bachmeier, with Patry there in number 7 in 5th position. Caleb Patry, excuse me, he has had a long day. He's competed it right across the day. He must be tired by now.
I mean, at least they give us hour-long breaks. Caleb has not had rest since 11 o'clock this morning Eastern time, as we have the 27 car going off at Oak Tree. And he now continues, but he's going to lose a ton of positions as he just tries to get that car up to speed while everybody else is up to full song as they make their way down through the roller coaster for the first time.
So it's the Hyundai Veloster, the number 3 of Liskovic leads from the number 1 Elantra of Stolzenberg. Then it's Mulwini, then it's Bachmeier in the next in the next of the Velosters. Then it's another couple of Elantras, and the first really is our Audi there just on the outside of the top 10. So a Hyundai domination so far in this touring car race. Liskovic leads by just under half a second at this point.
Yeah, and I'm a little surprised to see that that Velociter going into the lead so quickly, as we have a driver having some issues, having to rejoin there. Looks as though maybe there was maybe perhaps a little bit of damage the way that car is moving back and forth through the grass, but it does manage now to rejoin. That is the 21 machine now falling back through the field.
So unfortunately 2 drivers having to take the toll earlier on. Michael Smallwood, number 34, and Thomas Mockler, number 32. They're back in the pit lane taking repair, so a disastrous start for them. Let's take a look at the replay then, a little bit further down the order, both in the Audi RS3. Oh, and just gets tagged there, and it's all arms and elbows after that.
Yeah, that was the number 30 machine. Right in the middle of that action, getting spun around and impacting a number of other cars along the way. That was Nicholas Votter, who now finds himself down in 32nd position. A long way to go to get back towards the front of the field as we now rejoin our leaders.
So looking back from the number 3 Hyundai Veloster of Erwin Lucas Liskovic. leading away nicely as well, with Konstantin Stolzenberg right in there. Stolzenberg has a lot of experience in that Hyundai Elantra, races the car regularly in touring car competition here on the iRacing platform. A real influx of new machinery has really invigorated this category on this platform. So if you're a touring car fanatic, and you're thinking about getting involved, do join us here on iRacing. Get onto iRacing.com. 40% off new memberships at the moment. Do get on that as well. And Greg, as you know, I'm from Scotland. I do like a deal. I do like a discount.
I think we all do, absolutely here. And wow, did you see that move as Konstantin Stolzenberg sends it down to the inside going into turn 1, tried to sneak underneath our leader, and Liskowitz just shut the door on him, gave Stolzenberg nowhere to go in the Elantra, and Mawhinney, who started off on the outside of the front row, just, I think, somewhat content for the time being to sit back in third. But you'll see here, and this may already be a bit of an issue coming up, as we talked about the ability for these drivers to pass, as we've got our leaders now already coming up on some slower traffic.
Yeah, that's definitely going to have an effect then. So replay coming in as they got a roller coaster. Oh, car 20. Oh, just misses the braking point there, and carries back on again. That's John Fraser. Carries back on. So just under half an hour left to go here in this 35-minute encounter, and we're going to see a challenge for the lead here from Stolzenberg. Here he comes in the Falcon tire machine as well, but Liskowicz isn't going to let him have it easy, but Stolzenberg toughs it out and gets the move done, and Mawhinney says, yes please, I'll have a bite of that as well. Liskowicz says, no you don't, in the Veloster and on the power. So we've got a change of lead here as well, and that jostling has brought the number 4 of Jordan Bachmeier into the fight as well.
Yeah, indeed. Bachmeier, and when they came out of Oak Tree, was about 3 car lengths back from this lead trio, and he now finds himself right back into the thick of it, as we already have our leaders going by some drivers coming out of the pit lane from some repairs.
Oh, Liskowicz takes a huge dive up the inside, gets the move done, checks Stolzenberg back up, and Mawhinney says, thank you very much, I'll come through. Bachmeier on the back now as well. Proper touring car racing here. 4 Hyundais, 2 Velosters, 2 Elantras, and superb motorsport here from Liskowicz, Mawhinney, Stolzenberg, and Bachmeier.
Yeah, and if we take a look just a little bit up, let's take a look. I think we've got a replay coming up here with the number 38 machine, and let's take a look here as they go up towards the top of the roller coaster.
This is Paul Ferreira, just gets up on the curb. Oh, clatters into the defenseless 22 car there, Jacob Klein. Poor old Jacob, that would have given him a heck of a fright. Nothing he could have done there at all. Another driver's mistake, but that's motor racing. It can happen. So Liskowicz gets the lead back again, but now Mawhinney's going to have a look now as well. A little bit of a mistake there as he tries to get the power down, and that just gives Liskowicz just a critical car length to give himself a little bit of coverage.
Yeah, there's a lot to be said that when you come out of Oak Tree Corner, if you either drop a wheel into the dirt or you get too much curbing at the apex to lift that inside front wheel up, you won't get the drive out of the corner that you need. That also impacted Jordan Bachmeier sitting in 4th, who ended up taking 2 wheels into the dirt. He loses about 4 car lengths to our lead trio. We'll see if he can make up that ground coming down the hill. But we should also be wary. El Neal in the number 9 machine, currently running 5th. He is starting to make up a little bit of ground. He's running on par with Liskowicz and Mawhinney's times, with Bachmeier there sitting in 4th in that transfer spot. Maybe a little bit more pace than the number 9 machine currently.
Interesting tactics there from Liskowicz. He left the door wide open for Mawhinney, and then at the very last moment shut the door hard. And Mawhinney, I think, got a little bit of a surprise there as well. So Liskowicz playing risky in that leading Hyundai Veloster. Stolzenberg just started studying it all going on. But you're absolutely right, Greg, to mention El Neal, because if this shuffling around continues, well, Neal will get onto them. He did lose about 0.3 of a second to our leader Liskowicz last time by, but was significantly quicker than Stolzenberg. So Oh, we'll see how it shuffles out as well. But this leading group giving us some superb motorsport, and the good news for us is that they don't seem prepared to just sit in a train. They are shuffling for position.
They are. I was immediately biting my tongue when I mentioned that Mawhinney, who was sitting back in third at the time, was maybe content to sit there. And the first thing I saw him do was try to push down the inside and push, at the time, Stolzenberg into the lead. We'll have to see what he does from second place here as he once again gets a good jump out of Oak Tree.
Tell you what, yeah, the Liskovic really getting a good drive out of Oak Tree on that initial tap of the throttle. As problem for the problem for Tuka, both the Hondas, the 33 car there of Christopher Lee's spinning and taking another driver with him in the well, should we call it the Pikachu liveried Honda
Yes.
Honda Civic Type R. So ouch for Pikachu there. Well, it does seem though that the Veloster of Liskovic is getting great drive out of the Oak Tree, but at the very top end, those slightly slippery shaped Elantras just on the top end are that little bit better.
Yeah, you can see them close up usually right at the end of the straightaways, much like right here. Now, you'll also notice, and I don't know if this was more of a defensive move or not, but as they came down into turn one, much like VIR in real life is now, if you stay all the way to driver's left, after a number of years of that track surface getting polished down, it is very slippery. You don't get a lot of grip. It's much harder to get these front wheel drive cars to turn in towards the apex. And so you saw both Liskowitz and also Mawhinney about a half a car width, maybe even just a quarter of a car width off the driver's left-hand side of the track, whereas we saw Stolzenberg stay all the way driver's left, and he also actually lost about a car length in that exchange.
So Mawhinney looking very racy here in the Hyundai Elantra with the factory colour scheme there as well in car 21. So that car number, that is based upon his I rating. So your I rating is a little bit like a golf handicap. If you have good results, it goes up. When you have bad results, it goes down. Is off at the background there for the number 4 of Bachmeier, and that loses him a lot of time, and that loses the scent of this leading trio. So costly error there from Jordan Bachmeier. But coming back to the I rating, Hugo Mawhinney, he'll be delighted to be mixing it with these top-seeded drivers.
Yeah, indeed. Mawhinney, only 2,700 on his I rating compared to a Stolzenberg at a 7,600 I rating, or Gail Valero, who I believe is a little bit further back in the field today, at 8,700. Certainly, you know, I would say a midget amongst monsters. I don't know the best term to put there, but he is certainly punching above his weight today.
No question about it, and Liskovic is having to go defensive here. He covers the inside line off well there. Mawhinney's going to try and hook it up, and they all tangle on top of each other. Mawhinney just left the door open, and Stolzenberg picks the pocket of Mawhinney there, or does he? And Mawhinney toughs it out again, saying no, you don't. I think that was just a little bit of opportunism there from Stolzenberg. Tries to make a move, thinks better of it, because if they tussle, well, that will allow Liskovic just to escape that little bit, and he has put a couple of car lengths between himself and Mawhinney and Stolzenberg.
Yeah, I think, and you can see now as Stolzenberg is flashing the headlights at Mawhinney, not very happy about that exchange there. But if those two drivers had gone side by side into left hook into turn 4, besides being a very difficult corner to navigate side by side, I think it would have given even greater advantage to Liskowitz, who now has opened things up to about 2 car lengths as they come under braking. And as you can see here, they've got a driver off to the left at Oak Tree, and they've got drivers up ahead starting to once again deal with some lap traffic.
Yeah, I think that could play a factor here as well. There are some parts of the circuit that if you catch a car in the wrong place, it really can harm you, and these touring cars are such momentum cars as well, so you really don't want that momentum to be thwarted by lap traffic. But into roller coaster they go. 21 minutes to go in this race, so a heck of a long time still to go. But Liskovic leading our pole sitter in the number 3 car with Mawhinney right in there behind him. As you can see, just like we saw earlier with the GT1 cars, the touring cars taking lots of curb, as well as the lap traffic actually does them a favour and pops into pit lane.
Exactly, making it much easier for them. We've had a number of drivers have to pop into the pit lane to get some repairs done. Now, you also notice as they came out of Hog Pen and down the front straight, we did have Stolzenberg move over all the way drivers left. Jordan Bachmeier, or probably Hugo Mawhinney, moving drivers right to try and protect, just immediately coming out of the corner.
We had a lot of drivers have to take it to pit lane for repairs as well. 8 different drivers having to take repairs in the pits as well. So pretty much a quarter of our field taking to pit lane for repairs. And in a race as short as this, Greg, you cannot come back from that. That's your day done.
No, and that is the that is I think the whole mantra of SCCA sprint racing for the most part, where you typically find races anywhere between 25 and 40 minutes. And if you know that if you have to come down the pit lane for any reason whatsoever, you're not going to be able to recover. But as we take a look at the live action here, coming out of Oak Tree once again, Liskowitz Mawhinney maybe opening up a bit of a gap to Stolzenberg. And I'm real surprised, Peter, as we see Bachmeier continuing to have some issues coming out of Oak Tree, that he just hasn't been able to make up ground to our leaders as they continue to battle. As we now jump back and see exactly what happened here coming through the uphill S's.
Oh, the 23 car just gets nerfed there by the 6. So the 23, that was Nicholas Carlson getting unceremoniously dumped.
And he might meet the 6 back over at Oak Tree.
Yeah, Chaussenet Vincent. Yes, yeah, I think he will do. Yeah, that's Chaussenet in the number 6 Audi. There's another Audi with problem here, the 28 car, the Ryan Wagoner. So back to the front though we go. And we've got a change for the lead. Just as we were looking at that replay, Mawhinney has gone by on Liskowicz as well. He was looking very, very close. They just touch a little bit bumper to bumper there as well. But Mawhinney is through. Hugo Mawhinney hits the front here in the iRacing SCCA Runoffs presented by SimLab. And Liskowicz is going to have to do all the work again. And that little battling has brought Stolzenberg in the number 1 car back into the fray as well. We'll try and get a look at it again for you folks, but just happened when we were off camera there. But Mawhinney takes the front.
Yeah, it looked like as they came out of Oak Tree, Mawhinney had a great run on Stolzenberg, and may have been able to get the job done up at the top of the roller coaster. But now, as we have seen, there has been no shortage of battling here, especially at the end of these straightaways, under braking between these 3 Hyundais. And as we take a look a little bit further back, and this is the battle right now for 6. We've got Caleb Patry running in 6th in the number 7 machine, Ted Burns, Steve Warkup, and Sean Valandia as well. They've been... And we might also add Marco Olsen and Brian Molitor. So from 6th all the way back to 11th place, all in a row, not able to do much with it. As we said, staying in line, drafting up is very easy. Making passes in these touring cars, very difficult. However, let's take a look at that attempted pass up at the top of the roller coaster with our lead trio.
So Stolzenberg were trying to make a move there on Liskowicz, and in doing so, they both slowed up a little bit, and Mawhinney now has 3/4 of a second to the good in the lead. So this race has really changed around as we hit half race distance. But what a train we've got going here for 6th position as well. Patry there in 6th, in the number 7. 7th place is the number 5 of Teddy Burns in the Audi as well. So the Audi showing well, but it's all Hyundai up the front as Liskowicz has to be tough again on Stolzenberg, and again more time goes in the favour of Mawhinney. So this is a great opportunity. Mawhinney can, and another move from Stolzenberg. Stolzenberg gets the move done then on Liskowicz, or does he? But this is Christmas come early for Mawhinney. Oh, he's off! He's off straight away. Stolzenberg is in the fence.
There we go, and they got together right at the turn into left hook. I said a couple laps ago that it was going to be very difficult under speed, really anything other than the very first lap for them to be able to navigate that together. And as we saw there, Liskowitz getting into the quarter panel of Stolzenberg, who I believe may have recovered, but he's going to find himself outside of the top 10. But more importantly, this has brought Jordan Bachmeier and also El Neal back into this battle for the second step on the podium. And I think just as important, it has given more coverage to Hugo Mawini, who has now managed to open up almost a 1.5 second advantage on the rest of the field.
So let's take a closer look then and see what happens. Stolzenberg there in the Falcon Tire liveried machine. We're riding on board with Liskowicz, and they come in, and then so Stolzenberg makes the move. Then up towards the next left-hander we go then as well. They're so tight, they touch.
Yeah, and you just had Liskowitz. He goes to turn in for the corner as Stolzenberg was trying to hold him out. Had control of the apex there. Wanted to wait to turn in to the very last moment, and unfortunately the two drivers could not navigate that. Could not work it out. And one driver pays the price, one driver continues.
Yeah, just they got into the quarter panel there, and that was enough to turn. Of course, these cars have got to get so light at the rear, especially under braking, and yeah, they just get turned around there. So Mawini then leads by 1.5 seconds all of a sudden, but he's got 15 minutes to hold off, and we know how fast Liskowicz is over one lap. He was our pole sitter, don't forget. And here comes a big move. Oh, too late, and biff! Oh dear, Teddy Burns gets it all crossed up on the brakes. Makes contact there with Caleb Patrick. Patrick continues, but with what damage?
Yeah, that is the question. As we saw that machine move all the way to driver's right, get into the grass, come back across the track, come back across the number 7 of Patry, and I think this may be an indicator as we saw Patry go through left hook, saw a big whiff of tire smoke, and he may have some tire rub on that car that may affect, if not the outright handling of the car, may affect some straight line speed for that number 7 machine. Let's take a look at the replay here.
Okay, let's see what happened then to Teddy Burns in that number 5 Audi. He got a great run. Here he is. You can see him closing in time. He goes to the outside, decides late, and then just can't get the car stopped in time. Bang, just catches Patry on the way past. It does seem like Patry's got away with it, but for Burns, that's his chances of a podium done.
Yeah, and as Burns was going so deep into the braking zone, I'm starting to think, Peter, that maybe, just maybe, he was trying to shoot the gap and come down the inside. It would have put him all the way off in the grass if he hadn't been there with Caleb Patry, but he may have been trying to avoid the number 7 machine, just could not get it done, however. But we'll see here is now Patry very, very loose coming through 13. He's having to hold off the entire field behind him, a workup Volandia, and Volandia has to take evasive action up through 13. It is definitely getting hairy here in this battle for what is now 5th position.
Yeah, Volandia just hit from the back there by Marco Olsen, who we ride on board with right now, and he's got a great run. Of course, Volandia had a great run in the GT4 race, couldn't quite get on the podium, but just a little error near the end. But he's got his hands full with Olsen here. Olsen makes contact as they hit the braking zone, but Volandia is not perturbed by it at all. He says, you're going to have to try better than that. I'm used to this hand-to-hand combat, my friend. There's Stolzenberg in the background, so he's recovered from what looked like a certain race over, but makes a great move there actually to Stolzenberg on Molitor to move up into 9th place.
Yeah, but Molitor then tries to switch underneath him, going down into left hook, going into turn 4. I think they managed to get by, but we had there Stolzenberg for 2 laps in a row going side by side in that corner. Might have had some flashbacks.
So on the last lap then, Liskowicz is mounting his comeback. 0.4 of a second. Mawini lost to Liskowicz on the last lap, and Young Sai Lin on your replay on the right hand side of your screen. Young Sai Lin, he's had such a lot of pace, but just can't quite put it together in the races today. He'll be back, but just not quite worked out. You do get days like that in racing. Someone else off in the background.
Yeah, and I think that might have been Molitor in the 14 machine going off. Indeed, it is. As Molitor goes off on the outside of Oak Tree. Again, he had looked crossed up, running with Stolzenberg just a couple corners before. We'll have to see exactly what happened there, if it was unassisted or not, as we continue to watch this battle for 5th position, as Patry now getting the bump from Warcup, who indeed gets the bump from Volandia, and Olsen banging doors once again for the 2nd lap in a row.
Yeah, Warcup just getting into the boot lid there of Patry's Hyundai Elantra, and the gap is coming down still at the front. Another 0.3 of a second taken out of Mawhinney by Liskovic. So with 11 minutes to go, Liskovic is fighting back here in this final race of the 2022 iRacing SCCA Runoffs, presented by SimLabs, as Patry's having to hold off Warcup as we ride on board with Liskovic. He's on the charge right now as well, and he can see Mawhinney in his sights, and he's just getting close enough to maybe grab a little bit of slipstream down the back straight, possibly. Liskovic is on the charge.
Yeah, and we're going to have to see here. I'm starting to wonder if whether or not Mawhinney has started to run off his front tires as we continue to watch this battle for 5th position, as Patry now has opened up a tiniest advantage over Stephen Warcup, but you can see Warcup and Olsen banging doors from NASCAR all the way to turn 5. They finally straighten things out here as they come up through the S's. But I'm sure Patry looks in the rearview mirrors, especially if he's nursing a damaged car, and just thanking his lucky stars that we have the 3 drivers behind him continuing to beat and bang on one another.
Yeah, it seems that Patry managed to get away with that contact that he had inflicted with Teddy Burns, and a bit of a wiggle there as well to the rear of Warcup there, with Olsen going to try and make a move, and that's just given Patry and the red and black Elantra a little bit more of a couple of car lengths of a gap as well. And Volandia in the white, pink and purple machine, he's going to have a go too as they head up towards roller coaster. 9.5 minutes to go. So car number eight, we're getting word from the pit wall, has a meatball flag, which means that's the mechanical flag saying you have a mechanical problem, you need to pit. But back at the front, bigger problems for Hugo Mawhinney. He's got Liskovic all over the back of him. Now, Liskovic has shown some amazing pace here, 0.4 of a second on that last lap, faster than Mawhinney. However, we know that Mawhinney can fight, Greg. He's got to get the move done here, does Liskovic, but it's not going to be straightforward.
Yeah, Mawhinney has shown before that he can be a master of car placement, being able to place that car to hold off an advancing car behind. Of course, he's also been in one incident already, so we'll have to see how that plays out. But let's take a look and see exactly what happened to the 8 machine of Warcup. This is coming up through the S's, going into Oak Tree, and see how he incurred that damage. And that will do it. He ended up impacting the tire wall right at the apex of the corner, and apparently that was enough to do damage to that or probably the right front corner. And we saw as Warcup came out of the roller coaster, went down through the grass. We'll have to see if he even made it back to the pits here, Peter.
Oh, that's so unlucky. But racing is fine margins, and if you just clip something just the wrong way, race cars are fragile in certain places, and that definitely paid off there for the number 8 of Warcup. What a shame, because he was battling so hard. Meanwhile, at the front, a little bit of lap traffic to deal with. No problem, they both get through clean. 21 Mawhinney ahead of number 3 Liskovic, our pole sitter. Don't forget, it's 2 Hyundais up at the front here. Hyundai 10 titles in 2021 in touring car racing. They won the 2022 British Touring Car Championship as well, so they know their way around a tin top racer. But this battle rages on now for 5th place. Car number 7, Caleb Patry. He's had a really busy day, and he's going to be a bit busy for the next 7 minutes, Greg.
Indeed he is, and as we're watching this battle, as Patry continues to hold cars off, we're sitting on board with Konstantin Stolzenberg, who had been up as high as, I guess he'd been as high as 2nd, and he is now back in this battle, currently sitting in 8th, trying to make a lunge to the inside.
There we go. Patry leaning on Olsen as Olsen tries to go around the outside on the flashes. There wouldn't be a touring car race without the headlight flasher. I swear they'll wear the button out. Yeah, they're all flashing each other. Yeah, Stolzenberg goes up past and kind of bullies Valandia out the way. So Valandia loses it, floors the throttle and just about hangs onto it. But yeah, loses the rear early there. Very strange.
Very strange there at the exit of turn 3. Of course, the wonders of front wheel drive. The rear end starts to step out. You give it some opposite lock. You mat the throttle, and he lost a lot of momentum, but he did not, more importantly, lose the car. And finds himself now sitting back in 9th position. So he does lose a couple of positions in that exchange.
This has been a great recovery drive from Konstantin Stolzenberg. He'll be bitterly disappointed about getting kind of clipped out of the leading battle, but it's been a great recovery nonetheless. Very tenacious. Just under 6 minutes to go, and here comes Liskovic. He's going to try and make a move on Mawini. Mawini shuts the door hard in the nose of our pole sitter in the number 3 car. So Mawini hangs on for now. This is going to come down to a grandstand finish here between Mawini and Liskovic. Do not go anywhere, folks. This is going to be a grand finale to the 2022 iRacing SCCA Runoffs, and grandstand crash here for Patry and Olsen. Oh dear. Oh dear.
That was up at the top of the roller coaster, and we've seen how close those drivers were getting under braking, and we'll have to see exactly how that transpired. But after Caleb Patry, let's take a look. I think we've got the replay queued up here, Peter.
Okay, this is our closer then. Patry on your right-hand side, and Olsen just comes in too hot. Olsen with way too fast, doesn't hit his braking point, and Stolzenberg, he just about nicks through, gets the last spot on the ferry out of there. Wow.
Just avoiding disaster by inches. Yeah, absolutely. And Olsen had moved over on Patry. Patry, I don't think, had anywhere that he could have gone if he kept that car straight. There was no way he was going to be able to make the corner at the top of 14. As we now jump back to our leaders with Liskowitz, he is doing everything he can to get into the head of Hugo Mawini. He is flashing those headlights as often as he can. But Mawini has been very good with car placement. As we had a car off at Oak Tree that both of these drivers had to avoid. But Mawini doing a yeoman's job going into the top of the roller coaster, positioning the car, giving Liskowitz two very small choices. He can either go all the way to the inside to the apex and have trouble navigating the corner, or he can go to the outside where there's no grip whatsoever. And we'll see what happens as Mawini comes into 14 once again.
Real gamesmanship going on here from Liskovic, flashing the lights at Mawini in the braking zone, but Mawini with his own gamesmanship as well, trying to weave on the straight, trying to break that slipstream that is given to the car behind. There's 3.5 minutes to go, so I think we're 2 to go here. Yep, 2 to go here at Virginia International Raceway. A grandstand finish coming here in this touring car class in the SCCA Runoffs. But Mawini holding on for now. But Liskovic trying everything in the touring car driver playbook here to try and get a move done. Just an update on Caleb Patry there involved in that incident. He's had to go to pit lane for repairs. So a disastrous end to the day for Caleb Patry, but he's had a good day at the office. He's had some great races, and hopefully he's enjoyed his day, because it's been very enjoyable watching him race all day in a variety of machinery. But still Mawini hangs on for Liskovic. Can Liskovic find a way through?
Yeah, and they're coming up on some of that lap traffic again. And as Liskowitz continues to flash the headlights and tries to draw Mawini's attention away from the rear, the last couple of major corners, last major complexes, Mawini has had to divert his attention towards some lap traffic that had been off course, just as there was one there up at the top of the S's in the grass. Previously on the last lap, we had a car off at Oak Tree, and there was a car sitting in the grass right in Mawini's view at the top of the roller coaster as well. So it has been a huge challenge with lots of issues being thrown at our leader Hugh Mawini here with just a lap and a quarter left to go, and you can see Mawini now starting to move across the track, trying to break that draft, Peter.
Well, it's not working. Here comes Liskovic. Liskovic jinks to the outside, and they're hard on the brakes. Oh, Liskovic hard into the boot lid then. of Mawhinney, but Mawhinney holds firm, he holds the brake on, so they carry on. But yeah, Mawhinney weaving a lot on the straight there as well, right on the edge of what you would say is allowable, but nevertheless, there he goes again, trying to jink, desperately trying to break that slipstream. Liskovic hard on the headlight flasher, saying, come on, hold your line. Up towards turn 1 they go for the final time. It's the last lap of the 2022 SCCA iRacing Runoffs. What a move from Liskovic, but he's not got it stopped in time. Liskovic tried to get it done around the outside, but couldn't get it done. It was too good to be true. Mawhinney moves on with a 5-second advantage over the number 4 car of Bachmeier. Jordan Bachmeier with Neil in there as well, the number 9 of L. Neil. Liskovic, he's off the podium.
That's it, as probably the most opportunistic move we've seen all day long for Liskowitz. I thought he might have got the pass done, but could not get it done, goes to the grass. But let's watch now. This is for the second step on the podium with Jordan Bachmeier and L. Neil. As Mawhinney has gone off into the distance, these two drivers have been fighting it out for the last 8 laps. And again, 1 lap to go.
You have to give you have to give credit there to Liskovic as well. You could tell he hadn't hit his braking point. He could have just drilled into the back of Mawhinney, but no, he tried to take avoiding action, couldn't get the move done as well. Oh, big slide there. Big slide for Bachmeier in second place. What can L. Neil do with a really good run here as well? Liskovic, I think, is going to have to settle for 4th. Stolzenberg has fought his way back up to 5th place. Meanwhile, Mawhinney, he's going through the roller coaster, not able to believe his luck as well. But who is going to win this fight for 2nd place here? This is going to be our grandstand finish. Bachmeier going to try and hold off L. Neil. On the brakes they go. Neil's in the trunk of the Veloster there of Bachmeier, but Bachmeier holds firm as they come down to the final 2 corners. Can L. Neil manufacture anything in these final 2 right-handers? It doesn't look like it. Checkered flag is in the air. Hugo Mawhinney is your winner in the SCCA Runoffs Touring Car class.
All right, let's jump back now. And coming in second, crossing the line, it's going to be Jordan Bachmeier. He holds off L. Neil on the very last lap. And as we jump a little bit further back in the field, now it looks like Liskowitz, he's going to now bring his car home just off the podium in 4th. But look at this battle going on right now between the 15 machine and the 26 machine, Rafa Cascurta and Cade McKee. This is the battle for 14th, Peter, and on the last lap, they're still going at it.
Oh, it matters. It looks like Cade McKee has got the better of it, though, in that Honda Civic Type R as they come through these last couple of corners. Once you get into these last couple of corners, it's difficult to get a move done. After that, it's still rattling on between the 6 and the 8. Chanson Vincent and Stephen Workup, both of these drivers have been through pit lane. Who could win? The best of those who have pitted. It's Vincent there in the blue Hyundai Veloster. I think he's going to hang on to it. Yes, he is, in that number 6 car. A story of what could have been for both of these drivers, but oh, I'll tell you what, Greg, touring car racing never lets us down.
No, it never does. Whether it's the bumping and banging, whether it is the late braking, whether it's the opportunistic last-second attempts for the lead and for the win, it never lets you down. I love a great touring car race, and this was a spectacular way to wind up the runoffs.
So 8 Hyundais locking out the top 8 places with Hugo Mawhinney, the 21st seed, winning by 5 seconds. Jordan Bachmeier in 2nd with L. Neil in 3rd. A surprise podium if you'd have tuned in 5 minutes ago. Erwin Lucas Liskovic, he'll have to settle for 4th with Konstantin Stolzenberg in 5th, Marco Olsen in 6th, Sean Belandia in 7th. Then it was Mikko Koittinen, Jack Dorsey and Michael Kocherin rounding out the top 10. Jack Dorsey, the only Audi in that top 10. All Hyundais in that top 10 apart from that. Fantastic stuff. Doesn't really matter which manufacturer, it was great racing. James King there in 11th. Keegan Scott, the top of the Hondas in 12th. The Hondas just didn't really have the pace today. John Fraser in 13th. Then it was Cade McKee, Rafa Cascurta, Dalton Alexander, Chaussenet, Vincent, Stephen Workup, Matthew Turners and Scott Brennan there in 21st. 38 cars competing for the honours here in this last race of the day in the SCCA Runoffs. And Greg, you know SCCA inside out in the outdoor world. How's this virtual one compared?
It definitely compares, and if there is one thing that I like about this virtual world, that I like about these runoffs, is it was very dry. Not a lick of rain. 2 weeks ago, Larry McLeod and myself called a number of races where we had 40-mile-per-hour winds. We had torrential downpours, and it really showed the mettle of some of our racers. Our virtual racers didn't have to deal with that today, Peter. They had their own challenges, obviously, as we saw here. And I come away every time I see one of these events, or Larry and I call a number of virtual races during each week and each month. I am just absolutely astounded by the quality of the racing and what these people can do, and frankly, how close it appears to real life.
And Larry, you've had the opportunity to be behind the microphone, but also behind the wheel today. Give us your final thoughts on a real festival of motor racing that is the iRacing SCCA Runoffs.
Yeah, festival's the way to put it. It was a giant party out there. I tell you, some of the racing, we focused a lot in the broadcast on the top 3 or 5 or 10. We got a couple of chances to see some of the other sections, but I tell you what, you could be in 25th and have an amazing race. I was in 25th for a while, and I really enjoyed it. Incredible races, but the front of the fields, right down to the wire, it seemed in every race. But what you guys just saw in there in the touring cars, and it seemed every race just came down to there were 5 guys with a chance of it. If you were in 5th, you're still alive at the end, and that was just some incredible stuff.
It was fantastic, wasn't it? Really, Jean Boutefort was the only driver who cleared off at the front. I mean, that's why it was such a rarity throughout these 8 races today. It's been a pleasure to have the virtual SCCA Runoffs here on the iRacing platform. Thanks to the good folks at SimLab for their support of this event. We hope that you've enjoyed the coverage here on the iRacing channel. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time.